Hi everyone. So that lovely music was supposed to fade out. It just cut. So yeah, I had a few issues overnight with my computer. So this one here that you can't see, it was doing too much work. So I transferred a lot of stuff to this one here, which you can't see. So sharing the load now a bit better. So hopefully that will work. So it won't affect the live sections where we've got actual live guests. It's just really some of the clips. I mean, some of the clips that because I wanted to keep everything moving, and because people are popping in and out, I wanted to maybe show the short clips. I mean, some clips are just a few seconds long. I was going to show them, two or three times, because during the 10 hours, we're going to have different audiences and this kind of stuff. So that was the plan. And so that might be a bit more difficult now because this new computer is not interacting with the external hard drive as well as this one did. So everything's slowed down a bit. So bear with me, I think, is the first thing I should say for the first 2 hours. While we all wake up, or depending where you are, I've got all my notes. Been working on this goddamn thing for a good week. So got everything sorted out, I think, now, a schedule. And so in terms of what we're going to do then, as I said, I've got some funny clips to try and keep it light, but I've also got lots of short clips, as I said, nothing graphic during the day. I got some history clips. I've got some language clips. In fact, we're going to start with that. And lots of supportive messages from all around the world, which are really good. And I'm going to show them at least twice each. And also in terms of advice, that'll be quite good because obviously this is aimed at isolated vegans and also new vegans, which may or may not be the same person, as it were. And so if you're a new vegan and you want some advice, just put it in the chat box and I'll try and keep my eye on that. And so will other people, I'm sure. So that's a kind of service that we're providing, if you like. We've got a live session, Thrive Vegan World, with Wendy McGovern. And then Wendy's back for the Animal Rights Show, along with Nella and myself. And live music from Level Joy, which I'm really looking forward to. We had a sound check yesterday. It was great. Alan Jackson's going to be here, prime mover of the National Animal Rights March. And he's got some great news about a turkey rescue that happened not long ago. In fact, just a few days ago. And so we've got some great footage of that. And Dennis Nealis is here from Sentient Rights Ireland. Ronnie might be here for a Still Alive session. Philip Murphy might be here. We're having issues with the time differences at the moment. And so another thing about this really is that some of the clips people probably won't have seen before. I've been trying to pick out the stuff that is either rare or, I was pretty sure that most people have not seen it. So that's what I'm kind of aiming for, if you like. So, okay, so that's enough for me right now. We're going to start with an icebreaker with Jeremy Hess about language, just to play as people are coming in. So I'll see you at the other end of that.
And for a moment, I'd just like you to imagine you're in a beautiful park nearby, fresh air on your face, you really need to recharge, you're visiting a friend, and you're looking forward to some downtime, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, are you still doing that vegan thing? Veganism comes up, animal rights comes up. I think we've all been in this situation, and I guess first we have to decide whether we're going to engage or not, but if we do choose to engage, the next question is, what are we going to say? And I think we have various expectations around this, and please don't be too intimidated by my artwork here, but I think from an expectation perspective, we oftentimes have various intentions, the thoughts in our head, And we use these to craft our message. And the hope is that the recipient or the audience interprets the message exactly as we sent it, is thinking of the exact same thing as us. We all sing kumbaya, it's a peaceful world, and everything's solved. But I think we know this isn't reality. Reality is usually we have an intention, we send our message, and oftentimes there's 4, 5, maybe more potential interpretations the audience might have. And from an animal advocacy perspective, those are oftentimes speciesist interpretations. So it's the whole idea behind this is to ponder what those potential interpretations are. So using common movement language, I think most, if not all of us here would agree that all animal use is cruel. And this is common movement language, and so we might ask the question, are you against animal cruelty? Again, we might hope the person says, I am against animal cruelty, I should go vegan. But I think we know this isn't the case. They might say, oh yeah, I support the RSPCA, I do meat-free, so-called meat-free Mondays, or, talk about cruelty to dogs or very specific species, or, something around the lines of I only buy, quote-unquote humane eggs, meat, dairy, all this stuff, or, I know where I shop and there's no cruelty there. So comparing that first example with another one, if we were to focus on all of animal use, we might ask the question, do you think it's using our fellow animals is morally wrong? Now again, the perfect response might be, you know what, you're right, we should oppose all animal use. But again, we're probably going to be challenged on these topics. People might say, no, but I support some kinds of animal use, and or maybe there's certain types of animal use they think is necessary, or it's only the cruel forms of animal use, quote unquote, that I'm opposed to. And between these two examples, the whole idea isn't that there's one perfect way to do things, but I think in the first example, we're much more likely to have a treatment-based discussion, and in the second example, even if people oppose us, it's much more likely to be centered around overall animal use. So you might be thinking at this point, Jeremy, there's so much to think about as an animal advocate. I can't do one more thing. I just want to use the words I want to use in my language. And you're right, there's a lot to think about as an animal advocate. So I'd like to share a few big picture concepts that help filter all of our language through, rather than completely rewriting the whole dictionaries in our head. And because if there's a few things that we can do to improve our advocacy, such as language, the response to that I have is, why not at least try? And one of the big things I try to do with all of my advocacy and language specifically is center our fellow animals. And a simple example of this is rather than talking about, I'm vegan, saying, yes, I'm an advocate for our fellow animals. Because I think, we can talk about this later maybe, but the vegan language has often shifted more towards the human-centric, a human who is vegan, rather than the underlying philosophy, which I guess is a discussion we can have with our audience too. Another key concept, which if you take nothing else from these slides, let it be this that you take home with you, is the flip it to test it method. Hopefully a few of you are already familiar with this, but if there's language that is specifically referring to our fellow animals, if we flip that and think if we were referring to humans, and I think even more powerful, minoritized group of humans, would we use the same language? And if the answer is no, there's probably a strong chance that there's better language we could be using for our fellow animals. For example, this is commonly referred to as, quote, fish. Now, if we looked at a community of them, some people might use that language, and using the flip it to test it method, if we looked at these individuals in a field, we're not likely to say, oh, there's human. We'd say they're humans with an S at the end, gesturing at the fact that it's a group of individuals, which is the same with the fish friends who a lot of us have grown to understand and respect. And that's just one quick example of how that flip it to test it method can work, but there's many others. And the last key thing I use throughout all my language advocacy is quote marks. Those of you in the you'll see it today. My fingers will probably get worn out with the air quotes. But whether it's spoken, written, it's one of the most powerful things I think we can do is putting things in quotes. Rather than just talking about farming, if it's spoken, saying so-called or quote-unquote farming, or just written, just putting quotes around it, because unless we're talking about plants, if we're talking about individuals, this is a euphemism for a lot of different actions wrapped up in this.
Okay, is that my first glitch. Yeah. Loading something on this one and it stopped it on this one. Yeah, as I said, I had a few issues, but hopefully we can work our way through them. So as I said then, the real reason why I do these, and this is like the fourth one, is for the new vegans and the isolated vegans. I can't think of anything worse than being a new vegan and, maybe you've negotiated successfully or not with your nuclear family, and then this time of year comes around and you've got the extended family, or you're supposed to go somewhere you don't want to go, or it's going to be difficult if you do go. So it's with those people in mind, and the isolated vegans, I know one person who said that they're going to just put the show on a big TV screen and have it playing all day so they can dip in and out. It's kind of almost like to create a vegan space on a day where it's usually just the use of our fellow animals that is foremost in your mind, especially if you're a vegan. You just kind of see it everywhere. It's all over the mainstream television, that kind of stuff. So those are the kind of audiences that I got in mind. So the first clip I'm going to show on that particular issue is from Bite Size Vegan, and Emily is interviewing Colleen Patrick Goodrow, almost like a name from the past now, but I think she's still around. But it's interesting this because her take on this issue seems a little bit dated maybe, and I thought I'd get your comments about it after we watch it. So let's remember which one to go for. All my rehearsals are all screwed up now because I had to switch everything around late last night. Okay, let's see if this one works.
Vegan at work, amongst friends, or at social gatherings can certainly be a challenge, but nothing seems to be quite as difficult as being the only vegan in your family or with a non-vegan significant other. How do you navigate these relationships and interpersonal interactions? Well, I sat down and spoke with vegan author, speaker, and joyful vegan Colleen Patrick Goodrow about this very subject. Hi, it's Emily from Bite Size Vegan, and welcome to another Vegan Nugget. Being the lone vegan is something I'm personally very familiar with. Growing up, I was the only vegan in a family of meat eaters, and I continue to be the only vegan or even vegetarian in my family to this day. I've never really had vegan friends in real life, though some of my friends went vegan after years of knowing me. I've never lived in very vegan-friendly areas, spending almost a decade in Iowa, the heart of my country's industrial agriculture and pig slaughtering. It's my belief that I can create more change in the thick of the problem, fighting from ground zero, so to speak. But one of the greatest challenges for new vegans, or even long-term vegans, is how to navigate our personal relationships with our non-vegan family and significant others. Maybe you're a teen or a preteen still living at home with non-vegan parents, or maybe you're a vegan parent raising meat-eating kids. These relationships can be difficult, to say the least. So when I spoke with Colleen Patrick Goodrow recently, I asked for her unique insight on this issue. I hope you enjoy.
Could you talk a little bit about, children or, young adults who are wanting to go vegan and their parents are non-vegans, and also the reverse aspect of that, vegan parents who might have children who choose to not stay on the vegan path?
Yeah, and in that chapter I also talk about romantic partners and same thing. So one, husband or the wife or whoever, they might be vegan and the other one's not, and so how to navigate all of that. It's a little different for the different situations because on one hand, if you're parents and you're making the decisions about your household, I really do believe that you're making the decisions about your household and you're making the decisions for your children. You already are, whether you're vegan or not, you're a parent. And so a lot of parents have this guilt around feeding healthful food to their children, like food that would reflect the values they're actually teaching their children. And yet there's guilt around it, like, but I don't know if they're going to like it. I don't want to push it on them. Well, you pushed on what was part of the status quo for you before. And so that's what being a parent is. So, just realizing that we're the ones who are the authority figures. And if we feel strongly about feeding our children this way, then that's totally, you're in your rights to do that. doing it, as part of the family. I'm not saying be a dictator or an authoritarian figure, but there's that. Then if the kids, the flip side, the kids come home, they want to be vegan, and the parents are like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to cook for you. Okay, well, depending on how old that child is, it could be a young adult, could be, kid who's already helping in the kitchen. You do have to take a little bit of responsibility, especially if you're a teenager, you're older, you can cook, you can shop, you can show them that you're getting the nutrients, make it easier for them. Say, well, you're already making me peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. I love my peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. I can still have that for lunch. Or I love when you make me the pasta, but let's try this, vegan meat instead of the, the animal-based meat that you're using. So make it easy for them. If you're the parent, trust them too, and be open, because, your whole family will benefit. If it's the situation where a partner is vegan and the other one's not, that one can get really tricky for people. And I know that we all feel that we tend to think in black and white, and we think in black and white. Again, we have to remember that these are people we love, and these are people we married for a reason, or we live with for a reason, etc. One of the things I talk about in terms of the practical aspects of that, Emily, is that, you can make compromises. If the non-vegan partner just doesn't want it to be a vegan home, maybe they're willing to have a separate refrigerator that they can keep their, dairy-based cheese and their animal-based meat in, and maybe they can agree to not cook the meat, in the house, but maybe they'll barbecue, or maybe they just won't have any, animal-based meat. I know a lot of mixed couples who they're willing to have a vegetarian house, and so they might have cheese, but they won't have, animal-based meat that just makes everything smell so awful. And maybe they'll have a separate refrigerator. So there's those kinds of compromises we have to make with people we love and live with, and I think that shows that we're willing to, to compromise, because that's what relationships are all about. So I think those kinds of things can really help in those situations.
I hope you enjoyed hearing from Colleen on this matter.
Right, let me drop that out. Yeah, so that's an interesting one. Now, normally my plan was to load up the next things while the one thing is playing, but that's the thing that's kind of going wrong at the moment. So I'm going to have to do that as I'm doing this bit. But I thought that was interesting from Patrick Goodrow, in the sense of, she was saying that vegans might compromise, and to what extent should we do that is an interesting one, isn't it? We had Dr. Corey Lee Wren as the guest of the Animal Rights Show just a couple of days ago, and she was saying that she would compromise, but she's kind of stopped doing that, and it's had interesting benefits that she wasn't expecting. She was expecting pushback, but her stronger position has actually gained respect. So that's a really interesting movement issue. Casey Taft writes about this, Motivational Methods, the book. And, it's this thing about, in the movement, you've often got people saying that the small ask is better than the big ask. Don't overwhelm people and all that kind of stuff. What Corey ended up doing was putting a sign on the door, or somebody put a sign on the door saying, this is the vegan house, respect that, blah, 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 and all that. And that kind of tough stance was kind of rewarded, because people thought, well, yeah, she really means it. She's consistent with her ethics. I think if you do compromise, is there a danger then that, people think, oh, well, they're not that serious anyway about their veganism? There's surely the danger of that. Let's see what I love not having to compromise. Yeah, well, everybody's situation, that's the thing, isn't it? So, so that's good. So, any comments on that? Well, I load up the next thing, which is supposed to be there already. See if I can multitask, which is not going to be easy for me, I'll tell you that. Such a slow system. This is funny, because this computer is the newer one, but it's really slow for some reason. So that's not great. Here we go. Come on. Joanna, I'm alone. The holidays, so no. Yeah, that's right. You see, that's the thing, isn't it? It's again, new vegans are going to have to compromise. Vegans who live with non-vegans, there's an element of compromise and all that. This is still loading. Come on. Can't do this to me. Here we go. Right, where are we? Now, once it's loaded up, I've got to find the clip that I want, I suppose. There we go. Yeah, this was all going to be real smooth, and now it's not. Oh yeah, there we go. That's the one I want. Okay, open. Right, well, that's all ready to go. Before that, let's have our first of our messages. And you know that saying, there's always one. And it's definitely true when Jordan Wyatt is around. So Jordan Wyatt is the founder of the Invercargill Vegan Society. I've got my honorary badge, which you'll see from Jordan himself. He couldn't stop bragging about the weather in this little clip. So I made a counter rebuttal video, which I'll show you immediately after. So here's Jordan.
Hello everyone from the bottom of the world, Christchurch, New Zealand. Now, being at the bottom of the world, it means we have summer for Christmas. It's a lovely 30 degrees Celsius. That's about 100 degrees freedom units for you Americans. And I just wanted to say hi to all the isolated vegans out there. I know what it's like to be an isolated vegan. With my sense of humor, not many people laugh. It's very isolating. But yeah, I also started a one-member vegan society. I started the Invercargill Vegan Society, a one-person vegan society at the bottom of New Zealand, Invercargill. The only thing south of Invercargill are a couple tiny unpersoned islands in Antarctica. So it's also known for having the largest slaughterhouse in the southern hemisphere, where my father used to work. And I went vegan before I met any other vegans in person, in the tofu, as I like to say. So yeah, it was pretty difficult to be the only vegan in the village, but I created the, if I get the badge right, the Invercargill Vegan Society, made badges and a website and a Facebook page before I met other vegans, and it grew to be about 4,000 people on our Facebook page for the Invercargill Vegan Society at the bottom of New Zealand. Now, it's hard to be vegan. I wish you guys all the best, whether you're in a lovely summertime Christmas like we are here, 30 degrees Celsius, blue skies, or if you're in some godforsaken northern hemisphere, you know, like Ireland with Roger there, stay warm up there where it's grey skies even in summer. I don't know how they do it. If you're really lucky, after 10 years, 15 years, something like that, of knowing him, I even got to meet Roger in person. I was up in Northern Ireland and I took the bus down, and as Roger told me, yeah, take the bus down from Northern Ireland down to Southern Ireland. I'll pick you up in Neville, me van. We can listen to T-Rex on the quadraphonics, yeah. And yeah, it was nice hanging out with Roger in person. Jokes like that, I wonder why I'm so isolated. Stay strong.
Well, Mr. Jordan Wyatt of the Invercargill Vegan Society. This is our version of blue skies and even blue water, and now that is a rarity. So yeah, actually there's a, you see my finger, there's a seal sanctuary just that way. Because there's a beach over there, and I go there and clean up the beach every now and again, keep it nice and healthy for the seals. You know, that even a bit of winter sun here. So yes, I just wanted to burst the mythology that Jordan was spreading in the video that you just watched. Absolutely disgraceful. Mr. Mr. Jordan Wyatt of the Invercargill Vegan Society. Oh, and it's also a balmy 7 degrees, so there. Well, I think we got the message that Jordan is from the Invercargill Vegan Society there, but that is the southernmost vegan society in the entire world, which is pretty good, isn't it? You know, so you know, that's pretty good. Let's see any more. Roger gave him the finger. Yeah, I certainly did. I wasn't going to stand for any of that, all this southern hemisphere nonsense, showing off about blue skies and weather and stuff. I saw a comment from Deb as well. No compromise in my home. Yeah. Jennifer is going to enjoy cooking. Yeah, Jennifer's got the entire family trained, I think, trained waiting for the food. You know, it's like a kennels situation. Not really. Okay, so let's move on then. I'm going to show you a clip from Andy Atkinson's film, where it's quite interesting, really, because when he was making his film, he realized about the significance of the fact that the vegan society and therefore the vegan social movement was formed during a global conflict. And I mean, it wasn't a shock to him because he knew, but it was significant, he thought. And so let's see if we can see that little bit.
Hello everyone and welcome. My name is Andy Atkinson, or some people might know me as Not Your Mum, Not Your Milk. That's kind of like my handle on the internet. The name originally, it was just kind of what I could fit into Instagram so I could promote my children's book. And very, very quickly afterwards, it became kind of an activism account. I couldn't resist sending comments, and very quickly, that's just became my persona online. I've been vegan for 9.5 years now, probably rights-based for 4+ of those. Initially, I went vegan because of what I witnessed on a dairy farm. So the trauma that potentially still lives with me and probably always will was actually what kind of made my mind think in a different way, I suppose, or unlocked those boxes. It was what I witnessed there and then. So you could definitely class it as falling into a welfare category. It took me a number of years to actually fully connect with the philosophy, what that meant, what that entailed. I obviously knew the words animal rights, but I didn't really know what they meant until a few years ago either. I didn't really look into any of the sort of works or the writings by anyone at all. So it's definitely been a learning curve and an experience for me too. I've always had an interest and a passion in language and words. English was always my favourite subject at school. Writing short stories and things like that has always been something that I enjoy doing, and how I used to spend quite a lot of recreational time even in my teenage years, even to the degree of like writing my thoughts down on a piece of paper and then screwing it up once I've done that as a way of just dealing with emotion.
By the turn of the century. This brings us back nicely to the foundation of the Vegan Society, which is the oldest recognised vegan organisation in the world and was founded in the United Kingdom by pioneers Donald Watson and Sally, otherwise known as Elsie Shrigley, who called on non-dairy vegetarian allies to organise in 1944.
One interesting part of the history of the vegan social movement is the fact that the people who formed it and in the end ran it had no idea that that was going to happen, that that was going to be their fate. They simply wanted to have a vegan enclave as such within the vegetarian movement. But the vegetarians said no. And that was a good thing in the end. The vegetarians said to the vegans, no, you go and do your own thing. And so that's what happened in 1944.
Donald, his wife Dorothy, Elsie, Faye and her husband George Henderson and others would in November of 44 pave the way for everything that was to come and for what we know today as veganism, including of course the very word vegan, coined from the first 3 and the last 2 letters of the word vegetarian.
Now their first job was to prove that a 100% plant diet was satisfactory, because that was against the medical orthodoxy of the time. In fact, their doctors and their vegetarian friends all believed that they were going to die.
But what were those core ideas that inspired the movement's creation? Were they based on those of rights or welfare? Let's find out together. I wanted to take this moment to reiterate something I don't think that many are aware of, and certainly I hadn't fully realised until I started researching this film. The entire philosophy was born off the back of 2 world wars, one of which was very much still ongoing at the time of the foundation, and the idea of peace and justice and freedom were all inspired by the exact opposite which each of those had witnessed envelop them all. Donald Watson for certain lost some of those closest to him during this time, and it's safe to say that all of the founding members will have been deeply affected by the Great Depression, oppression and hopelessness, not to mention the constant threat of losing their own lives. It took not only strength and courage, but also a deep level of respect and empathy towards others. At a time when it would have been so easy to be selfish, they instead wanted to be selfless, and this all well before the end of the conflict, and especially before the 2 atrocities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The reason that I wanted to make sure this was brought to the attention of everyone is because it completely goes against that modern day consensus that veganism is just a diet, when in the reality it was always about the direct opposition of violence, the opposition of injustice, the opposition of oppression. It was always a philosophy of peace, justice and freedom for all.
In an interesting history of the movement when it was 70 years old, Dr. Samantha Calvert points out that one of the pioneers, Leslie Cross, in 1949, said that, hang on a second, we don't have a philosophy of veganism. The vegan diet was defined, but not veganism. So that's what they set out to do from then on until around about 1954. However, even before that, there were some attempts. For example, this is Donald Watson from 1945. He's the best known of the co-founders of the vegan social movement. And he said that veganism was the opposition of the exploitation of sentient life, which was a pretty good start to what became vegan philosophy. Leslie Cross, though, was really the person whose writings established the evolution of vegan philosophy. What he did really was establish what you could call the focus and the scope of veganism. The focus is always on our relationships with other animals, but the focus is only part of veganism. The scope is much wider and concerned environmental issues, and in particular issues about human evolution. They said that humanity had got into a new low, and veganism was the kind of key to get it out of this morass, if you like. The language could be a bit flowery at times, but the strong underlining message was always that the liberation of other animals was our own liberation, that the benefits to humanity from veganism would be absolutely huge. In two separate essays in 1951, Cross made it crystal clear that veganism was about animal liberation rather than animal welfare. He was very strong on this point. The vegan pioneers were liberators rather than reformists, although they did talk about reform as a type of social transformation sometimes. And more than anything else, they were, as they still are, abolitionist. Veganism is animal liberation and veganism is abolitionist. In a very powerful essay that was written in 1954 called The Surge of Freedom, Leslie Cross spoke about the changes that a vegan revolution would bring. Some of those changes are obvious, he said. Obviously, we would stop eating other animals, vivisect on them, we wouldn't hunt and that kind of stuff. And then he said that there were some of the changes which are not so obvious. It's the benefits to humanity which fall into this category. Essentially, a vegan world would be transformative for the benefit of all. Veganism is, after all, a justice for all philosophy. Now, here's another articulation of vegan values from the 1960s from Eva Batt, and another one again from the 1980s or the 1990s, depending on which edition of this book is being cited. But overall, Matthew Cole, the sociologist, sums up things very well indeed, and he did this in 2014. He said that the vegan aim or object combines compassionate non-exploitation of other animals with an emancipated vegan self and a more compassionate human society. Vegan ethics from the beginning, says Cole, was directed towards these interconnected goals of transforming human beings and transforming human society. Both, he said, flowed from the foundational reconfiguration of human, non-human animal relations. So there we have it, the exciting and somewhat chaotic, you might say, beginnings of the vegan social movement and then the evolution of vegan philosophy as we know it now. It's funny, actually. I've changed what I say about the beginning. I mean, it was fairly chaotic at the beginning of the vegan social movement on the grounds that they didn't expect themselves to be actually running one. But when you think in retrospect, the fact that it was kind of foisted on them during a global conflict, rationing was still pretty heavy in Britain at the time. So their first 10 years were quite remarkable, really. And so I've kind of tempered what I say about them. A technical issue for you to help me with, folks, is that when I play things on this computer, it doesn't mute my mic. So if I forget to mute it, can you bung that in the chat for me? Because I don't want you hearing me swearing when I stub my toe and that kind of stuff in the background. in that, let's see. I saw a few comments. So yeah, family issues, and yeah, Terry's going to a cafe, which is quite good, and people working. And Deb was saying, went to a family's Christmas Eve get together after they had dinner. Yeah, afterwards, yeah. And while there, a friend of the family member was also invited. Asked me about veganism. It's an interesting one, that, isn't it? You know, this thing about because one of the people who has recorded a message for us has said, well, you can kind of hone your debating skills at the dinner table, kind of thing. And most people tend to think that's a pretty bad idea, right? And so most people don't go for that. And so so that's an interesting one in itself. You know, do you confront people, or do you chat about it? Most vegans I've ever known have said, well, this is just not the time to do it. You know, it's not the great time. The only issue then is if they bring it up, right? Then what do you do? You know, I mean, what about people in the chat? If you're kind of avoiding, you know, if you're not there, that's one thing. But say you were there during the actual meal time and you're having your vegan friendly stuff and all that, and they bring it up, do go, you know, somebody said, in fact, Carol Adams says later, he said the best thing to do is say, well, you know, let's talk about that later. You know, is that what everybody does? You know, that'd be interesting to know, because, you know, I think most people do that. Yeah, well, thanks for the thanks. And, you know, as I keep reminding people, people be coming and going during the day. I tend to be thinking of new vegans and isolated vegans at this time. So this is to try and create just a kind of vegan space. Might sound a bit pretentious, I don't know, but just somewhere where vegans can go and maybe escape from everybody else and just be around kind of vegans a little bit. So I'm going to my sister's. Yeah, do you know the weird thing about people who eat turkey flesh is that Muslims seem not to like it. They always complain, don't they, afterwards? Oh, it was dry and it was this. I never liked it really anyway, and all that. I mean, that was always common in my experience. And you tend to think, well, why then? You know, it goes to show how peer group pressure, you know, sociologically, this peer group pressure is so big and so powerful. So people will do the same thing. I've always had something to do. I've always had a problem with that. You know, society telling you what to do. You know, right? You know, this is when you put your tree up, and this is when you take it down, and this is when you do this, and this is when I've always had problems with that. And I don't know whether that could be called a rebellious streak or stubbornness, Yorkshire stubbornness, probably. But yeah, I've always hated the idea that people will kind of just compromise and just fit into line. And of course, it's all based on consuming stuff and buying stuff and rebuying stuff. So I've always had problems with that myself. Hi, Doug. Hey, Seb. Brilliant. I forgot to send something. Yes, you're a very bad man. But I can send you the link if you want to come on and say a few words, Seb. So sound engineering quality is good. As a Bluetooth. Yeah, thanks, Paul. I knew you keep me on my toes with regard to quality issues. Right. Talking of pressure, this next clip is really interesting. You'll probably remember this. Some people will know this very well, and others probably won't. It was when the British sausage butty king went on the TV show called Jeremy Vine. and he was given 2 sausage sandwiches, one of which was vegan and one of which wasn't, or was it? And it was really interesting. Now, when you watch this clip, there's a kind of like a trick at the end, right? And the guy is clearly fuming. He tries to make light of it, but he's absolutely fuming, you can tell. So let's have a look at that. Hey, Earthlings, how you doing? So what do you think of the tash? So I'm doing Movember, as you can probably tell. Can't wait for the end of the month, since I think this makes me look about 95. Anyway, I'm doing this for the Back into Daylight Animal Sanctuary. So if you want to give that a bit of a boost, then if you went to, I think the best place to go, probably Back into Daylight Animal Sanctuary Facebook page. It's run by Declan Bowens, who was born into the farming industry, but then became an animal activist and now run out of a vegan sanctuary. And so he knows his stuff, and so that's why I've always liked the fact that it's called Back into Daylight, because I think Declan was part of the first rescue of ex-battery chickens, because the Irish farmers were late transferring from battery, what they call barren battery cages to enriched battery cages, which didn't really do that much, but that was the law, and they were late doing it, and so sanctuaries ended up getting loads of those victims of that system, and Declan was part of that, and I think that was the beginning of the sanctuary in a way. Anyway, enough of that. What we're going to do is I'm going to respond to this little thing, which all vegans have probably seen this by now. So this is this guy called Mike Parry, bit of a nasty piece of work from what I can gather. I think he opposed to immigration and this kind of stuff. Anyway, he's on the Jeremy Vine show. When I saw it, reminded me of the fact that there was a time when I was in prison, and yes, I was in prison. Can't remember why. I think I must have parked on a double yellow line or something, and that's not allowed in fascist Britain. So I was in prison, and there was this guy. He was one of these sad characters that go in and out and in and out, and he'd been institutionalized most of his life. And although I never made a big fuss about my veganism, it always came up because, obviously my diet part of it was always different. And so people, oh, what's going on kind of thing. Go, oh, this is the vegan diet, And so he was having a bit of a go about veganism. And of course, he was translating it into the dietary aspect of it. And I said to him, well, you've been in prison a long time, right? And you always have that breakfast, because, he was eating breakfast, one of those metal trays, good weapon. You've always had the same breakfast for ages, right? And he said, yeah. And so it was porridge made with water, and it was also dry toast with peel plum tomatoes, or sometimes beans, baked beans. And so I said, so that's a vegan-friendly breakfast, and you've had it for years, kind of thing. And when I said that, he almost started to gag, and I thought he was going to be sick. And I thought, what the heck's going on, And this is a similar kind of weird situation here in this Jeremy Vine show, because what you've got is somebody who's a self-proclaimed sausage expert being given what he thinks is a flesh sausage and a vegan-friendly one, and he's then going to tell the world which one is which. So this is how it proceeds at the beginning.
It is absolutely obvious to me this first one is the false sausage, okay?
Right.
That's not real sausage. That is cardboard.
This guy likes cardboard, or he likes to condemn food that he doesn't like as cardboard. So the one that he thinks is the vegan-friendly one is cardboard, and then...
This second one is clearly the real sausage. I could taste the meat in it. Excuse me. It was luscious and lovely. Tasted a bit like the one I had this morning. This is the winner.
Okay, so this guy declares the winner. And so it's luscious and lovely compared with cardboard. And so then we get the big review.
Very interesting. What do you think? Do you think he's got it right? I mean,
he is the expert on sausages, so I suspect he's probably got it right.
I'm going to. Well, it's certainly, Mike. You did it with great conviction. Are you right? Is Mike right? Has he correctly identified the meat sausage? The answer is that the meat sausage sandwich is actually down here, Mike. You've just eaten 2 vegan sandwiches, so you are. I think there we are. I'll keep, and you can have a meat sausage right now. You, I think, are a vegan in disguise.
Now, that bit to me is really interesting because, I mean, Jeremy Vine famously was the guy who caused a bit of a rumpus with Joey Carbstrong about the ham sandwich. So Jeremy Vine's got something about the exploitation of pigs going on. Don't know what that's all about. But, you know, the premise there is he's kind of teasing the guy, obviously. But it's interesting culturally, kind of, oh, you know, I think really you're a closet vegan kind of thing. Here, have a sausage sandwich. And that goes to show, and that's why the title is such, the kind of easygoing speciesism in the world. You know, the kind of cultural speciesism is our number one target. And this is just like one, you know, silly, obviously, and you can't kind of make too much of it, but it's a silly manifestation of easygoing speciesism, you know, in the sense that, oh, you know, ha, 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 you know, you got fooled. I think you're a vegan. Here, have some flesh. So that's just the weird way it works. And then the end of this is the most telling, really, in the sense that the guy's been duped. He's a little bit upset, just like my cellmate was. And, you know, he's looking a little bit disgusted. And then he completely backtracks on what he says. This really is an example of toxic masculinity. This guy just cannot admit that he made a mistake. And he can't even take it in the light-hearted way that it's supposed to be. Which is, oh, it's just a joke, right? So let's see how this plays out.
Not at all. What an underhanded, downright rotten trick to pull on a man whose reputation now as the great sausage butty king is ruined.
How do you feel that mistake was made, though? I mean, you've tasted sausage, right?
All I can say is that that's cardboard, and that's sort of almost cardboard, cardboard. Call it tissue paper.
So there you go. So it goes from luscious and lovely to almost cardboard, let's call it tissue paper. And again, it's just like my cellmate, kind of like as soon as he knows this is vegan friendly, it changes its perception of it. Now, somebody did say in a comment that I saw that the social psychology of this is interesting because the psychology is that he thinks initially he's testing a flesh one versus a vegan one. And so he thinks that one of those two is bound to be flesh. So that's what accounts for the fact that one was luscious and lovely and one was cardboard. That doesn't really get him off the hook completely in the sense that, you know, the same thing can't go from delicious to absolutely horrible, except for the fact that he's trying to save face. But also, again, it's just a manifestation of easygoing speciesism. You know, in this kind of light-hearted setting, you know, albeit that, but even so. So that's my take on this thing. You're bound to have seen this before. It's just so weird that somebody can kind of, you know, what do they call it? Turn turtle. What's those speciesist phrases that people use for people to do a kind of U-turn, you know? And yeah, so it's quite an interesting, from a sociological point, that clip itself is pretty interesting. Well, Earthlings, I'll see you again. Bye for now. I'm expecting to be told off by Jeremy about my language there, off the hook. I don't know whether there's a non-speciesist version of that, but obviously you tend to think about fishes and fishing there, don't you? And the turn turtle thing. Well, I mean, that comes up in the trailer, doesn't it, of the Animals film? So where they used to flip turtles on their backs before they were processed and all that crap. So yeah, so it's an interesting, it's an interesting one. I think Terry said what was a brand. Well, I don't know. They didn't reveal that. But I mean, it's like I mean, we all know that there's different brands of all kinds of things that you end up finding the one that you like, don't you? So I don't actually know what it was. When I first went vegan many years ago, some of my friends at the time would regularly quiz me on what I was eating. Catch you cheating. Yeah. There's yeah. Somebody came up to the stall in Dublin once, and there's a French guy, I think, and he was convinced that you could only kind of last as a dietary vegan for about 3 years. And so I think I must have been vegan for 44 years or something by then. And so I said, well, what about me, and what about Declan over there? And he said, oh, well, you must just be cheating. He just didn't believe it. It was just his mindset. He wasn't having it, Jeremy, interesting analysis of how desperately we can cling on to deeply held beliefs. Yeah. See, that's an interesting one, isn't it? The thing about completely irrational, because within the culture of speciesism, kind of what people say doesn't really have to make that much logical sense, because I noticed this in a forum back in the 90s, where people would say something anti-vegan and they'd go, yeah, that's right and all that, but what they'd said didn't really make any sense. It kind of doesn't have to. It's almost like a safeties in numbers thing. It's a Trump thing. You can talk all kind of bullshit and people still praise him and say that he's a great orator and all the rest of it. Right, so looking in my green room, it looks like hey.
Hello.
How are you doing, young man?
Good, how are you?
Not too bad.
Yeah, I have a few minutes. When you think, I was like, okay, I can't not join now, but I'm going for lunch in less than 6 minutes, but I thought I'll quickly jump and say hi.
Yes, well, it's an honor to have you here. I wanted to ask you the obvious question. How many times have people talked about your haircut?
Oh, more than I can count. And I keep on forgetting. I remember when I see someone I haven't seen in a while and they have this reaction, and then I'm like, oh yeah, that's right, cut my hair.
Yeah, when we were at school, we used to say, have you had a fight with a lawnmower?
Something like that.
But I mean, was there we shouldn't pursue this too much, I don't suppose, but I mean, was there a reason?
I started training jiu-jitsu, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, around a year and a few months ago. And it was just for fun in the beginning, but it was getting a lot in the way. And eventually I started training 2 to 3 hours a day. And when you start training that much, you obviously have to make sure you wash it thoroughly every day. And not that I mind washing it, I did anyway, but drying it takes hours. So I have to do that every single day. It just became very inconvenient. It was also just getting on my way while doing jiu-jitsu. So I thought, okay, for 18 years, it hasn't bothered me. It's bothering me now, so I'll get rid of it.
Yeah, well, that's pretty decisive. I know somebody with very long hair who says that the washing is okay, but it's the drying that's the problem.
Yeah.
Because you got layers of
I
it.
also had like a smaller, like a more minor reason, which was I never liked the fact that I looked like the vegan hippie. Like whenever I was on the plane and they come and they're like, oh, you pre-ordered a vegan meal, and I'm always thinking like people next to me are probably thinking, yeah, of course he has, like look at him,
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I like looking like just like the every other person who's also a vegan. I prefer that.
And you think you succeeded in that look, do you, Seb? But yeah, I know what you mean. Living up to the stereotype. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. So, so
how's everything going with you?
Not too bad. I want to ask you about all the kind of food relief stuff that you're doing. I mean, it's really impressive. tell us a bit about that. Let's get serious
Yeah,
for
sure.
a second.
So the food distribution, plant-based food distribution project started with Lebanese vegans in 2020, I think, August 2020, when the explosion happened at the port of Beirut, second biggest man-made explosion basically in history, or third, something like that. And it caused 300,000 people to become homeless in a matter of seconds. And so what we did at the time, we started distributing plant-based food to families in need, or boxes for those who do have a kitchen to access, because then you can get them bulk food and they can rely on it for a longer time. And so this was something that we did. Well, I launched a fundraiser with Lebanese vegans as a collab, and when I say Lebanese vegans, it's a grassroots organization in Lebanon called Lebanese Vegans. So we were all gathering in one place, preparing all these foods and then distributing them every single day for a few weeks. And then we kept on getting donations, so we decided to make it a weekly thing. So the food distribution hasn't stopped for a single week since August 2020. And obviously, with the recent war on Lebanon, there were a lot of internal refugees, a lot of people also who lost their houses. So I relaunched like a fundraiser to get another boost. And again, we have enough to continue the project, and it has been continuing. Like even when I'm not in Lebanon, I want people to know like this is a project primarily ran by Lebanese Vegans, the organization. And so yeah, I don't want to take credit for all the hard work that they're doing. I just mainly help in giving them the platform, because I have a bigger reach, and that helps a lot. So I mean, I join them whenever I'm in Lebanon, but I'm not always there. So when I'm not there, the project is continuing. Yeah.
Well, before you drop off, feel free to put the details in the chat for people. If
yeah, actually, I might have the link somewhere. I'm pretty sure it's on my. Okay, give me a second. The internet is quite slow, but I'm gonna try my best. All right, let's see.
Very impressive thing that you're doing, Seb. And have you been able to visit Gaza, or are you allowed in? Or I mean, have you seen it? Have you seen what we see on our phones and all
that? Did you say Gaza?
Yeah.
No, I'm not. I wouldn't be able to enter.
No, I was wondering about that. Yeah.
Because in my passport they see that I'm born in Lebanon. So I'll probably be thrown in a jail in a second on arrival. But
silly question.
Yeah, but last week I went to the south of Lebanon, very close to the most southern borders, and I was able to see occupied Palestine for the first time. There was a hill and it had an antenna on it, and I was like, oh, that's weird. If that antenna was in Lebanon and we're in the south, that would have been bombed. And I opened Google Maps and I realized I was less than 5 kilometers away. And I was taking some photos and videos of the towns that like witnessed the strongest battles when the Israeli army was trying to enter. And some locals got really pissed, and they were like, you better get out of here before you get targeted. And the woman got really angry because I was next to her house, and she was like, well, if he gets targeted, I'm gone with him. The house is right next to me. It was really intense. The south is completely destroyed. They've done specific effort to, within some towns, completely erase the town. Like there's not a single building that is still there. Everything is destroyed. But yeah, I was able to see Palestine for the first time, but that's the northern border of Palestine, which is now occupied by Israel. So that was quite an intense moment. I realized how real everything is.
Yes, absolutely. And so dangerous. So yeah, amazing. I mean, because it's I mean, like we've all seen it, but it's not the same.
Yeah.
Like seeing it with your own eyes, isn't it? It's a little bit like when you take people into animal use facilities, slaughterhouses or
yes,
unit.
Yeah.
The feel of it and the heat of it. It's different from seeing it on film, isn't it?
Oh yeah, and it's also it's not only what you see; it's the general feeling when you're there. It's the smell. Like some places you arrive and within 10 minutes you get a migraine because of depleted uranium, chemical bombs being used there. and the stench of human corpses mixed with the stench of animal corpses mixed with the smell of rotten food, you know, the shops, the kitchens everyone has in their houses. So you experience much more when you're there in person, of course.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So did you find your link?
Yeah, I will just wait until I wait. If I send it, oh, I can send it through the comment here. Oh, perfect. I joined the chat. Oh, I have to connect to YouTube. All right, I'll do it once I get off. I don't want to open
Right.
the tab now because then the sound and volume stuff gets all
Yeah.
confused. So
Well,
I'll
look,
send
I'm very pleased that you're able to spare some time, and keep up the good work as always.
Thank you. Same to you. Thank you very much for having me on, and yeah, Merry Christmas to everyone who celebrates it.
Yes, and yeah, okay. So yeah, it's I'm a little bit overwhelmed by all that, you know, because of what's going on at the moment. It's so, you know, it's kind of, you know, it's almost like, well, again, you know, it makes you think, you know, how are we going to forge a vegan world when there's this going on? Do you feel that?
That has been one of my biggest concerns. Like, if we can't even have a basic like understanding and respect of human rights, like the most basic one, you know, which is the right to live, the right not to be harmed. If we cannot even agree on that, it just frustrates me so much, because I feel like the more I see human rights getting violated, the more I'm like, oh, there's no way we're gonna get animal rights. There's no way. If we can't even agree on this, it's, yeah, it really makes me lose all hope.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well, try and stay optimistic. I always try to stay as optimistic as Tom Reagan tried, but it is a problem. I mean, going back a few years ago, you know, when Trump said all that stuff about grabber P and all that.
Yeah.
I thought, right, that's it. Nobody in the world now will vote for this guy. Right?
Yeah.
I just thought that's it. You know, no one can survive that politically. And look what happens. It's amazing. You know,
You'd be surprised.
Yeah, appalling.
Yeah. All right, I gotta bounce off. Thank you again.
Okay, Seb. Thanks very much for popping on. It's great to see you.
Great to see you too. Take care, everyone.
Okay, so you just press the Leave Studio, yeah? I think that's, yeah, right. Oh well, that was a great surprise. That was lovely, and Seb is doing some fantastic work, and as you can tell, in a dangerous place. Again, you know, even kind of like just taking some photographs. Interesting about the woman, wasn't it? Kind of go away. You're putting me in danger as well as yourself. You know, that yeah, that's incredible, isn't it? Yeah. So yes, indeed. What do you think about this thing about the vegan world? Because it's obviously something we don't want to be too negative about. And but you know, when you do see world events and world values and world voting patterns and stuff, you do think it's bound to cross our mind, isn't it? And you think, oh, come on, you know, how is it going to happen? You know, if this is going on. Don't know if everybody feels like that or not. Anyway, moving on. Back in that, when I was back in my vegan island days, so we're talking about 2010 through to about 2012. I invited the vegan poet Dominic Berry over, and it's really bad, really, because he came over twice. On the first one, we worked his socks off. We had him doing all kinds of stuff. So I might show you some of the street work that he did. Where he was actually delivering poetry on the street, which is quite a challenge. The first one he did is really good, so I'll try and dig that out at some point. And but I've got a clip now because I also invited him to my university. I was still an occasional lecturer at the time, so I was doing first year social science, social theory, and that was in our big theatre called Theatre L. at UCD in Dublin. And so that held 500 students. And usually when I lectured there was about 470, 80. Now this was at the end of the semester, so there wasn't quite as many, but there must have been still, you know, getting close to 400. So I introduced Dominic, and he gives this really good and quite funny poem. And he used to describe himself in those days, I'm not sure if he still does, he was described then as a vegan queer performance poet. So as you see, is really good stuff. And so let's have a look at that.
Given that it's our last weekend, we're allowed to let our hair down somewhat. So what I've done is a special treat for you today. I'm going to shut up for a while and give the stage over to a very special person who is called Dominic Berry.
Hey, sweetheart. Is he a musician?
Hello, I am Dominic Berry and I am a poet. And very kindly, Roger's invited me over to Dublin. It's my first trip to Dublin. It's all right, isn't it, Dublin? It's not bad, eh? It's my first trip over. I'm very, very happy. And this is my job. I studied sociology, and now I go up and down the country writing and performing poetry, and just sharing it all over the place. Schools, youth clubs, theatres, universities, prisons, all sorts. I've got a regular book in Style Women's Prison. They love me. Very good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share a poem with you that I've written. Are there any poets here today? Put your hand up if you're a poet. 2. Brilliant. Excellent. So I dedicate it to you two. Fine. Oh my dear. Wow. So a revelation for you before I perform my poem. A revelation. I am in fact, and brace yourselves because this is a bit of a, you know, bit of a heart-sharing moment. I am a homosexual poet. I can see the shock in your eyes. It is hard to believe that this towering figure of testosterone and masculinity can actually be gay. It's true. I can see the disappointment in your eyes. I'm really sorry, you and me, it's never going to happen. I mean, I'm sure in an alternate dimension, you and me are at it like rabbits. But I'm in love with a fella, and I'm going to share with you a love poem for my bloke, right? I've been with him, right, for, check out, 7 years. As I'm sure all of you know, gays are like dogs. So like 7 gay years, that's like 56 heterosexual. So this is a love poem for me, fellow. We're great sci-fi fans. Anyone here into their sci-fi? Yeah. One person. Well, I've chosen the right poem today, haven't I? It's a we're proper into like Doctor Who, Battlestar Galactica, all that nonsense. So this love poem, right? I take you time travelling through our relationship. So yeah, I hope you enjoy it. It's a love poem called Time Travellers, and it goes like this. Time travel to our past. I always wanted to meet a man who looked good holding nails in his teeth, and you look dead sexy holding nails in your teeth. You know how screwdrivers work, understand hammers. Your arms strong enough to lift me when I fall apart in the supermarket, sat blubbing in the biscuit aisle, chewed up nails, spiking teeth. You're a man who can hold nails in his teeth, but there's never been one time you've tried to mend me. I'm never going to make sense in the way that a spirit level makes sense. My wooden bubbles are all wrong. There are times I love to twist how I stand, pretend I'm right, angles proper straight. But you love me crooked, weird and bent. I do not look great holding nails in my teeth. But I look damn sexy in fishnets. Time travel to our present. UCD 2012. Time travel here. You, me, outside, yelling. Broken words, broken yelling. Stupid words breaking, not while I'm yelling. My sentences are punctured. Commas, pus. I've severed colons. I'm talking shit. You look like the sky, open, still. Why was I yelling? You used to come from Tunbridge Wells, but now we have rewritten our past so that I've known you since forever. You tell me that Tunbridge Wells would love to have a good yell, to connect so heavy it hurts, but Tunbridge Wells cannot even touch without wincing. Tunbridge Wells is never gonna let us just be us, queer, sexy and yelling. Hey, guess what? We have yelled so hard, we've erased Tunbridge Wells from time and space. Time travel to our present, to our future. People say you look like Doctor Who, so I know you can do this. Tell me that a queer could be Prime Minister, or that gays can now be gays on daytime TV. Tell me that supermarkets now have to have designated areas for panic attacks. Little rooms where they'll play you the B-52s and give you stuff to make out of Pritt Stick, glitter and potatoes. Tell me we're together, getting old, and our love keeps regenerating, and I will still have hair. Immortal hair. Tell me you love me beyond end of days because I'm so in love with you. Let's make this a sci-fi epic love where the heroes are never going to die. Thank you very much. Was that relevant to you? Yes.
Absolutely. Now, I must admit, people, that there's going to be a change of style now.
Yeah, I kind of shut that off too early. Sorry about that. I haven't loaded anything up because I was so I like watching that, and I also didn't want to wreck the flow. So I better do that while we're chatting. So that was good, wasn't it? Yes, well, well, it's gone now. Dominic has erased it from the face of the earth, so no more animal aid. Never mind, eh? So okay, let's see if I can get something else up now. There we go. I don't know whether Doug is still here, but let's go for this one.
Hello, I'm Doug Moore, and just here to wish you a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, especially thinking of people who are new vegans this year or who are feeling isolated as a vegan because you're surrounded everywhere you look by, I guess, the results of exploitation and injustice towards our fellow beings, and it's horrible to be around. So I feel, yeah, there are ways you can do it. You can educate your family at the meal table. You can explain why you won't eat with them if you don't want to eat with them, and seek out other like-minded people to spend time with. Go out and spend time with animals, help out at a sanctuary. All of these things you can do. You could tune into Roger's channel, where lots of lovely vegans will be providing a kind of community that you can check in on, just so you're not feeling totally isolated. And just my message to all people who are considering going vegan: please look at what veganism is, and when you decide you understand what it is, then start advocating for it. But please don't advocate for veganism if you're advocating for something that veganism is not. So it's so important that we understand what exactly veganism is. That's why I spent my first months of a vegan just reading and absorbing all the information I could about veganism. And now, after 28 years as a vegan, I think I can safely say I know what a vegan is. Anyway, once again, Merry Christmas. Tune into Roger's channel and try and enjoy yourselves.
Yeah, thanks for that, Doug. Actually, I think I've got another version of that where the volume is boosted and I've got captions. So I put up the wrong one, so sorry about that. But yeah, I'll play the proper one next time. But good advice there, and you know, it is important to know the history of a movement that you join. In fact, I'm often staggered that people come into the animal movement and then just declare what it is rather than finding out what it is. Because I've always had this thing that if you don't agree with the values, well, it needs to be argued. But you know, kind of people can't just come and just state what veganism is, for example, without reference to what everybody else thinks it is. You know, it's kind of just not on. I always say that it's similar to the idea of Marx and neo-Marxism. You know, the neo-Marxists rejected a lot of Marx, but they argued it through with reference to what Marx had said. And so it needs to be done that way. I mean, social movements do move, but it's got to be done in a kind of reasonable way. Okay, I haven't got a lot loaded up, but I do have this.
Linguist Joan Denayer argues in her book Speciesism that by simply questioning the words we speak, we'll open a door to change.
Most people refer to any non-human animal as an it. That classifies non-human animals with inanimate objects. Similarly, a fisher might say, "Did you catch anything?" Any sentient being is a who. It really should be, "Did you catch someone?" Oh, when you say that, it really presents the whole thing in a different light. Euphemisms. The Meat Trades Journal has advised readers to replace the word slaughterhouse with meat plant or meat factory. Similarly, the National Cattlemen's Association has urged members to replace slaughter with process or harvest, as if non-human animals were plants, as if they were crops. Poultry, that labels birds as food. That's categorizing someone as meant to be exploited. The term meat itself is a euphemism. When people eat meat, they are eating flesh. And if you said to someone, "Oh, are you enjoying your muscle tissue?" you might cut into their appetite. So we conceal what is really, you know, on the plate.
Yeah, Joan Denayer. There's not much audio of Joan, but that was a clip from. Well, it wasn't the Animals film. It was when Victor Schonfeld, the director, was doing a review, thinking back to the Animals film, which was 1981, and I got into real trouble with Victor. I said that it was my generation's Earthlings, and he was quite offended by that. So I always have to apologize for saying that thing. I was thinking of it from a campaigning point of view. He was thinking of it in terms of film quality and cinematic values and this kind of stuff. So yeah, anyway. Yeah. So, Jeremy, you said, where is it? Summarize veganism in a sentence. Well, I'd say that the core of veganism is justice. The first question from a vegan point of view is this just and not, is this profitable, for example? It's about opposing the exploitation of sentient life. And essentially, the founders of the vegan social movement, in a global conflict, i.e. the Second World War, they declared peace. So it's the ultimate peace movement. So don't know if that does it. I don't think that was one sentence, but you know you wasn't going to get away with that, Jeremy, asking me for one sentence. So there you go. We are all earthlings. We are indeed. Right. Okay. So let's go. Oh, I've got something in mind now. If I can find it in my list. As I said, for people who might be tuning in, this is not as smooth as it should be, in the sense that I've had some computer problems. So I'm having difficulty loading something while something else is playing. So this is why it's a little bit jittery about that. So where was I going? Oh, the horse. Yeah. Okay. Right. So this computer, just chat away to myself as we do. Right. That one, and then that one. Right. Oh, and then there. Should have probably transferred all this to the desktop and moved it off the external. I should have done that. It's just that I didn't have these computer problems until late last night, so it was a bit of a drag. So I've not had much time. Didn't get much sleep either. But when you go to bed and there's like a problem in your mind, it just keeps you awake. What it did for me. So I didn't get much sleep. So looking for sympathy. Here we go. So that's that. Open that. Okay. So there was an incident. Let's see if we've got any. Just have a look at the chat. Don't think there's anything. Answer collapsing one by one. Yeah, I've been watching Doug's sabbing reports, which are on TikTok a lot, but I think also Instagram, but certainly on Facebook. But I think most of them are on TikTok. Still know that there's quite a lot of vegans who are not on TikTok, which is interesting because TikTok is a new thing, really. It's the place to be in regard to getting kind of news, information, opinion, and all that. Everybody is leaving X or Twitter because of the guy who owns it, the president of the United States, that's causing a real row, isn't it? Because Trump has got such an ego. Everybody's now calling Musk the president, and so Trump is really angry about it. So you can just imagine that those two are probably gonna, But when you think about it, you've got a rapist in the White House, and his best friend is the richest person on the planet. It's not a good mix. Okay, now what was I going to do? Oh yeah, Ronnie and I, we did this analysis of something that came up in a news item when a hunter punched a horse. The Sabs filmed it, and it said some really interesting things in terms of rights and welfare legislation, this kind of stuff. So thought we'd put that in. We're coming round to about half an hour away from Level Joy and the Animal Rights Show, which will be live. So means I can get a rest together. But let's put this one together now.
The hunt sabs were sabbing hunts. One of them took a video on their phone. I think these horses are either being loaded or unloaded from the horse carriers. And one of the sabs took a video and caught this woman punching and kicking a horse. It was put on social media and it kind of went viral. And there was a huge furore over it.
Well,
And
she's claiming, right, that because of the fact that a little snippet was taken from the video, that gave an altogether kind of warped view of what actually happened. Now, again, within animal welfare law, her point was probably quite strong. So the overarching thing from our point of view is the fact that, as usual, when you're dealing with animal welfare legislation, the concept of animal rights is nowhere to be seen. It's got nothing to do with it. And so you've got to do it within welfareism. Then you get into, as Ronnie said, the debates about what is suffering, what is unnecessary suffering, what is violence, all that kind of stuff. And for me, this particular, well, let's just concentrate on the picture first, because I was intrigued by this, because throughout the trial and the subsequent press coverage, well, not all of it, but this particular one, which is the Daily Fail, I believe, she was talking about how she slapped the horse 4 times, right? And the SABs were saying that she punched the horse. So I think the truth is that there's a bit of both. So you can see her, if you look at the videos, you can see her slapping the horse. But then the last one was a kind of punch. So she's got a closed fist. So this is the
there
last
was a kick
one
as well, wasn't there?
And then there's a kick to the chest as well. Which was before, right? So for me, this case raises all kind of interesting things, not least about the difference between animal welfare and animal rights, because it raises issues about the Britain being a nation of animal lovers, like some vegans like to say, or at least allude to, indicated by the fact that this woman got loads of death threats, right? So we can talk about that. But then there's this issue of how she got off the charge, is the fact that she was saying that the horse needed to be disciplined for the greater good of the horse and also of humans.
Yes.
Right. Because this horse is the horse of this woman's child. So this is not actually a very big horse. You know, he's quite small. I think he's 13 hands tall.
Yeah.
So he's more like a pony, really, I suppose, in their terms. I mean, we've both been sabbing, and the horses that they, you know, the hunters, I mean, they're huge, aren't they? Well,
this is the horse that she would ride would be a lot bigger than this horse. She's getting death threats for punching, kicking horse, which is an awful thing to do. But she was actually involved in hunting. You know, did she get death threats for being involved in hunting?
And no death threats, presumably, for what's in her freezer.
What's in her freezer? And how many people wrote the death threats while eating a ham sandwich at the same time?
She's probably got leather jobbers on as well. And
that's it. Yeah, there's a whole catalogue of rights violations going on here, and even riding on the backs of horses in the first place.
Yeah,
you know, so like the whole thing is kind of totally wrong.
The fact that the RSPCA is misunderstood within the animal rights movement at the moment bewilders me, because the RSPCA, they're tied to having to bring a case within animal welfare law, and the keystone concept is unnecessary suffering. You're not allowed to cause unnecessary suffering. So first of all, that implies that some suffering is necessary. So what is that, right? And usually what they do is work that out by saying, well, what does the industry do normally, right? So I always give the example as if an RSPCA takes a pig farm or a pig farmer to court and says this person caused unnecessary suffering, the first thing the judge says is, okay, well, what do pig farmers normally do? Oh, well, they pull their teeth out and they chop their tails off and all that. But that's all for the greater good and everything. So what they've basically got to do is work out if they've done anything worse or beyond what they normally do. And the reason that what they normally do is classified as necessary suffering is because of the property status of other animals. The law thinks that the property owner will act rationally in relation to their animal property. So therefore, if they pull their teeth out and chop their tails off, that's because they've got to. So that becomes necessary suffering, right? It's if the pig farmer did anything over and above that, which other pig farmers tend not to do. The RSPCA are actually really kind of restricted about what they can do, because they're working within animal welfare law, and animal rights has got nothing to do with the RSPCA, because the law has got nothing to do with animal rights.
Yes, that's absolutely right. And I think what I would say about this is that there are two things about the people that have got all het up about this. I mean, first of all, a lot of people have got all het up about this that aren't vegan, and so they're kind of getting het upness.
Well, I would guess, Ronnie, that the majority of death threats were from non-vegans. That's what I'd say.
Yeah, almost certainly, and so that's a hypocrisy to start with. You've got people that are kind of paying other people to slaughter animals, and yet they're complaining about a woman punching a horse. Are they really kind of in a position to complain about what she's doing when they're paying people to do something even worse than what she's doing? That's the first point. And secondly, I think a lot of vegans have got het up about this and getting involved with that. And what I feel is that it's a sort of waste of resources, it's a waste of time and a waste of energy, where that time and energy could be better spent actually, dealing with the root of the whole problem. And
they wouldn't do it if they understood the difference between rights and welfare, though.
Yeah, right? Because basically, the energy of vegans is far better spent in vegan education. To educate people to become totally opposed to all oppression and exploitation of other animals.
I just want to have a look at this bit here, right? Deb says this, right, and this is really interesting because if we look at something that she does say, which is this. Now I'll have to take Deb's comment down so you can see it. The purpose was to briefly shock him. That's the horse, because interestingly, because again, we've got this difference between, the privileged species and the so-called food animals, and so therefore she talks about him in relation to his gender, whereas the journalists say it about him, right? And so the purpose is to briefly shock him. The horse is called, or been given the name, Bruce Almighty, to make him think that was not a good idea to run away from my human. And so Deb is completely right. It's about making them comply, but the construction of it is in their own interests.
If a horse is hit for running away from a human, isn't that likely to make the horse want even more to run away? It's like people that
not only that, he was being held with a rope anyway.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So he couldn't run away. But she writes this. You see that bit of the paragraph before that. If Bruce becomes a dangerous pony, he cannot continue his idyllic life with us. She was basically saying that she had to discipline the horse to prevent him from becoming a dangerous pony, which meant then that he could continue with them. And so she was basically saying, within the welfare paradigm, she was protecting the horse and her children by disciplining the horse for 4 seconds. So there's no wonder that the jury went, oh, well, that seems all right.
Yeah, well, especially as the prosecution would have had to prove beyond reasonable doubt that wasn't the case. That's the onus on the prosecution to
and who's going to be on the jury? People who are noshing down other animals, right?
Noshing down other animals, watching horse racing, all sorts. See, this is the problem.
Yeah, they'll probably just come back from a greyhound racing tournament. Or something.
Yeah, possibly some of them. Yeah, you see, that's the kind of difficult. And it was like, I'm just one of you, really. I'm mother of three, just an ordinary person.
I'd love to see the sandwiches in the jury room, Ronnie.
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And really, this is why, spending our time kind of worrying about cases like this isn't the best use of our time, energy, and resources. We should be spending that, going to the root of the problem of the oppression of animals, indeed of all animals, and the exploitation of all animals, that including horses, by educating others to go vegan. That's the response to anything like that. It's the correct response to it is vegan education.
So Bruce Almighty, in this case, is being seen in a very privileged way that most other animals used in Britain are never seen as. In other words, an individual with a name. Usually they're just a production unit, right? Whereas this horse wasn't. So he was already in a good position already from a species point of view.
But even within privileged species, there's massive oppression and exploitation, even within those species, as we know, like with horses, but also with dogs and cats. Huge numbers of those animals are put to death every year because there aren't suitable homes available for them, because because people deliberately or negligently breed them. So even the so-called privileged species don't always.
Yeah, I think we've covered everything, but just in case, I just want to kind of shoot through the actual slides that I produced, just in case there's a point that we've missed. I don't think so, really. So the RSPCA brought the prosecution.
Yes. Yes.
Mrs. Moulds claimed that she had acted because Bruce had broken free from a child and needed to be disciplined.
I'm wondering whether the RSPCA would have brought the prosecution had there not been so much publicity.
Well, she actually claims that it was celebrities that kind of pushed them into it. Like she mentions Chris Packham right at the top there. Yeah. Chris Packham was all over Twitter talking about this. She was basically saying that the RSPCA themselves were kind of bullied into it. She was charged with one offence under the Animal Welfare Act relating to the incident.
She's given a reason why she did it, which has been her defence and which has succeeded. Whether the RSPCA would have known about that reason in advance, and would have known about her defence before the actual court case, I don't know.
Bruce runs into the road, kind of like a bad example for the other two horses. Right, and so that's what she's getting at with her defence, that she was doing it for the greater good of everybody.
We have to challenge the whole concept of horses being regarded as property in the first place.
Yeah, but that's not going to come up in this trial.
It's not going to come up in this trial, no. And it's just that I think a lot of time and energy of vegans has been spent on this when it's not the best use of our time and energy.
The attitude of vegans should be, well, what do you expect?
Yeah, exactly.
The prosecution was animal welfare prosecution. Animal welfare organisation brought it. It was within a speciesist system. The judge and the jury would have been speciesist. What do you expect?
The fact that people are surprised, I suppose, and that she was acquitted, I think a lot of that surprise comes from the fact that they kind of don't understand how the law on this works and how she was able to successfully run that defence.
Yeah, but the point is that it goes back again to confusion between rights and welfare. We don't have any animal rights law. If people think we've got animal rights law, see, I mean, I'll come back to this point. I mean, I made this point before, but because of people like Earthling Ed, a lot of modern day vegans have got a really confused attitude towards the RSPCA. And I've been told that the RSPCA is a vegan organisation. The reason for that, it's got cruelty in its name. We're so confused at the moment, this movement. I mean, Francione calls us the animal confusion movement. And sadly, it's true. It's really true. Because if people think that the RSPCA have got anything to do with animal rights or anything to do with veganism, they're just deluded. They're not even set up to do that. They're set up to regulate animal use. They're not set up to end it.
It's rather like someone is being prosecuted for beating a slave. And their defence is, well, if I hadn't beaten the slave, he'd have kind of, he'd have done something to harm other slaves. He'd have harmed himself, or he'd have done something, to harm one of the masters. And so, like the court says, okay, we'll acquit you of the cruelly beating a slave. And it's really about people getting all het up about that instead of thinking, well, what we should be concentrating on is getting rid of slavery.
Tom Reagan makes the point about human slavery, talking about the transatlantic slave trade and saying that it was very, very difficult to bring any kind of welfare or cruelty prosecution against the slavers because of that thing about the law's attitude was that the slaves are their property. So why would they do anything, to harm their property, to damage their equipment kind of thing, right? It's not a rational thing to do. And it's in law, the owner is seen as a rational agent. And so whatever they do, going back to the pigs, the fact that they mutilate the pigs is a rational thing to do within the system. We've created a system where there's a lot of stress, so the other animals start to fight. And so the solution to that is to chop bits off them. The RSPCA are stuck but the court is stuck as well. I mean, the court is not going to go, okay, so now let's turn to the rights of these other animals. That's not even going to come into it.
No, but the rights of that horse were being violated even before he was hit and kicked.
Yeah, before the slap. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she also made the Peter Singer point, because in Animal Liberation, Peter Singer made this point that if you slap a child and then slap a horse with the same force, then clearly it's a completely different thing, because the horse would hardly feel it, whereas the child would probably be injured or certainly upset, right? And she used that kind of defense. Well, I just gave him 4 little slaps. It took 4 seconds. It disciplined him. He then thinks, oh, I won't do that again. If you see it from the way that it's constructed within the welfare paradigm, it would be more surprising if she got convicted. Wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And then the last page is the one that we've just seen, I think. So I think we've covered everything. So Bruce became a dangerous pony. It was in his own interest to be slapped. It's a little bit like, and he even said brief shock, that kind of short, sharp shock thing. But it's kind of like, that kind of concept of being cruel to be kind. This is what this is.
Yes, I mean that's basically her defence, wasn't it?
Yeah, that it was necessary. She says that. In her defense, Mrs. Moles claimed the situation she found herself in meant it was necessary to act as she did. Now, this was just a kind of instruction that the horse could understand.
Yes.
That's all that's been said here.
Yeah. But we have to look at, well, why did that whole situation arise in the first place? And that whole situation arose in the first place because that horse originally had been subjugated. Had that not been the case, none of this would ever have arisen. If humans hadn't taken horses and subjugated them and put saddles on their backs and stuff.
Yeah, and the fact that the law has got nothing to do with animal rights, and neither has the RSPCA. We need to, as they say in Ireland, this movement, if you're a rights-based person, you've got to cop on to the fact that the RSPCA got nothing to do with you.
No.
Its job is to regulate the use. So there's no point in vegan activists going, oh, look at this booklet where it says to do this in slaughterhouses and to do that in slaughterhouse. And everybody goes, oh, no, how terrible. Well, what do you expect them to do? Their job is to say to slaughterhouse, if you find a pregnant mother in your slaughterhouse, this is what you need to do. That is their job, right? Well, what do vegans expect from the RSPCA? It's ridiculous to me.
Well, I think we had a better understanding of the RSPCA back in the day because we never believed that they were any more than a welfareist organisation.
Well, there's no need to believe any of that because they don't claim to be anything more than that, though, Ronnie.
No,
and they never have. Right. That was. Well, I hope you found that interesting. It really would be a massive advantage for animal advocates to grasp welfare and rights and the distinctions and differentiations in order to analyze things like that a little bit better, I think. Right. So we're about quarter of an hour away from some live music, folks. Let's have another clip. This is from Sambi, who been a regular volunteer for the Vegan Information Project and did a lot of work for Earthling Experience in Dublin.
Hi guys, my name is Shambhavi and I have been vegan for 8 years now. And what inspired me to go vegan 8 years ago was actually my little sister. So she went vegan before I did. And for 6 months straight, I slagged her relentlessly on her choice. And it led to a lot of fighting between us. But one fine day, I decided to sit down and have a conversation with her about why. And what I realized then was how desensitized I was to the concept of cows providing us with milk, which obviously is not the case at all. But I started thinking and critically evaluating all the so-called customs and traditions and mores that were ingrained in me from a very young age. And that, in essence, was what really pushed me over to the other side. And yes, when people asked me back then why I decided to go vegan, my instantaneous response was, well, it's because I love animals. And yes, that's lovely and that's great. And it is not a bad answer in principle, but fundamentally, I think it is deeper than that. The question should never be about whether you love somebody or love a being in order for you to respect their life or to respect their, I guess, need to live, to respect their need for freedom, so on and so forth. I mean, there are a lot of people out there I do not love, but I still wouldn't go out of my way to harm them, and the same applies to animals. Yes, I mean, whether you're an animal lover or not, it is important to acknowledge that every sentient being has the right to live on their own terms and not be tortured, abused, and killed for our personal gain or anybody else's personal gain. So yes, and while I was setting out on my journey, I wouldn't say I felt lonely or alienated as such, but I did feel extremely triggered by the fact that a lot of people were very ignorant about what seemed to me back then commonsensical. Yes, and I also used to get into a lot of arguments with people over the most basic things. I mean, all sorts of, I guess, rebuttals were thrown at me, right from, oh, we've got canines to, yeah, plants are sentient as well. And I did waste a lot of breath, fights, a lot of verbal fights. Fists were thrown, at least metaphorically. But over the years, one definite change that I have seen is that people have started approaching the subject with a lot more curiosity and a lot less derision. And that, I genuinely believe, is something that's doing the movement good. And that also bears testament to the fact that we as activists have done a good job of sort of destigmatizing or demystifying the concept of veganism or vegan lifestyle to people in general. And so I guess my only message to anyone who is vegan or is going vegan would be to march on, keep moving forward. The future is vegan, and I promise you our time will come. And here's to making the world a better place for all of our non-human siblings.
Thank you, Sambi. So that was the longest of our 2-minute clips on the grounds that it was over 4 minutes. So I knew that Sambi would break the rules, but there you go. A few people did on that one. In terms of this question that came up about the 80s, yeah, Ronnie talks about this quite a lot, and we've spoken about this on our TikTok series as well. That and it also features in the Animals film, again, 1981. This is when they were trying to get the hunters out of the RSPCA. We also talked about how there was a problem with hunters and farmers involved with the Farm Animal Welfare Council, because there never seems to be a contradiction from, a speciesist point of view to that thing. Dick Corse, who was the prime mover of the League Against Cruel Sports, was involved. Richard Ryder, who coined speciesism, they were all involved with the RSPCA reform group. And yeah, they did try to reform it. Whether they would have ever moved it to veganism is another matter, because there would be a widespread, people would be leaving left, right, and centre if they did that. And so whether they would even gone there, even if they had some kind of power, as it were, I'm not quite sure. Right, we're real close to, 10 minutes. So let me, I wanted to, in this one. Okay, now this is, where are we? Here we go. Hopefully. Bear with me, folks. Again, this is the computer problems that I'm having. Yeah, Ronnie and Louise came over to Ireland. Again, this was Vegan Island Days, so I think this must have been 2011, 2012. I think it might be 2012. So this is a little film, which is quite sweet, of them visiting the Back into Daylight Animal Sanctuary.
This is Bruno. And this is Ruby. And this is Mandela.
They come from where people have introduced them.
Oh, Mr. Pod, I told you she'd follow. She always
Are you filming?
Nice, isn't it? It's very nice.
C'est pas parce que
Hey, so I hope you like the groovy music. It was credited to Soggy Braithwaite and Feedback, which was a fake group that we made. I used to be a sound engineer for a band in Birmingham, and the lead singer and I used to just mess around, and we invented this group called Soggy Braithwaite and Feedback. So the music in that was done by me. So I hope you found it great. So we've got we've got a few minutes before we go live with the Animal Rights Show. Nella's in the back room already, so hi Nella. And so since we've had the poem by Dominic, this is Dominic's visit to the Eden Sanctuary. So it was Back into Daylight for Ronnie and Louise, and Eden for Dominic.
Hello, Sandra, you all right? Oh, nice one.
Dolphin.
Aww.
Dolphin.
They're the three that we used to.
Really magnificent. You're on the mend though, aren't you? You're on the mend. Beautiful, aren't you? I used to have chickens myself when I was a lad. We had quite a big garden, and we had some rescued chickens that used to, and a cockerel who used to wake us up every morning. And I think that's one of the first things that put me off meat, really. I remember being a lad and saying, when I first went veggie, saying I could never, if it doesn't work, if I can't be veggie, I would never go back to eating chickens, because for me, chickens were just like cats or dogs. But then once I'd made that link, kind of couldn't not apply it to cows or sheep or any animal, really. I think if you get to know any living being, you know, it's hard to then look at it on your plate. Especially ones as beautiful as you ladies. Today's been a real first for me coming here to Eden Farm Animal Sanctuary, because a lot of farm animals I've only ever seen in farms, and it's just amazing to see animals so happy. Now, I know there's a lot of people who say, oh, that's personifying animals, say animals happy, and those people are fools because you can see how happy the animals are, how friendly they are, how keen they are. The chickens like running up towards you, you know, so friendly, so happy to be stroked and petted, and it's really heartwarming but heartbreaking as well, because thinking of so many animals that aren't as lucky as the ones here. But it does make me very happy to think of the people who do support Eden, knowing that there's folk who donate to help the fantastic work here carry on. It's how anybody could interact with animals and then disassociate that from what they have on their dinner plates is just, it's just beyond me. You know, people wouldn't do that with a cat or a dog. You know, people, you know, here in the West associate that with, you know, pets and, you know, petting the chickens, seeing their individual personalities. You know, the turkeys, you know, they're so different to each other. You know, their characters are so unique. It's a really, really beautiful place, and I won't forget coming here. It's been a really memorable morning, and yeah, got me very emotional in a good way.
Right, so that was Dominic Berry at Eden, and before that Ronnie and Louise at Back into Daylight. So we're ready to go live. This is exciting stuff, folks. So we've got the animal rights team.
Hey!
Let me get my banners right, because we've got to change to the animal rights show now, haven't we? There, boom. There you go.
Merry Christmas, Nella. Merry Christmas.
Merry
Doc.
Christmas. I like your hat, Wendy.
Oh, thank you. Where's your hat, Nelly? You've got a lovely Santa hat.
I'll wear it tonight.
Okay. You're saving it.
Oh, we're not good enough, Wendy. That's what it is. So
just slumming it with Tars, you know.
So we have a very special guest, which we're going to bring on. Level Joy. Hello there.
Hi, Joy.
Hello, Joy. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Yeah, I need to do a couple of things here.
And hi to everyone in the chat.
Put you at the top here like that.
Hi, Doug. Hi, Linda. Hi, Andy, Michael, Deb, Jaden. You've got loads of people in here, Doug. This is great. Has it been going really well? I've been out with Dylan, so I haven't been able to catch up so far. It's been a little bit
not too bad. I just had a technical problem that I had to transfer a lot of material from one computer to another because it was freezing up, and so the one that I'm using actually loads up the stuff a lot slower, even though it's a newer computer, so it's a bit weird.
Okay.
And so it's been a bit disjointed, but we're getting through it. Yeah, so it's not been too bad. So Joy, how you doing?
Oh well, how are you? Thank you.
Not too bad. We had a great sound check yesterday, and so
we did.
Yeah. So do you want to explain what we're going to do, Wendy?
Yes. So we are going to chat to Joy about her journey into veganism, first of all, and then how she got into music, and then how she's kind of put her passion for music into activism for animal rights. And then we're going to hear some of Joy's music. She's going to talk us through some of the songs, play a few clips, talk us through the stories, and then also we're going to be treated to some live music from Joy as well, which I'm really looking forward to.
Thank you. Yeah.
Sounds good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I'm just going to absent myself for a while.
Little comfort break, Doc. So Joy, I don't know if you've met Nella already, because I don't think Nella. Did you manage?
No, I haven't.
No, this is Nella.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And so Joy, I just wanted to ask you, just could you tell us a little bit about how you got into living vegan, just a little bit about your journey to that, and how it is where you are, like living where you are, because you're from the Netherlands, aren't you?
Yeah,
in a small town.
Yeah, small town. It's a slightly bigger town than where I came from. I'm from originally from Neder-Oostenberg, which is a very small village in the Netherlands. It's also quite a farmer-rich area, so there's quite a lot of farms there. I grew up with a bunch of friends who had farms, and yeah, so you do have that contact with animals, but it never really got through to me about that consideration that I now have for animals, and the vegan people have for animals. So it was kind of I didn't know what veganism was at first, to be quite honest with you. I did know about vegetarians, but that was pretty much the full extent of it. And one day, about 4 years ago now, almost 5 years, I think, I just I decided to look a little bit more into ethics and philosophy. It's something that I've always found quite interesting, but I never really put a whole lot of effort into up until that point. So I got more and more interested in that. And at some point I came across veganism and started asking questions, you know, the basic questions of, oh, why not backyard eggs? Why is milk so bad? This and that. And well, basically I just looked up the information and came to the conclusion of, wow, I don't want to participate in this anymore. And I guess the moment where it really clicked for me, it was of course slowly building up, but the moment where it clicked for me was when I saw a fragment of a dairy farm with all the baby cows in an igloo, you know, and it was drone footage. So it was the camera was on one or two of these baby cows and it moved to the right or to the left a little bit. I thought, oh, that's quite a lot of baby cows. And then it zoomed out and there was another row of baby cows. And then it zoomed out further and it was yet another row of baby cows. And it just kept zooming out. And the scale of it is just what really got to me. You know, it was like, wow,
Yeah.
this is insane. This is crazy. And so basically I had a 2-week transition period of like, okay, let me just try vegan dishes. Let me try to, you know, do this. And then I had one vegetarian dish in between, and I was like, you know what, this is just not worth it. I really don't want to anymore. And ever since then, I've been vegan pretty much. Yeah.
Oh, excellent. And I think that happens a lot, doesn't it? It's like your awareness just kind of grows once you are aware of, like you said, vegetarianism, and then you become more aware of the dairy, so-called dairy industry and what's going on, and then you start seeing more and more atrocities and violations, and then your awareness just builds, and it is a little bit of a kind of evolution in a way, isn't it, into discovering veganism. For many people anyway, it does work that way.
Yes.
Sorry, I want to ask you something about your music. It was kind of natural to you. It came, you know, naturally to combine your veganism with this change in your life with your music and express it through your music, or where you are trying to find some way to do activism and you decided that this is your way?
Yeah, I think more that second one. Thank you for asking, by the way. That's really something I've been forced to put a lot more thought into than I did at first. But I do think that music has always been kind of an outlet for me in general. You know, I write about how I feel. I write about what frustrates me, the things that I love, the things that I care about. And at first, I didn't plan on publishing, well, any music to begin with, but especially not vegan music, because I did not perceive it as protest music at first. I thought, okay, this is just my personal thing, my personal project. But then I realized, like, this is something I feel like I can express myself so much better in these songs than I can through activism, because I did try to get involved with that, but I'm honestly kind of a socially anxious person. So it was quite difficult for me to actually, you know, protest or be outside or be communicating with people in the same way as, you know, Earthling Eds do, or you know, similar activists do that. I greatly envy them for their charm and their ability to have those conversations, but I noticed that I greatly struggled with that. And so I thought, you know what, why not give it a try? Why not try and express myself via my music and be a bit more public about that? And yeah, very long story short, I have a friend who basically inscribed me into a program for local artists. And he said, you know what, just give it a try, just give it a go. And at first I was like, yeah, I don't know if I'm good enough. I don't know if we're going to make that. But then I auditioned, I passed the audition, and they were just immediately really enthused. And they basically gave me a stage and gave me the opportunity to actually record an EP right now that I'm going to be presenting today. So yeah. Sorry, that's a very long answer.
No.
That
was really nice. It's inspiring in the sense that it teaches us all that there is a way for every one of us to do some kind of activism, no matter what our you know, personality, restrictions, place we live, whatever. There is always a way to do activism and raise awareness.
Yeah, that's really something I want to emphasize on too. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to be the next, Joey Carpstrong or whatever, if that's not your style. There's so many ways in which you can contribute to the things that are close to your heart.
And Joy, were you actually you were making music anyway before you got into your protest songs? What kind of content were your songs about before?
Mostly just personal stuff, other things that frustrated me, or I was really excited about or happy about. I didn't really publish all that much, maybe the occasional YouTube video, but really not all that. I basically kept it all in my attic in my own little office.
Yeah, and just kind of on building on Nella's question on combining your veganism and activism, have you found, I mean, your EP is fairly newly released, isn't it? But generally from making these like vegan protest songs, what kind of feedback have you had? Have you had good reactions to that? Have you had people, have you had any kind of people telling you that it's really influenced them or made them think about something? Have you had that kind of reaction?
Well, yes and no. I did have a lot of positive feedback from the people who who already like the music, who were already vegan. I'm actually really curious as to how other people who are not vegan respond to the concept of it. The content. I mean, because I really do try to emphasize that my music or this music is supposed to be an invitation for people to start this conversation. So I don't know. I think I've had a few conversations that have come from this music, but I would like to see that more, honestly. I'd like to see more people come up to me and ask me like, hey, what are these songs about? And no offense to you, of course, I really love playing at vegan events and being at vegan streams and stuff, but it feels sometimes a bit like preaching to the choir, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, I do know exactly what you mean. You kind of like feel like you're in an echo chamber or something, but having said that, something that you mentioned to us when we're doing the sound check is that you performed at an event recently, which was a collaboration of a lot of activist organizations. Could you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, that was National Animal Rights Day in Amsterdam this year. Very impactful. That was like one of the first big activism events where I actually was physically present. I've helped a little bit in backgrounds with like organization stuff or translating stuff, but I never really dared to go to those events. Again, kind of socially iffy. But yeah, that was really impactful. It was also a huge step for me because it was the first time I was actually, not only attending an event, but actually on the stage. So that was terrifying. But it was so impactful. It was like it was set up like a memorial service a little bit, like commemorating the animals that we had lost that year. And yeah, it was really great. It was really great to be meeting people like that and to be actually around other vegans, because honestly, I'm not around other vegans all that much. There's nobody else in my family or anything. So that was really, hugely impactful. It was, by the way, it was Anonymous for the Voiceless and like the Dutch Vegan Society, basically.
Excellent. Nelly, you're about to ask something then.
Yes, I was going to ask how what is your procedure when you want to write? Do you think that there is a topic related to our fellow animals that you haven't yet written about, so you write your music and your your lyrics, or it's more intuitive and you feel like writing something and then you say, okay, that's good, I'm keeping it?
Oh, that's a good one. I think like usually I will read something or I will see something or like experience something, and then it will get stuck in my head up until the point where I do something with it. And I think that's the start of these type of songs. yeah, I think that's what it starts with. If something just gets stuck in my brain and I cannot let it go, and I do not see another, good way of dealing with that. So I use music to try and go with that. And sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. There are a lot of songs that just, don't work for some reason or the other. But yeah, that's pretty much the process.
Great.
Yeah. It's amazing that there are people like you, creating music, creating art, creating all sorts of different, forms that are not just street outreach and not just conversations, that actually different ways that people might just kind of I sometimes feel like when we're having conversations with people, especially in street outreach, that people might feel preached to and being told you should do this or feeling shamed. Whereas I think art can kind of get into people's psyche maybe in a different way, where it might just provoke a thought or plant a seed or, something a little bit more subtle like that. And actually people are more open to it. So they don't feel like they're being told what to do or shamed and preached at. So they might just kind of come to it from a different angle. So I'm really delighted that your kind of work is out there as well.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I am too, of course. It's a huge honor, isn't it? Because I feel like when other activists respond positively to my music, it feels like, hey, this is a team effort. I am just so glad that they are around too, to have these difficult conversations. Something that I hope to get better at. So I feel like in that way, I hope that we can help each other a little bit. And also, maybe on a practical level, I am fine with some organizations using my music for their promotional material, for example.
Yeah. So it can be collaboration and
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Can I ask a procedure question or a process question, which is, do you find songwriting comes easy, or is it sometimes a struggle? How do you see it in that way?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you just can't get it to work, on like a music level. And I really do want to be careful that when I make a song, I don't just rant. I feel like some of my songs are still a little bit kind of like a rant, but I want to keep the music in mind. I do want it to be a functional song, if you know what I mean. So yeah, sometimes that's really hard. Sometimes that's actually something I struggle with quite a bit. And sometimes you just have a topic that just fits. It's for example with Lullaby, a song that I'll be playing in a little bit. It was just I so clearly have that image in my head when I sing that song, and I hope that the language also loans itself very well to display that image to other people, if you get what I mean. It just really speaks to the imagination, and I think that's what makes it easier. And when it's a more vague concept, it's a lot harder to actually have a clear message in your music as well.
And also, given your perspective as a singer-songwriter, what do you think about the famous ones, as it were? The Smiths, Meet His Murder, Goldfinger, these kind of thing. I often wonder whether their, as it were, protest songs puts their fans off, or whether they just bleep over them. Or I wonder whether they've had a lot of, as it were, success in getting people to think.
Yeah, that's always the question. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how well my songs come across, in the sense that people actually look at the lyrics and stuff. I think that is just kind of a problem with protest music in general. And honestly, I feel quite honored that people call it protest music to begin with, because I'm a huge fan of other protest music. And it feels almost, arrogant to put myself into that same category. But yeah, it is music with a purpose. And whether or not that purpose is going to come across depends on the listener for a big part.
Yeah.
Well,
good point.
Don't put yourself down, Joy, because I've been listening to your music on my system the last 24 hours, and it's good stuff. So
yeah, it's really good. It's really good. I was just wondering, should we ask Joy to maybe give us a bit of a live performance to start off the music, and then she can maybe talk us through a few clips and the backstories and things? Would that be okay with you, Joy? Would that be okay with everyone?
That would be awesome.
I would love that. Yeah.
Oh, me too.
Yeah, no, sure. I had a bit of a different order in mind than how I have them on the website. So if that's okay with you, I'll just I'll start with the title song, "Money Where My Mouth Is." I think that one is just the most straightforward and also kind of more of the ranty songs. If you that we're just talking
Oh,
about.
we like a good rant on here, don't we, folks?
Exactly.
Oh, we do.
Go for it. Go for it.
I don't. I've never liked ranting.
No, sure. I'm just gonna take off my headset so I cannot hear you. If anything's wrong, just wave at me or like boo or something.
Okay.
So now we can be rude. So that's.
Just getting situated. Is that good? Is that audible? I've got a tear down my cheek, 'cause life ain't fair. I put my money where my mouth is, and I won't stop there. And everybody wants to claim a heart of gold, while we order pain and suffering by the truckload, while we cause disease and panic, trying to make the leak and soon keep in this circle of destruction. No, my hands ain't clean, and it puts a tear down my cheek, 'cause life ain't fair. I put my money where my mouth is, and I won't stop there. And everybody wants to claim their stance is strong. Yeah, all hail science till it proves me wrong. While we keep the things that kill us, both our body and our souls, keep in the circle of destruction. And my poor blind heart console, 'cause there ain't no rights for the timid, no rest for the wicked, no rest at the picket line. Set no rights for the timid, no rest for the wicked, no rest at the picket line. And it puts a tear on my cheek, 'cause life ain't fair. I put my money where my mouth is, till it gets me there.
Woo!
That was brilliant.
Yeah, so good, so good.
Thank you. I was quite nervous, honestly. I don't know. All of a sudden, the nerves strike.
Yeah, we have that effect on people, don't we?
Yeah.
I think it's normal to be nervous when you do anything, and actually, I think it's helpful in a way. Like if you're too like blasé about doing stuff, usually your adrenaline, your passion is not in it so much. But I think the nerves is a little bit of excitement as well sometimes, for me anyway.
Yeah, of course.
Got some good feedback.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't even have the comments on the tab.
Oh,
hello,
if you
everybody.
go, can you find them? Have you found them?
Yeah, I found them. I just had them on the different tab.
So what was the story behind that song, Joy? What kind of inspired that song?
Yeah, I think that one. I also use that one as the title of the album, because I think it's just really straightforward. Put money where my mouth is. Literally not wanting to pay and participate for this anymore. And in the sense that's a little bit ranty is because it's kind of like a few other of these songs. It's kind of a discussion that I had with myself. It's like, wow, I'm just being fooled. I'm fooling myself with this free range, organic, grass fed, run cage free, whatever stuff. It just doesn't really make any practical difference for the animal itself. And I guess that really shows in the way that I play the song. You know, it's yeah, like I said, ranty. It expresses my frustration a bit.
Yeah, I can understand that. Music is such a cathartic thing sometimes, isn't it? And I think, yeah, it must be so good for you as a performer to actually get some of that emotion out, because I think that's something we vegans maybe struggle with at times, is like we are swimming against the tide so much in our lives all the time, and having to live around this normalized violence and violations, and we suppress a hell of a lot. I know that definitely I do, and I'm sure people here would relate to that. But I think in music that must be like, I don't know, is it quite cathartic for you?
Yeah, I keep having this feeling of I must be missing something, right? I must be, because it's so normalized. We've been doing this for so long. It is everywhere. It is with every animal basically that we have. I've got to be missing something that everybody else is seeing. And the more you look into it, the more it is. It's like, hey, maybe I'm not missing anything. Maybe I'm just really taking something into consideration that a lot of people and I never did before. And I guess that's that's the frustrating part, I guess, because you don't want to be preachy. You don't want to be like, oh, I'm seeing things that you don't. And because I don't think I do. I think that a lot of people do see this. It's just, for me, it really felt like putting my morals where, like aligning my morals with what I really thought, not with what I've been told this whole time.
Yeah.
I can't do that. I've got no money. But we were talking in the sound check yesterday about that percussive style of yours, and I found that really interesting, especially the movement around the body of the guitar, and it seemed to express two things: a little bit of anger and a little bit of frustration. Was that the idea?
Yeah, first off, I just really think that percussive style is really fun. It's something that I saw other people do, and I thought, oh, that's something I've been wanting to try. So I started experimenting with it a little bit, and I thought, you know what, it to me just has so much more impact rather than just playing the chords, but rather doing the drumming part with it. It just feels good to do it like that. I don't really have much of a better reason for it other than that it just feels good.
Who needs more of a reason? It's brilliant.
Right.
Only reason you need.
So, Joy, do you want to maybe play us a few clips of the songs that you're not going to play live, just so we get a feel for the rest of your EP, and then maybe talk us through a little bit of the stories and stuff as we go?
Yeah, I got.
By the way, everyone's loving your music. Everyone's got such good feedback for your music. So it's very powerful.
We were talking about it yesterday a little bit. Like, I was too nervous to actually contact anybody like that is involved in this, and I actually am. I'm a fan of Roger, and I watch the show quite a lot. I watch the TikToks all the time. And then you said it was kind of fate that you saw me comment in the comment section, and you thought like, oh, you know what? You wanted to contact me before, something like that?
Yeah, because I saw you in the vegan collaboration group, because you posted your EP in there. So I checked out your music first, and I was like, oh, this would be great to have on the show. And then I was going to message Nella and Roger about you, and then you appeared literally that day in the comments on the show that we did with with Ellie, I think.
Oh yeah,
our last show before Corey, and I actually mentioned that I'd seen, and I said, oh, I've seen Joy in there. I think she'd be a great guest. And then I shared your EP, and then obviously you were also thinking along the same lines. So it was just our stars collided and all of that. Yeah. So
yeah. No, sorry to redirect stuff. I just wanted to express my gratitude, because I really am. I think it's really awesome to get all these positive reactions and to get all well, feedback is welcome too, of course, obviously. But yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. I will stop rambling and actually show you the song. If you could please, I already have the screen shared. So if you could please
I got it here.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, this is on Spotify. The next song is called She Don't Know. Do you first want me to play a part of it, or would you like me to explain a little bit about it first, or?
Either, whatever's comfortable for you.
Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna play it, and I'm actually kind of curious as to what you think, because people have like different opinions on this one. Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna.
She don't know about the money. She don't know what she is worth. But she knows she's a mother more than she has felt the earth. She doesn't know to fear the reaper, nor to fear the reaping hand. One thing she knows about the outside, behind the bars is where they stand. She doesn't know all the excuses and reasons how we justify the 2x1 that she exists in, the filth in which her babies lie. And oh, she don't know, do we make it better or is it all for show? And oh, she don't know, do we make it better or is it all for show?
Okay, I'm just gonna play it up until there.
You did that without moving your mouth. That was really impressive.
Yeah, I know, right?
Ventriloquism as well. Very talented.
But yeah, I'm really curious. What do you think the song is about? Because I've asked a few people this, and they all had like differing answers, and I find that really fascinating. So if you don't mind,
I would say that this is about cows oppressed by the dairy industry.
I was thinking of pigs. There was one line in there that reminded me of mother pigs with their piglets in a small confined space, and I don't know if it just reminded me of that. I don't know. It could be about many things, I suppose, but the mother and the piglets just came to my mind with that one.
Yeah, and I'm all confused now because I was with Nella at first, and then with your explanation, it sounds maybe it's pigs and cows.
I changed my opinion to Roger.
mothers in general, but I don't.
Yeah, no, you're all correct for as far as you can be like wrong or right about a song. But yeah, no, that's exactly what I intended with it. I thought of specifically pigs in Fahrenheit, but basically about animals in general, the motherhood that's being exploited. And when I played this to a lot of other people, they said, yeah, this is about a mother who is like struggling and something like that. But they all were kind of referring to a human mother. So, well, it's kind of obvious now that I'm with the vegans, right? But yeah, people recognize that it's about motherhood and struggles in that regard. But not a lot of people catch on to it being about animals specifically. So, yeah, no, I do try to really hammer that one home. Whenever I play it or whenever I have the chance to talk about it.
Yeah.
There's some interesting sociology about that in the sense that it's easier for people to think about non-human mothers if you're thinking about their animal companions like cats and dogs. But once you moved into the farmed animal area, then those terms become less used because they're more difficult, because it reminds them of things that they don't want to be reminded of. So that would explain that reaction, I would say.
Yeah, and I think that honestly, it's a good thing that people do recognize that it's about motherhood, because it's like it's a smaller step from there to go like to step towards the animals. To I think most people recognize that animals also have like a mother instinct. Not for everyone, obviously, but a lot of people do. You know, they want to see the mama with their puppies, or you know, the everybody loves baby animals, obviously.
Do you know what's common now for dairy farmers is to claim that there's a lot of female cow mothers who are not good mothers, and ignoring the fact that, of course, they've had their babies taken away from them, systematically. You know, I've got a film which I'm going to show later, actually, where a cow lost her temper in the end, and attacked the farm help, as it were. But this was their 7th pregnancy, apparently.
Wow.
And so just to say that someone who's undergone pregnancy, which is artificial insemination in the first place, is not a good mother when you've taken the children away, that's outrageous, isn't it?
It's almost like... Oh, sorry, Joy. Go ahead. Oh, no, I was just going to say, it's almost like there's this idea that our fellow animals are a certain way. Like, that's it. They are born this way. They remain that way. They're a fixed entity. What people don't bear in mind is that actually our fellow animals are reacting to the situations they're in. They're reacting to what we're creating in their lives, their experiences, in the same way that we do as humans. We're constantly adapting to our situations and evolving and changing as well. And of course, it is the same for them. So no wonder if they're having those really traumatic experiences, that's going to really affect them, affect their health and their mental health, and the way they interact. And it just always surprises me that humans can't see that that's the same for whatever animal we're talking about.
And in this species world we live in, it's very convenient for those who don't want to change to diminish our fellow animals, to think that they have less feelings than us, that they cannot think, to deny that they have loved ones, that they have families, friends. It's easier to exploit them when you deny that they actually can experience all these things. So I'm not impressed. Many people won't fully recognize motherhood in other animals.
Yeah. Even if it was true, I feel like even if it was true that all cows for whatever reason were bad mothers, I don't believe it, but let's just, for the sake of the argument, let's say that's true. We are still the ones breeding those animals into existence. So that would mean that we are deliberately making animals mothers who are not fit to be mothers, to then proceed and take them away from them. And still, it takes nothing away from the fact that we are using their bodies as a commodity. I just don't think that's right, because they're capable of experiencing pain, regardless of their maternal feelings are still intact or not.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Maybe we should sort this out. Joanna said that she thought the problem was coming from you, Wendy.
Yeah, I did turn it down a little. I was just going to say, Joanna, actually,
I did on mine as well. So
I've turned it down, but
it's still happening. I'm not sure where it's coming from.
Yeah, I turned mine down, so I don't know if my sound is okay.
Yeah,
but just
from my point of view, of all the volumes, Joy is the lowest. That's coming over to me, but not inaudible, obviously.
Okay.
I can hear you all fine, and the sound level, it's the same for me, for all three of you.
Yeah, I don't hear any clipping right now, but it could be that the mic is overloading. I hope not. But
just going back to that mother point, though, I think it's I think you're right, Joy, in what you were saying, that if people recognize the motherhood in the song, even if they think that it is about human motherhood, again, that's such a great way of advocating, because then, like you say, you're not many steps away, and actually you're bringing this into the relational aspects of animal rights, really, which is about how humans and fellow animals relate to each other, and you're bringing it into a relationship domain by bringing awareness of the motherhood and the mother-child relationship, as opposed to just like a vague ideology of this is what animal rights is about, or a philosophy. You're bringing it out of philosophical and ideological points into like relational, emotional, like the stuff that we can all really get down with and relate to. So I think that's really strong, really powerful.
Exactly. Yeah, and it's also really nice, like from like just a simple conversational perspective, to be like, yeah, you're right. You've correctly interpreted the song. It's just about this, you know. It's like a piece of common ground. I noticed that is very useful in these conversations.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, it seems like the sound's okay for most people. It's the usual thing that, you know, all these, when you think about it, this is streaming to all these different machines, you know, with different, you know, sound systems, different quality speakers and all the rest, isn't it? So
yeah, people say they do hear less static now, so that's good, I hope.
Right, where do we go next?
Joy, over to you.
Oh, back to me again. Okay. Yeah, for the next one on the list, I thought of the song Own. Hold on, let me just grab the lyrics there. Because sorry. I have all my lyrics here, but obviously when I need them, I got the wrong one. There we go. Yeah, oh god, this is also a bit more of the rentier ones, but a bit more organized, I suppose. I think you can tell that this one is one that I wrote when I was a bit further into the process. Yeah, this one is just about the same thing. There's no compromise on this, in the sense that is anywhere with an animal on my plate. And that's kind of what this song is referring to. Like, we do not have ownership over somebody who is sentient. And yeah, that. So shall I play the fragment?
Yes, please.
Okay, sorry. In the back end of my brain, I found my instincts reinvented. In the far back of my mind, I had my morals reinstated. And in my heart, I know there ain't no compromise. Why do I have to profess hell where there is room for paradise? Getting tired of excuses, same old story, different day. We set a standard, ever shifting for a fate we call humane. Got no time for cold feet with the ocean at my knees. And who cares to foster change when there is habit to appease? Okay.
Oh, I love this one. Great song.
Oh, thank you.
That's a real foot tapper, that one, isn't it? It's a real.
Yes. I was tapping my foot,
slapping.
actually doing it.
that was the shadows. That was Wendy. It is important, that song, though, because of course the property status of our fellow animals is one of the most impediments they have to have their rights respected. You know, property status is very important within the argument. You know.
Yeah, that's like one of the most frustrating parts to me, at least. Like, how much we perceive them still as an object. And I noticed that in my own way of thinking, even though I've been vegan for a while now, I still have some of that mindset left over, and I notice that sometimes in small things. And you know, it's okay to acknowledge that, as long as you're, I think, as long as you're aware of that and can adequately, you know, as long as you act in accordance with your actual morals, I think that's okay. But it's just, you know, it's frustrating to me because, you know, it's so ingrained into our brains like that.
Joy, we have a question here from our lovely Deb. Did you have any formal training in music? And she thinks your music is captivating while being entertaining as well. Thanks, Deb.
Thank you so much, Deb. Thank you. I did not have a whole lot of formal training. Most of it is just self-taught. Like I said, I was just basically spending a lot of time on my own in my little office. Yeah, just by myself. Just picked up a guitar at some point and just started moving along with that. I did have, once I became part of the program that I was talking about earlier, the Reparour program, I was offered some singing lessons, which have been immensely useful to me. I would recommend to anybody who is just an enthusiast, even if you just do it for a hobby, do a couple of singing lessons if you can, because it opens so many doors for you. Like, just to be able to work properly with your voice. It's in my opinion, very liberating. So yeah, I would definitely recommend that. I've also had a few guitar lessons as part of that program, which were mostly just really a lot of fun. I was basically just ended up jamming with my teacher, who is a lovely person.
Sounds good.
Excellent. Yeah, Linda's saying what a powerful combination it is to have like everything, rhythm, dance, music, lyrics, mass costumes, all in respect of animal rights. A very powerful combination. So true, Linda. Because it's really very visceral, isn't it? Music, dancing, or rhythm, where we kind of feel it in our bodies. We've kind of evolved, I guess, to dance and sing and chant and all of those things together. It's a very visceral human thing that we do that helps us to maybe better understand the world and other people's experiences. And by people, I include, of course, our fellow animals.
Right. Yeah. I think it's like that is the strength in any type of protest music. If you look up any footage of people singing protest music, that is just the most powerful thing. That really leaves me in awe. That's how it's meant to be done, right? That's how it's meant to be sung.
Actually, it's interesting this because I saw a live stream where they were saying that a more musical element to like a demo or a march would be really interesting. I mean, we've got Wendy's got Alan Jackson coming on next, and he's the prime mover of the
Spoiler.
National. Sorry?
Spoiler.
Yeah, well, it's not a secret, is it?
No, not really.
Yeah, and so I announced it right at the beginning as well.
Oh, did you? Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. So they were saying in this live stream that rather than chanting, if there was songs that were being sung by everybody on the march, that would be really interesting, actually, wouldn't it?
It would be amazing. It would be awesome. I would love to see more vegan music. I would love to see, those big impressive chants that you see sometimes. I love that. I live for that kind of energy. Maybe that's a bit of a selfish dream, but I hope to one day be able to write a song that is catchy in that way and that actually can serve that purpose, because it's a very specific type of song that you need for that.
Actually, I've been on marches where we have sung songs, and I think there was a lot of pushback on it from some activists saying, "Oh, it was all a bit happy clappy and was all very hippie happy clappy, and let's forget the songs and just get on with ranting and raving and being angry." So yeah, there is pushback on that.
I know what you mean. I probably would have the same protests in mind, but I hear that. But it felt powerful at the moment and very inspiring, and it helped on a psychological level, especially when we were outside a slaughterhouse. I don't mean happily dancing outside the slaughterhouse, but having the song and the rhythm and the other voices there and the message of the song. Personally, it made me feel some kind of strength, of inner strength that I needed at that moment.
Yeah, there's a time and place for it. I 100% agree that, maybe sometimes it's not appropriate to be doing it. I mean, if you're holding a vigil, for example, I can imagine that that's not appropriate to start singing. That might even scare the animals, so you don't want that.
But it all also depends on the song and the type of music, isn't it? All songs are not equal. All songs are not happy. All musics are not, joyful. So it depends. Of course, in a vigil, one would have to think about the other animals being there and not scare them. But replying to the hippie happy thing, I mean,
Right. Yeah.
Obviously, protest songs, the lyrics of protest songs have a very special meaning. So what's the difference between yelling a phrase and singing a phrase? I mean, it's the same phrase, but singing has something to offer to those that are there.
Yeah, it's you're right there, Nella. And I think I read a book on which was all about it's called The Body Keeps the Score, and it's all about trauma and how we as humans deal with trauma. And actually, one of the things that is very much advocated for now in some circles of like mental health is that collective singing, like going to a choir, for example. Also things like what Linda was mentioning earlier, rhythm, doing things that have a rhythm, and it could be chanting, could be singing, could be dancing, could be even sometimes they get children to like just throw a ball, catch and throw and catch and throw and things like that, or create a rhythm, drum beats. That actually I think that is part of healing. So I think it could be a very important part of, as activists who are of course also experiencing often some kind of trauma with by proxy in a way for the fellow animals, it could actually be a very powerful tool for helping us as the activists.
I've definitely experienced that. What you're referring to, the healing power that music can have, and that sounds very floaty, but I think it's, it has scientific grounds, in my opinion.
And also
scientific grounds, in my opinion. I do know that there's research done on that.
There is definitely. Mm-hmm.
And music and rhythm and singing can help you when you feel scared or really sorry, or you're going through some kind of suffering. I mean, think of children in the classroom when there is an earthquake, for example, some kind of emergency. Very young children, what the teachers do, they ask them to sing collectively, because this keeps the fear away. So there are so many positive elements to having protest songs actually used at protests and things like that.
I feel the need to defend hippy trippy happy clappy. You having a go at?
I'm not. It's not. This is not me. Don't shoot the messenger, Doc. I'm all for it.
It'd be interesting, Joy, to try to incorporate words like speciesism and cultural speciesism into lyrics. That might be a challenge.
That's a challenge.
Actually, that's something I wanted to ask Joy about, actually, because on the show we're very big on like use of language and our evolution as advocates in our language and the words we choose, and moving away from speciesist language, but also using language as a political tool in order to create a new paradigm that isn't speciesism. And I just wonder how much you think about that when you're writing your lyrics. Is there an element of that, and has that evolved for you since you first started writing your songs? And do you kind of bear that in mind, or is it sometimes quite tricky, like we were just saying, to put cultural speciesism or that kind of thing? What's your view on that?
That is definitely a struggle, because sometimes you do have first of, my vocabulary has expanded quite a bit. My English vocabulary, because most of the content that I watch is in English, has expanded quite a bit ever since becoming vegan, because you learn about all of these different concepts and stuff. But I guess what really helps me is, yes, I have all of these good, well-constructed words and phrases and sentences for it, but what if I just boil it down to the absolute core of it? Like, what do I really mean in my own words? How would I explain it to myself 4 years ago? And that's really something I try to keep in mind. And something like cultural speciesism, that's something you can explain. You can paint a picture, right? You can give an example of what that means.
Yeah, just going back to, because building on this, actually, Vegan Animal Defender has made a really good point that there are few vegan songs because most are welfarist in nature. So do you bear that in mind as when you're writing your songs, as in you don't want to, we talk a lot here about not wanting to talk about abuse, we want to talk about use, not talking about cruelty because we're talking about violence and violations and things like that. So would you have that in mind maybe, so that you're not going to write a song about animal abuse, for example, or I don't know what again, just interested in your perspective really on that.
Yeah, no, that's definitely a really good question. I do try to find the balance between, I want my music to be inviting to the conversation, and I do keep that in mind when I write it, but I really have no choice but to be very straightforward. I'm a very straightforward person. So if I mean a specific thing, I'm going to talk about that specific thing, and I'm not going to dance around it or try to be, extremely poetic about it by means of dancing around it. So yeah, no, I think I'm really direct in that. Yeah. So no, I would never write a song that's like my backyard, try backyard eggs or something like that.
That's good to hear. We might have to press the eject button if we hear anything like that in here.
No, I cannot imagine ever writing a song saying like I'm okay with that. So I do try to keep the message very clear and concise while trying to be inviting at the same time. And I think that those are, it's a good, it takes effort, but it's okay to combine those. It doesn't exclude each other.
Do we have time for one more song?
Yeah, right. Actually, I think we were supposed to go through all the songs, but I've actually been jabbing so much. How much time do we have?
We're fine with time because Alan's not here until past, so we can use that as a. I think it's past, isn't it, Wendy?
Yes. And also today, Brian's alarm's not going to go off, so I don't have to rush off to sort little Brian out. So that's fine for me as well.
I'm fine with continuing to play the rest of the songs. It's like, I believe we only have a few left. So right now I actually wanted to, I'll try to speed it along a little bit. I have a song called Lullaby. That's a relatively short one actually. And that one is one of the oldest songs that I have on this EP. And long story short, it's about battery eggs. It's about caged. It's specifically about boys. The male chicks that are being ground up alive. So that's a very direct message that I quite struggle with to put into words. But I called it Lullaby. Sorry, I cannot hear you again. So if something goes wrong, you know what to do. Sweet, sweet baby boy, too soon you meet the end of the line. And I wish that I could offer more, but I got nothing but a lullaby. And the thing that cost you oh so dear will cost me for a dozen a dime. And part of me is glad I got no words, no time to tell how we take it all from you, then we cover up the truth, cleanse my palate with the lies we sell. So sweet, sweet baby boy, too soon you meet the end of the line. And I wish that I could offer more. For your brothers I will surely try.
Oh. Well done, Joy. Really, really moving, that one. Really tugs at the old heartstrings, that one, doesn't it?
Thank you. Yeah, it was originally made for TikTok back when it was only allowed to be 1 minute long, so it was specifically written to be 1 minute. The EP version is a little bit longer, but it's like the original video had a counter up on the top with like the amount of a certain number going up until the point where it revealed that this was the amount of male chicks being ground up within the minute that the song lasted.
Yeah, the kill counter, yeah.
Yeah, that one. So that's specifically what this was written for. Yeah, so I guess that was an example with a very direct message and how I tried to apply language to that, you know.
So you're able to, I suppose you're able to put everything up on TikTok now because of there's no, I mean, you can do an hour now, can't you, on TikTok? So
Yeah, I don't know how long is the limit right now, but you can do a lot.
yeah.
So it's now unlimited.
This is an interesting point by Vegan Animal Defender 269. I've learned there's an issue with speciesism and human supremacism, as non-vegans can use them against vegans. A better term is objectifying mindset or exploitative mindset. I've not really come across that, actually. Objectifying mindset.
Yeah,
I'm wondering how
Yeah, but
what
speciesism
experience
is specifying the objective mindset, isn't it?
of the
Yeah,
type, of the
speciesism
type
or
it is. And I'm just
specific
wondering
example.
how they're being used against vegans specifically. I don't know if you can elaborate on that. Vegan Animal Defender.
It's like, I mean, racism is also an objectifying mindset, isn't it? But that is naming it.
Maybe it's because, and this is just me speculating, I don't know if this is what they mean, but speciesism is a word that I almost exclusively hear being used by vegans. So maybe it puts people off because it's kind of specific language. It is the correct term for it, but it may feel a bit insulting to people sometimes, I guess, maybe.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
well,
sure it definitely does.
I suppose racism sounds insulting to a racist, but I mean, I'm a big fan of Donald Watson's concept of rightening up. It means that if we do want to use new words and concepts, it's a question of keep using them. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, I've got a bit of a problem with the fact that carnism is very popular in the movement, and in fact, Wendy, you did in fact, I think I've got that video somewhere where you're talking about carnism, but it certainly is easier on the tongue than speciesism, in that kind of technical sense, I suppose.
Yeah, it's become quite very popular, that, hasn't it, carnism? And it is, it is easier to say, but not a vegan term, as we know, for sure. Should we go through the remaining songs, Joy?
Yep.
We need to bring that back up, don't we?
Yep, I've got the next one here. Oh, there we go.
Oh, at this stage, are we in a different? Oh, Doc, maybe I'll let you do that. Is that right? Oh no, there we go. And then I don't know how to bring that up now, Doc. You'll have to do it. Oh no, there we go. Did I do it? Oh, we're just doing it at the same time.
Yeah, I think we were. Sorry about that. Yeah.
That's all right. I was like, I'd make myself useful while I'm here.
Is that making yourself useful? Is it?
I don't know. Obviously, it wasn't. It backfired. Sorry, Doc.
This one I had a specific part that I wanted to show. This one is called Nirvana, and this song was based on the Nirvana fallacy, if that sounds familiar. Yeah, let me go ahead and play it. And in my heart, I know there ain't no compromise. Hardship, labor, love, and welfare. Excuse me, wrong one. I asked you a simple question. Keep your answer short and clear. I'm in no mood to negotiate how I treat what I hold dear. Can't you humor me this one time and all that will come after? Cradle me with kinder words and I'll meet you with laughter. Aren't you silly? Aren't you simple?
Aren't you all you ought to be? By all means, keep up that passion, long as it applies to me and only me. Cause who am I to give a damn if I can't save the world? If it's worth doing perfectly, might as well crash and burn when the air is too polluted to rise on a morning sun. Why then bother with the hurt I cause and thoughts I can't outrun?
I can just see you sitting there with a straw hat and chewing a bit of straw and slapping the old thigh with that one, Joy.
Eating straw? What? Sorry, I'm not getting it.
A bit of a kind of Western vibe, kind of, straw at the mouth.
Right, okay, like straw. Yeah, okay. No, I thought you were like, oh, you're so in tune with the animals, you start eating straw or something. But
I'm sure that's true
That's
as well.
just Wendy's sense of humour. That's got a really good treatment on the guitar. I wanted to ask you actually, are you the main producer or do you have a producer?
no, I have somebody. Like I made the song myself, of course, with my own chords and the acoustic version of it, but it's quite different from the ones that you hear on the EP right now. It is thanks to Neo Music, Neo Studios. They've actually helped me make these backing tracks. And I think that they've done a wonderful job. I think they just created so much more kick to it. Yeah, so they are the main composers of like the backing tracks.
Yeah, and are you very proactive though? I mean, I was in the studio a couple of years ago with someone who was very proactive about it. Need a bit more reverb and maybe take that down. They were very proactive because they could hear their own music in their head. I suppose that must be the same for you, yeah?
Yeah, similarly. They did, in my opinion, they did kick it up to a next level. They are so much more experienced as musicians. So they definitely had the skill to do that. But everything was still, taking me into account. At every single step, they asked me, hey, how do you feel about this or that? Or do you want this to be different or that to be different? And, they were very considerate of me. Let me be clear.
Yeah, because in the sound check we were talking about that song. I think it's the second one, isn't it? She Don't Know, with the big drum sound. Have I got the right one?
Maybe they all have quite audible drums. Let me put it like that.
I described it as like 1980s drum sound, didn't I?
You did. And you just love to get the 1980s in, Roger, don't you?
Oh yeah.
Got to get the 80s in.
Well, musically, I'm still stuck in the 70s actually, but never mind.
With Mark Bolan.
Not a bad place to be in.
I was just going to. Sorry, I'm just wanting to. Sorry, Nella. Is this actually live now or a replay? I'm not sure if Topper means the music or the show. Show is live, and some of the music has been live, Topper, but that last song was a replay from the platform. I'm not going to say it in case we're not supposed to say it, but there has been a couple of live tracks as well. That's just to answer that question. Sorry, Nella, go ahead.
Yes, just going to say, since I'm working today, I'm the vet's clinic, and I need to take someone out to pee. You will excuse me for 5 minutes. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
It's not me. I've done that.
I was thinking, no,
I
could do
meant the dog.
taking me out as well. I mean, they're the priority, right?
See you in 5.
See you
okay,
in 5.
now.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'd like to move on to the next one. Like, kind of take advantage of all the time that we have. I got 2 more left, so one more of the playlist and one more live, if that's okay.
Excellent.
Yeah, the next one is called "It Ain't Me." This one has also kind of a bit of a environmentalist a jab to it. I am very clear about veganism and environmentalism being different things. However, there is some overlap, and I would say that overlap is pretty significant and relevant, because we value the environment, because we value the sentient beings that live within it, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, this one is pretty much what kind of bothered me a lot about myself is I used to be religious. I used to that was quite a long time ago, and I kind of had this mindset of, okay, we're gonna have to give back the earth at some point, so it doesn't matter if it burns, right? If it goes to hell, basically. And then I decided, you know what? No, that doesn't make any sense from a religious perspective. Like, if you borrow somebody's car and you return it when it's completely messed up, and we treat all of these animals so terribly, and we set up these horrible destructive systems, like, that's not how you return something to someone, right? So yeah, that's kind of what this was inspired on. Gotta be able to play it. Let me get the correct timestamp. Sorry, my computer's being a bit weird.
And if we really must return, the world on which we walk will represent a flowering earth or just its thorny stalk. So what if there's no chosen one, no people to set free, who leave behind the consequence? So what if it ain't me? What if one day I'll have to look my children in the eyes? Do I sate their appetite, or do I feed them lies? Promise them the same, say they're destined for survival. Even if they don't, I found my peace in their denial. What if it ain't me? What if it ain't me?
Oh, groovy, that one. I like that one. Actually, it's quite weird though, because the way I approach music is I kind of need to get to know the music and then focus on the lyrics, which obviously isn't great when it comes to protest songs, but it's just the way that I process music myself, as an individual.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes the music that I really like, I don't even know the lyrics. You kind of have an awareness of and when you sing along to a song and you're not singing the right lyrics as well, you're just kind of saying the sounds. And if someone was listening to you, they're probably thinking, what are they singing? I do that a lot with songs as well. Just sing like an appropriation of, like, I think it sounds something like this, but those words don't actually mean anything. It's quite funny, really.
That is a well-known concept within the Netherlands, actually. We call it Mama Appelsap, and that's when you hear Dutch lyrics to English songs. So, yeah, it's a common phenomenon. And yeah, that it's I personally, I love lyrics. I always look up the lyrics. I always am super interested in the message behind it. But if you really want to get a message across, the melody is just as important.
Yeah. One of the lyrics that I liked in your previous song, actually, what was the one that you played just before that? That was It Ain't Me, isn't it? And what was the one that you played just before that?
Nirvana, yeah.
Nirvana. You said something like, it was, I'm paraphrasing, it was something like, if I can't do it perfectly, then why would I bother at all, basically. And I think that's a really interesting concept, isn't it? Because I think that comes up a lot in the movement, especially in outreach, when you talk to people and they say things like, well, there's all this going on over there and there's this going on and we're not dealing with all of that. So what's the point? And
yeah, that's exactly what I meant. Yeah, that's exactly what. Yeah. That's the Nirvana fallacy, basically, what you're explaining.
Yeah, if we can't do it perfectly, we're not to bother. But actually, we should just maybe do what we can, the little bits that we can. Yeah. That. So is your last song the last one is going to be live? Is that right, Joy?
Yeah, the last one I wanted to live. It's called By All Means, and this one is a bit of an outlier, but I do feel like it really matches the all over theme of this album. Sorry, I'm just. There we go. There it is. By all means is about billionaires. Very straightforward. I really do think that there's a huge part in the veganism movement that has to do with greed, with industry. We are up against these massive, gigantic industries. And it sure is convenient that those industries try to convince us that we are powerless up against them because, oh, it's such a big industry. Oh, it's such a big company. They're so rich and so powerful. There's no way that we can ever do anything about that. Well, isn't that convenient for the people in charge? So yeah, this song specifically is about greed. It's about greed towards other humans, but also towards basically the rest of the planet.
That's good. Also, it's I mean the strikes that are going on in relation to Amazon is proving, people power, isn't it?
Yeah. No, I'm really liking the, well, obviously I'm not liking the situation around it, but I'm really liking that a lot more people are daring to stand up. We're no longer idolizing the super rich anymore the way that we used to. And that's, I think, a very good development.
Crucial. I mean, especially in the States, this move towards oligarchy is quite a frightening thing.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's something that I could talk about for hours, but I don't want to get you immediately demonetized.
Well, you don't have to worry about that because my my YouTube has never been monetized. So.
There's an irony in there somewhere, isn't there?
Yeah.
I have a fairy filter. No, I don't have a filter right now. I just think that my camera is just not very good. I'm sorry, Decipher.
I know. I was actually admiring that and thinking, oh yeah, that looks really kind of very the old days of like Dallas and Dynasty, like almost like with a Vaseline over the camera.
I honestly don't think that it's a filter. Maybe it's just dirty or the camera just isn't that good. So I'm sorry about that. No, it's the vintage. It's the vintage look.
It's the vintage. No, it looks like that. It does look like that. It actually works. It looks really good.
It really does.
I'm not disgusting. I'm just, I'm creative. Right. Gonna get to it. If anybody's interested, by the way, I've got my capo halfway. So the last two strings are open if you ever want to play this song. It's by all means a sickness to sit on top your hole, then aim your gaze into the sky and spend it seeking more, to grind to dust the earth you walk, squeeze beyond your need, as the world succumbs under the weight of never curing greed. When we will come to find out our hunger is unstilled, our parched lips never knew the taste of living while fulfilled. It's by all means a sickness, a blindness of the soul, to deem your blood below you and have them swallowed whole, to see and then deny them while taxing flesh and bone. Use up what little time we have, carving out your throne. Now you may call it progress, but history repeats. And maybe for the final time, the great filter defeats. It's by all means a sickness, and if money could buy love, your hand be held throughout how long you'd be read thereof. Instead, delusions hold their grip, while help is overdue. The people, by time we don't have to cure ourselves to you.
This is weird because we've got to wait for you to put your headphones on before we clap.
Yeah.
Before we clap.
Yes. I'm
I know.
holding my. I would love to clap, but I have to keep my phone up.
Isn't it that? And if you don't clap, you do this. I think.
Yeah,
Isn't
like
that
that.
awesome?
Oh,
Yeah,
great.
actually, part of the program was we also have a deaf artist who makes music, and we basically taught the audience to clap like this, so she can actually experience what's going on.
Yeah, yeah.
Amazing. I really love your music, and it's very moving, and it just makes me to want to share it with all vegans and all music lovers. It's amazing music. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Like I'm super honored that you wanted me on the show and that you have all of these, I'm not used to it that people ask so many questions about, what I do about my project. So really it's incredibly flattering. Yeah, thank you so much for that.
Joy, where can people find your music? So where is it available?
You just said you don't want to mention the site.
I know. I'm just wondering whether we will get taken off. But I think, are we okay to do it, Docs? You think?
I don't know.
Okay. You maybe divide the word in two.
Yeah. It's on
paraphrase or something.
Yeah, it's on.
There's a fly with a spot on it.
Yeah. It's like the phi, the spot for where you would go for your phis.
Okay. Yes. I think people got it.
Yeah, and it's also available on
a fruit
music.
Okay, a fruit
you
music.
take a bite of.
That's my phone. If people can see it. Yeah.
Yeah, biblical fruit.
Got it. Oh, Joanna's saying we can mention the site. It's not TikTok.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Well, I'm available on TikTok as well. I'm pretty much on every social media platform, except for Twitter. I don't really care to be on there anymore. I technically have an account, but I'm not on there a whole lot anymore. I'm on Instagram. I'm on TikTok. I've tried Blue Sky. I'm recently started dipping my toes in that, so I'm on there. And on YouTube, you can find me there for more casual stuff usually. Yeah, that's where you can find me for most of the acoustic versions, and for the studio versions, you go to those two previous websites that we were talking about. And you can find me anywhere under Level Joy, either the whole thing, Level Joy, or LVLJOY.
Where did that name come from, by the way?
Yeah, I was going to ask that.
Yeah, I used to be a gaming channel, and I just really I don't know. I just thought it was kind of catchy. Level Joy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You were a spirit level, but going back to the last song, I really enjoy that. I think the sentiments are very important. I mean, we've got to get money out of politics. I mean, just look what's going on in the States, but even in places like Britain. I mean, the Prime Minister of Britain now is probably one of the most corrupt people ever, and he's supposed to be a Labour Party guy. It's really getting ridiculous what's going on.
I see the same in the Netherlands. Like, I won't mention any names, but I do notice just a shift in how people perceive their politicians. It used to be, in my opinion, quite, relatively positive. Of course, everybody has always complained about politics, but I feel like there's just an inherent distrust, and in my opinion, a rightful distrust of a lot of political representation that we have nowadays. And yeah, it's really it's too bad, but we need to do something about it. We need to stand up for that.
I mean, how can the super rich even begin to experience what ordinary people experience? They just can't do it. They're miles apart, aren't they?
They don't. They don't. You really think that? Well, again, I won't mention any names, but do you think a billionaire ever does groceries by themselves? Ever understands what the inside of a grocery store looks like? Like,
and do they even ever get told no? They can have what they want. You can have anything, and no one tells you no. So it's a very different world, isn't it?
There is literally no one to tell you no, or to ask you to think twice, or to, it's just. I can't imagine. I think it should be incredibly embarrassing to be a billionaire in this day and age. There's plenty of people, celebrities, who've made a lot of money to the point where they would have been billionaires if they had not actually given back. And that's my whole point. If you have more than enough, why not look at, they say never look at your neighbor's plate, but only look at them to make sure that they have enough. Is that the saying? Or am I butchering that completely?
Yeah, it makes sense. But I appreciate that sentiment, because I mean, like, why would you? I just remember Paul McCartney said that he wanted to have 500 million pounds or something, and I thought, well, why would you want to have more than you could spend? And then when you get to the billionaire thing, it's almost like going to the supermarket and buy the entire thing, but you can't do anything with it much unless you're going to give it away, which they don't do they?
No, like the thing is, they benefit of the fact that other people are not billionaires. And I hear that a lot. Yeah, but I don't want to implement these tax laws, because what if I one day become a billionaire? I want to profit off of that. If you reach the point where you become a billionaire, those extra few millions of dollars in tax are not going to matter to you whatsoever in any practical way. It is literally just hoarding behavior. It is not something that is going to contribute to your quality of life anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's pure corruption, and also just, I think people just feel like the more money they have, the more power they have, the more control they have, the more certainty they have. It's all of those things, isn't it? Trying to create this level of certainty in life and control. Perhaps there's an element of that.
Yeah, and while I think that a lot of people would greatly benefit from having, more money or more accessibility to things like healthcare and stuff like that, I think that becoming a billionaire doesn't make you happy. And I think that what is happening in the States right now, again, not mentioning any names, but I think that proves that such an excess of money doesn't make a person happy, because they keep pursuing things. They keep pursuing things that are just not beneficial to anybody, especially not themselves. They keep trying to find meaning or something like that, or trying to make a name for themselves in a specific way, and they keep failing at it because there's no relatability whatsoever.
I think the more you seek happiness outside of yourself, the more nothing is ever enough anyway. You never find it. There's no fulfillment. Fulfillment doesn't come from outside, more, bigger, better. It comes from a place of inner peace and being at peace with who you are and in your community and in your environment. I feel, not more, bigger, and because that mentality, that lack mentality, is always more. There's always going to be more, and it's never ever enough. It's an unfillable hole, I think.
Right. Yeah, and that's what I mean. To bring it back to veganism, that's really the point. That's why I wanted to include this song. I felt like it was a nice closer, because I think that in the end, at the core of it, it comes down to greed for a lot of things, and that includes perceiving animals as objects.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Joanne. Thank you.
Just I know Alan's going to be coming on any second for me to have a chat with him, but I just need to go and take someone for a comfort break. It might be myself.
I've already done it.
I love that we're all taking care of animals while we're still doing the thing here. I literally have a stray cat in my house right now. It's
so I'm just going to pop off for a moment. Joy, are you sticking around for another minute or so, or what's going on? Doc, you're the maestro here today.
Yeah, like I'm all out of songs, so I've done my talk. I would love to, I'd love to stick around for a bit, but I don't know. What's the plan? I understand that
we're just waiting for Alan, and then I'm going to be doing a little interview with Alan Jackson in a moment as my Thrive Vegan World Christmas Day special.
Great.
And okay, let's grasp this opportunity to mention your podcast, Wendy, because you have a lot of really meaningful and very interesting episodes there for members of the audience that are not aware of it, or they haven't listened to all the episodes. Could you please tell them where they can find them?
Thanks, Nella. So it's on. Actually, it's on I think we can say it. We can say Spotify. It's on Spotify. It's on iTunes. It's on all the usual platforms, I believe, for podcasts. I have had a little break from it for a little while, but there's quite a few episodes in my back catalogue to go and look through. Lots of different guests on there. Actually, Nella, you were on there, and Roger, you have been on there a couple of times as well. In fact, you've both been on a couple of times because I did your interview singly, and then we did the Animal Rights Show, didn't we, together? There's Ronnie Lee on there, Louise Ryan's on there, Lynn Sawyer, Patrice Jones, Carol Adams, Mark Beckoff, Mel Broughton's on we've got two or three maybe with Mel as well. So go and check back, and there's some really great activists on there and some interesting
activist theories, many in-depth conversations about different topics. It's great. It's a must listen, actually.
Yeah, it is good. And I've got a couple of clips with Mel actually to play before the 10 hours is off. And Joy, in relation to your contribution, you've really done well in terms of the comments. We're from when we started, we're on 410 comments, and a lot of them was aimed at you.
Wow.
Not negatively, you understand?
Okay. Fabulous. Oh, Andy's saying Apple Music for years now, Wendy, get with it. Yeah, of course. Sorry. I told you I'd had a break. But yeah, no, Apple Music. Yeah. So I'm just going to drop off for like a couple of minutes, and I'll come back and see Alan. But Joy, thank you so much. That was so brilliant, because we were going to do your show in, I think, February, but then it just seemed like such a brilliant timing to do it today. And I think it's just been perfect to have this like musical section and for you to put out your songs there for everyone to listen to today. I think it was the perfect timing today to do it. So thank you so much for coming on Christmas Day to do it.
Yeah, thank you too. Like it was unexpected, but it was so, I was like, hell yeah, I want to be part of this. This is so much fun. And again, thank you all so much, Roger, Nella, and Wendy, for inviting me. Again, I'm incredibly humbled and honored to be allowed to be part of it today.
Well, it was a real treat for us.
It was all ours, wasn't it, everyone? Also, just to let you know, we will take this out of the overall Christmas thing and actually present it as a standalone show as well. So in that sense, you get to go out twice, which is pretty good.
That's awesome. All right. So I think I'm gonna drop out too, because then I don't know. You're expecting somebody else, and then I'm not in the way, so that's good.
Okay, and I think you might have to take. I think you loaded up the other window. Oh, was that Wendy? I don't know.
I can stop that.
Yes, that's Wendy.
Screen share. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Well, it was a pleasure, Joy. You take care, and thanks very much for coming on.
Thank you so much again.
Bye-bye.
Have a good day. Bye. Merry Christmas, everyone. Happy holidays. Bye.
Happy holidays.
Who have we got here? Who have we got here, eh? In the dark. You're muted there, Alan.
Yeah, sorry, I've just turned that off. Can you see me all right? Can you?
Yes, we can see you fine.
Yeah, you're a bit dark, but we can live with that.
I had to draw the curtains behind me and put the light on. So otherwise, there's just like this halo, which is obviously a good Christmas look, I suppose.
Yeah, you are backlit.
You're very appropriate. Yeah.
You are backlit, but it's okay.
Right. Well, when Wendy comes back, I'm going to absent myself, and then we've got to also make this into something else, haven't we? What shall I look at? All right, still live.
I'm not sure if that's what you're doing or what's happening at my end, but every now and again you keep going blank.
I think it's.
I always do that, me.
Hey, Alan.
So, guys, thank you so much. I'm gonna leave you now and listen to your conversation from the audience. And I'll see you later, I guess.
Oh, Nella, lovely to see you, and I'll see you again later on.
Okay. Bye for now.
Have a good day. Have a good day.
You too.
Bye for now.
Okay, and I'm going to do the same, Wendy. So I'll buzz off as well, and I'll leave you to it.
Thank you. See you in a mo. Hey, Alan, how are you? Can you hear me okay? Alan, are you still there? Oh, Alan's dropped out. Oh, that's handy.
Right.
Alan's disappeared.
I see that. Yeah.
This is going swimmingly well so far.
Well, speaking of swimmingly, if Alan's on his boat, I remember doing a podcast with him a long time ago, and there was some internet issues actually. So.
Oh yes, because he probably is on his boat, I imagine. Oh, or isn't he was going somewhere for lunch, but I don't know if that was on his boat or not. But yeah, he just froze. So that's So how? Yeah. Anyway, tell me about your show so far, Roger. How's it been going this morning?
Yeah, not too bad. I was very worried. Hardly slept actually, because I was worried about the technical issues, and so I tried to go to sleep with all that bouncing around in my head, and it kept, usual thing, kept me awake. But they've not been as bad as I thought it might be a problem, because what I found was that by loading something up for the next item, it was stopping what was playing. And so I'm starting to kind of work that out. And if I'm doing that, what I tend to do then is just wait until what's playing finishes and then load things up, which makes everything slower, but at least it's doable then. So
yeah, there's always little glitches, isn't there? It never just goes really easily smooth. There are always glitches no matter what you do. I mean, tech is brilliant, but
yeah, but given the fact that we're going out to the world, I mean, we can't complain.
We can't complain, but we will, because we're Northerners.
So your guest is back, and I can see he's not on his boat, so he can't. So that's not the problem.
Yeah. What's your excuse, Alan? Come on. Right. Thank you. Let's bring Alan back in. You're back.
Hey,
hello. Have you got internet
back.
issues? Are you?
You're back. It would appear so. I have a Wi-Fi box like there. I'm at my mum's house, so it's all proper as it should be. But for some reason, that was just dropping out again and again. I even tried to use the hub on my phone, but that's even worse. So who knows? Hey, let's try and stay here. That'll be the best option. How are you?
We'll do our best. We'll do our best.
Just to bring me back in for a second, sorry about this. It does actually say
we've got a Thrive Vegan Well bomber.
With StreamYard, if you're able to plug your computer into the modem, that's the best way instead of using Wi-Fi.
Okay.
So
well,
I don't even know if you could do that, but that's what they say. So.
Right. Well, I don't think it's an option for me right now, but in between now and because I'm going to come back at 4 o'clock and have a good chat anyway, so I'll see if I can work that out for then. Hopefully.
Yeah, that'll be good. So we'll have a good connection. It doesn't matter about Wendy's one. So
what do you mean you're coming back to have a good chat? This is.
Oh yeah, that doesn't mean I'm not having a good chat now.
Yeah, Jackson, watch it. You know what? You look like you've got a filter on as well. You've gone all Dallas. Oh, you've gone again.
Oh right, lovely.
Oh no, you've got your back. I think it could be one of those interviews where we'll be waiting in anticipation for the answer. Are you still there? Jackson, what are you doing to me? No, I think he's gone. Andy's saying, Alan, how you have age regressed as long as looking good, my friend. It's that filter, isn't it, Andy?
I've no.
Can you hear me? You keep disappearing, Alan. Can you hear me? Okay.
I can hear you. I can hear you fine. There was a moment back there when I disappeared entirely. Sorry, that's all I can say, really. Let's see how we go. See
how we go. Right. So not as we know normally, and you know how long my interviews can be on the podcast because you've been editing some, haven't you, for your vegan radio?
I have indeed, yeah.
For the radio. Your what? Sorry. For radio, yes.
For the vegan radio,
sorry,
as you said.
For vegan radio. But this is only going to be a shorter version, but we will do our best to get everything in. So, Alan, first of all, could you tell us a little bit more about your early relationship with our fellow animals and what led you into veganism and animal rights activism? So, yeah, just a little bit of a brief overview.
Cool. Well, I grew up in the countryside, the child of two London parents, city parents. So we did lots of countryside stuff. I had an air rifle, so yeah. So I shot a few people with that, which I'm not proud of. It was just a thing that happened when I was younger. We went and we watched the hunt a few Boxing Days and a few times, because that's what you do when you live in the countryside. I tried fishing. I was never really into that. So yeah, I very much lived a countryside life. And then at the age of about 15, weirdly, all of my projects at school were always animal related. Every time I had, there was a school project, it was always animal related. I was always fascinated by them. And then at 15, we moved from the countryside into Milton Keynes. And at 15, in a pub, I met a guy who was talking about going and sabotaging the hunt. And so I took up with him and I went and sabotaged the Boxing Day hunt, the Grafton hunt, which is the hunt that I used to watch when I was much younger, when I was a child. So my first experience of animal rights justice was actually messing up the hunt that I'd been to see as a child. So that was really inspiring. Thoroughly enjoyed that. From there, I moved into campaigning about the boots thing, and then there was the McLibel thing and the fur trade. And I think I really just sort of jumped in, both feet. Yeah. And there was the Huntington Life Science. I was just trying to remember earlier who it was that used to be before them, and I can't remember what their name was. And then there was Interflora, who then became MBR Beagles, I think. Lots of those.
Yeah.
So I really got involved quite a lot. But it was 6 years later when I actually became vegan. Very peculiar. I think when I was hunt sabbing, because I was young and I was essentially homeless, I never had any food to take with me. So the conversation of what I was eating never came up because I never had anything to eat.
Yeah.
And then and it was a McLibel it was a McLibel thing that I did, which was a demonstration outside of McDonald's in Milton Keynes, and I'd organised that and put it all together myself, and there was a lot of people there and we were having a really good time, doing good things. And then some friends of mine who I'd known for quite a while, we were just having that conversation. It was like, blah, blah, blah. You know how it is being vegan. And I was just like, oh, well, I'm not vegan. And they were, I can't, how can you not be? You do so much in the animal rights thing.
Yeah.
And to me, it was just like, well, none of these things make sense, but you've got to eat, haven't you? The usual scenario. And I sat down and I had 20-minute conversation with them, and they explained to me why you haven't just got to eat and why it was wrong, and the little bits that I've been missing. And they explained all of those to me. And then having explained all of those, I got up from that conversation and I've been vegan ever since.
Yay, excellent. It's funny that though, isn't it? Because I remember back in the day when and I know I've spoken to this about this with a few people, and we've spoken about it on the show as well, that before vegan became such a mainstream word and a thing that it is now, activism, a lot of activists used to do activism before they became vegans, and that was the same for me. I got very much involved with anti-vivisection and different activism, all sorts of different activism, before I even really understood veganism or what it was about. I was a vegetarian from being young, and that wasn't because vegetarianism was a thing. It was just because I decided I no longer wanted to consume fellow animals. But it was a long time before I knew about veganism. But the activism came first, and that's obviously the same for you. I think it used to go more that way. Then you become vegan and then an activist. It used to be you became an activist and then became vegan. It's kind of switched now. Do you think, is that your experience now? Do you think it's kind of the other way around?
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, very much so. I think I can't remember who it was that said it, but you need to create activists and they will become vegan, because if you create vegans, they won't necessarily become activists. And I feel like that's where we're at now. There's a lot of people that are vegan, and the thought that you're abstaining seems to be accepted as the moral baseline, whereas not doing anything is complicity, rather than doing something to prevent it. Thinking that you're not taking part is enough seems to be the moral baseline. And for me, it's not. For me, you should be out there badgering people, banging on and on and on and on and on about it till you've got no friends left.
The language radar's buzzing. Badgering.
Oh yeah,
I'm just
well
wondering.
done.
Yeah, is this I'm wondering what the why we say badgering. That'll be interesting to look up, that one, won't it, Alan? Like, yeah, what's the etymology of that?
Yeah.
And is that a speciesist term? But yeah.
Undoubtedly it is a speciesist term. One that's just flipped through my brain without me thinking. I mean, it shows you how ingrained it all is.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing, isn't it?
Well, badgering must be. I wonder if it's cattle related.
I wonder. I'll have to look that up. If anyone can look that up now and tell us, that would be great. Because the thing is, we've got our viewers here. They might as well make themselves useful, don't they?
And please accept my apologies. That's just it's just come straight through my
do you know
brain
what?
without the filters on.
And also, that's a really important point that you're saying sorry and stuff like that, because actually this is not to shame you or anyone. Because we all do it. I do it all the time. I catch myself saying phrases or little metaphors, and then you go, oh bugger, we on the show the other day we're saying, someone said off the hook, and we're like, I don't think that's probably a good thing to say. But I think it's just having that awareness, isn't it, and bringing your awareness to it, and then going, oh, let me look for an alternative for that if it's not a good phrase. So definitely not to shame each other with it, but just to be like aware of it, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I tend to talk to people, as you know, I'm very big on language, as we all are, and I tend to talk to people particularly about objectification, and I express to them, in the event, hold other vegans up to it for not in a disparaging way, but just enlightening. And if another vegan points that error out to you, be grateful, don't be defensive, because it's all so ingrained for all of us. It's all so ingrained for all of us. I mean, I've got vegan children and I've got vegan grandchildren, and my vegan children are still, guilty is the wrong word, they still misuse the language from time to time. And that's because when they were growing up, I misused the language.
Yeah. And we're just surrounded by it anyway, aren't we?
Absolutely, yeah. I was going to add that is the fact that.
Sorry, I think it's because we've got a little bit of a time delay. So I'm hearing a gap and then jumping in, and actually, so excuse me for jumping in and stuff, and sorry for that time delay, everyone. But Alan, moving into, that's absolutely fine. I'm just going to leave a few seconds. In more recent years, you've now been a co-organizer of the National Animal Rights March. Could you tell us a little bit more about your involvement in that, and also why do you feel that is an important event?
Gosh, well, my involvement in the National Animal Rights March started quite a few years ago by going to the National Animal Rights March, and then there was the period in time when Animal Rising, or Animal Rebellion as they were then, took it on, and they were running the organising of it, and I had some involvement with that, and I knew that they were suffering from stretching themselves in too many directions, and they weren't overly keen on their responsibility for the march. And I had spoken to them previously about taking it on myself with a group of others, which never came to fruition. And then there was a disagreement a couple of years ago about the changing of the idea of the march and the name of the march. And so some other people outside of myself, they took on recreating or continuing the National Animal Rights March as it was and as it should be under that banner. And then I was invited shortly after that to join in and to help out, which I was really, really grateful for. I still am, because I'm still there doing it, which is fantastic. So we work as a cooperative, or so it's a collaborative. All of the decisions that are made, we all take part in making those decisions. It's all very good communication. Compromise isn't really the word, but it's, you know, everything is talked through until a final decision is made. There are people, I'm just the front man, everybody else is.
Oh, Alan, you still here? So Alan's the front man. Yeah, and actually, one of Alan's collaborators is in the chat as well, Andy. So good to see you here, Andy, as well. And also, just going back to that badger thing while we're waiting for Alan to come back, is Andy checked, this originates from badger baiting, and the dogs would badger, which means to stalk and harass. So definitely speciesist, and definitely worth finding alternatives for that. So yeah, we can just say harass maybe for that one. So let's see if Alan is coming back. No, seems not. We'll just we'll just wait. But we just bear with Alan. Oh, did I just say that, Joanne? He's gone again. Did I just say that, Joanna? Bear with Alan. Or did he say it? It's everywhere, isn't it? It's everywhere. But yeah, Andy, you're part of the organising the march as well. And how do you find the experience? I might as well interview someone in the chat. It was my Keely says. Oh, Alan's back. Bear with me. Bear with me. Yeah. What about this one? I was just I was saying bear with Alan. Is it bear though? I think bear is a different thing, isn't it? Bear is not about a bear.
I think it's a
other
different
animal.
meaning.
It's a different meaning, isn't it? Because it's to
carry
bear
weight.
with, to carry weight. Yeah, to bear weight. It's not. I don't think it refers to a fellow animal in that way, does it? It's a different use of the word bear, and it might even be a different. No, it's the same spelling, I think. In
it's the same
English,
spelling.
but, yeah, but I'm not sure. But anyway, yeah, we'll just
same spelling. The only.
But it's a different meaning, isn't it? Because sometimes the same word has just a different strands, doesn't it? And I think.
Yeah.
We'll just say
same root, I imagine.
The same root. So we're just talking about the badger baiting, Alan, and it means it originates from badger baiting. So let me just get rid of that. Where is it gone? There. Yeah. So. Yeah, I was just saying, Andy's one of your collaborators as well, and what I wanted to ask you more specifically about the march as well, and it's so great that you're doing it as well, and I'm really glad that you took over, and I'm really glad that it's taken on this, you know, it still remains under the National Animal Rights March banner, and yeah, compared to what it was going to be, and I'm really glad that you folks have kind of ran with it, and you've done it for, like, is it 2-3 years now? Was it just the last 2
years now, and we're just approaching the
just
approaching the third now, so we're making headway into that.
So with that in mind, actually, does it take literally that whole year to get everything together?
We do have little gaps in between, but generally, yes, is the answer to that. Really, is after the march, we say thank yous, we put the videos and the footage and stuff out where we can, and then we all take 2 weeks off just to get our heads back together. And then after the 2 weeks, we then start making inroads into the next march. This march will be bigger and better. We are in a position now we can look at creating T-shirts and stickers, do more advertising, and go to vegan venues and vegan events, so that we can have a presence there, so that we can encourage more and generate more interest. Excuse me.
Yeah.
So it's all quite exciting, and I have to say I'm very privileged and very honoured to be in a position to help with that. And I've been particularly fortunate over the last 2 years to be the host, and just to introduce everybody, and to stand there and to see that audience is just phenomenal. There's nothing that beats it.
Yeah, it's lovely. And by the way, Alan makes a brilliant host. Just putting that out there. You are really natural at it, Alan. You just hold it all together really beautifully. So, and I was lucky enough to be asked to talk at the first one that you organised, and yeah, it's quite something to stand out there in central London and just look out at the huge crowd, and it's quite noisy as well, isn't it? It's quite noisy, not just the march itself, but the traffic. I remember the sirens, and like just sirens bleeping past, and it's quite full on, but it's a great day, great energy, and just to see all those people coming together. But one thing I wanted to ask you about it is that you and the other organisers have been keen that the march should be a pro-intersectional, or perhaps it might be more accurate to say it's a total liberation event. Could you say more on why you feel that's important? And also, I understand you had, as a kind of follow-up, I understand you've had some pushback on that, and what has that been, and how have you and the team sort of dealt with that?
Sorry, I dipped out there for a moment. If you can just give me the middle of that.
Just couldn't be bothered to listen to the no. It's probably my 3-strand question, because as the doc pointed out, I'm very good at layering questions together. You forget the first one by the time I've got to the third one. So one is,
it was just a glitch in the matrix. You actually disappeared.
So basically I was saying how you and the other organisers have been keen to that the march should be a pro-intersectional or total liberation event, and I wanted you to say more on why you think that's important, and then maybe talk a little bit about any pushback that you've had and how you and the team have dealt with it.
Sure. Well, I'd like to say, to start with, that the National Animal Rights March itself, is exclusively about our fellow animals and their needs. But us within the movement and within the organisation, we feel that there is a massive crossover and entanglement between human rights and animal rights. I mean, we are all animals in the first place. We are a social justice movement. Therefore, we're reliant on our communication with other humans in order to get this social justice moving. People have different ideas on that and different issues on that. We did have a bit of a kickback. Some people felt that our range of speakers was too intersectional, and people came with human rights issues as well as animal rights issues. I feel that was very unfair. I feel that people just saw the speakers that we had and knew that their personal paths were all encompassing. But for me, the mainstay of the march and the main message from the march was definitely focused on our fellow animals. But it's very much about inclusivity. It's about being able to have everybody there, whatever their motivations are, and whatever their personal backgrounds are and their personal situations are, so that we can have as many people there as possible, all fighting the good fight and all with the same aim in mind, but also essentially to feel safe when they're there, to not feel that they're going to get harassed by anybody else within the movement at the same time. I feel like we've done a very good job of maintaining that. And I have spoken I've spoken to some of the people that had issues, and that seems to have calmed down, settled down. I think it's to quote Ronnie, we need everything everywhere all of the time, and it takes different people to have different ways of doing stuff. Personally, for me, and I think for the rest of the organisers, the vegan movement is the ultimate peace movement. It's about all species and it's about all oppression. Roger talks fondly about focus and scope. The focus is our fellow animals. The scope is oppression, and that applies to everybody. And I hope that we're good at maintaining that and putting that across within our social media and stuff. If there are particular events like the Palestinian thing, the situation there, which is dire, we put posts out in solidarity with that, and that caused some problems. But to us, we think it's only fair to include these other issues. It's not like we're abandoning our duty to our fellow animals by highlighting other situations within the human frame. You know, it's because we're certainly not.
Yeah, Andy's saying he's always seeing it as NARM just respects the true philosophy of veganism rather than it being pro-intersectional. And actually, that's a good point, Andy, because I don't even like using the term pro-intersectional. I know I put it in the question, but that's why I kind of said maybe it's more accurate to say total liberation, because I don't really feel that I was using this intersectional term is actually that accurate most of the time in the context that we're using it, and because it's a very specific coined term, as we know, to do with
I feel very much the same,
black feminism, and so I don't really see it that way, and I agree with what Andy's saying here in that it's actually the whole encompassing philosophy of veganism and all oppression, and what you know
absolutely
what you're saying yourself.
Absolutely. I mean, and I struggle with the term intersectional as well, on the grounds of the fact because intersectional is a term that was used to collate multiple oppressions at the same time for an individual. You know, so if you were a black woman, then you would be getting racist issues as well as feminist issues, and that they intersect. You can't.
And they compound each other as well. It's the concept that oppressions compound each other where they intersect, isn't it? So it's I feel that it's not very accurate for what we're talking about. And I know that David Nybert talks about entanglements. We can talk about overlapping. We can just talk about how things, you know, just intertwine with each other in different way, because oppression it has the same roots. Whoever is, you know, being oppressed, the roots are the same generally. So I think it's more that, isn't it? But just picking up on Dominic's comment here, just to big you up a little bit there, Alan and team. I thought NARM was the best mass participation animal rights event in 2024, and really looking forward to the NARM 2025. And he's actually put the date there as well. So like plugging it. Excellent. Thanks, Dominic.
Nice one, Dom. So leading on from this comment, actually, I mean, I see NARM not so much as a political statement. Marches aren't particularly good at changing political opinions, just because by their very nature, you are allowed to walk through the town, make a lot of noise, and then go home and will continue as normal. So I don't think they're particularly great as a political statement, but they are fantastic for camaraderie, for inspiring people. It's fantastic for outreach. You get to feel a sense of unity, and the fact that you're not on your own, and the fact that there are lots and lots of other people out there with the same goal. And then you get to do outreach by giving out leaflets and spreading information and showing your presence to a wider audience than would normally be seen. And then also from there, you've got the in-reach with all of the speakers that come, and you get the opportunity for people who rub shoulders. Not necessarily everyone that comes to the march will be vegan. They might be specific to vivisection, or they might be specific to the fur trade or something like that. But then they get to rub shoulders with people who are vegan, who understand the wider philosophy, and then they get to take that on board, which is also why we try to have a diverse range of people who do the speaking on the day, because there are so many issues to be taken into account. It's good to have some people who are old school, some people who are new school, some people who are particularly interested in one aspect of the animal rights movement. And so we just try and cover all of that. And I think as a community building experience, it's fantastic. It's all, you know, for me personally, it was always been fantastic. Taking part is just phenomenal. And just seeing the joy, really, you know, it's great.
It is really great.
I'm personally looking forward to. I'm personally looking forward to next year as well.
To next year. Well, it'll come around quicker than we think. But you're so right. You put that so eloquently. All of those points you made about it being community building. And I think it is important that we have these things for activists to come together and realize we're not alone, and realize that and the reason that Roger has done this entire 10-hour extravaganza, and thank you so much, Roger. It's brilliant that he does this, and such a great space for vegans. And especially we're talking about new vegans, isolated vegans. And actually we were saying on the Animal Rights Show with Corey the other day that I think there's an assumption that it's very difficult for new vegans, and it is. And I don't want to take away from the fact that when you first start living vegan, it can be very challenging to shift that mindset and to suddenly find yourself looking through very different colored spectacles and interacting very differently with your friends and family and seeing the world in a whole different way. That is difficult in itself. But my point was also, it can still be difficult in a different way, even when you've been a vegan for a long, long time, because the more you're involved in it, the more you embody it, live, breathe, and eat animal rights, veganism, you can feel very isolated. And you become less tolerant of it as well. I used to be able to shut things out a lot more easily when I was younger, and kind of just go almost like put myself in a bubble and just think, okay, I'm just going to ignore all of that. I find that a lot harder now, 27 years in as a vegan. So yeah, it can get hard. So I was just going to say for the march, I think it's brilliant for people to come together and have that community and see we're not alone. We're not completely, out there and alienated from everything.
Absolutely. And to share those ideas and to share that love and to have conversations with people that you've never met before, and conversations with people that you never expected to have, to be able to learn things and to also pass on things knowledge that you have. It's great. And on the point of Christmas, and this being a fantastic thing that Roger's putting together, Christmas can be particularly difficult because it's steeped in tradition, and people who may understand or may make allowances for you in their minds on a day-to-day basis find it a lot harder to make allowances for you to be some weird fucking annoying git at the table or not or not at the table because it's tradition, it's because it's so fundamental and so steeped in tradition, and because it's also so very, very family based. And I think parents particularly find it difficult, because it's almost like having your child say, you brought me up wrong, you taught me the wrong things, and you are at fault. And that's very, very difficult as a parent to have that put upon you. And so when it comes to a meal time, and particularly something like Christmas, which is massively family orientated, to have your child say, I don't accept what you're doing, or even I'm not even coming. I'm not coming because I don't accept what you do.
Yeah.
It's very difficult for them. And it's obviously very difficult for us as well. It's very difficult if you can't go home and be with your family who you grew up with, who you love, who you shared Christmas with, who you opened presents with, and everything else. And now you're at a point where you can't go home because you just can't face it. You know, I'm very, very fortunate. I've got an 85-year-old mum who's virtually plant-based. She's very much in the understanding of animal rights. She's had me banging on at her for 40 years. And so I'm very, very fortunate. I'm very fortunate. So when we come here and we do Christmas dinner with my mum, it's a massive vegan festival. So, you know, it's wonderful, but it's not always that easy for others. Other people just, you know, have to go home and tolerate it and put their values on hold or their mind on hold. Or alternatively, just not go, which can be equally difficult. So, yeah, well done, Roger. Ultimately, I think that's what I was saying. And well done to all the vegans out there that are standing firm or allowing this weird juxtaposition to happen over Christmas for the benefit of hopefully the greater good.
The greater good. Sammy's saying, hello friends, for me personally, I want to focus on the mental health of vegan activists. It's my life goal. So important, Sammy, so important, because, you know, we might think, oh, actually it's too much focus on humans. But what we have to remember is fellow animals are the center, the focus, the important part of our movement. Like, no one would argue with that. And I definitely, that is where I'm totally drawn and have been since I was a small child. But we have to remember that the people who are mobilizing the movement are us humans. And if we don't have a sustainable movement where vegan activists are, you know, well, physically, mentally, emotionally well, then it is that ever revolving door in one and out. And I've noticed it actually when I've been to events. You notice there's almost like a 5-year period of like, you see all these activists and it's like, oh hi, you recognize all these people. A few years later down the line, you're thinking, oh, I haven't seen that person, I haven't seen this person, and I hardly recognize anyone here. And you go, oh, how long have you been in the movement? Oh, this is like my first year, my second year. And it's like you get a lot of new people and they're really enthusiastic and they're doing all the stuff, and then a few years down the line they're not around and it's a new faces again. I've seen that for myself. So it is really important that we sustain ourselves and help each other.
It is,
for sure. So well done, Sam.
It is definitely. I mean, mental health of vegans is really, really important. I studied as a hypnotherapist. I'm fully trained hypnotherapist, and as an activist, if I'm working with a team, we always go through a few little hypnotherapy exercises just in order to help people get their head around what it is that they're going to do, to stay focused and motivated, and also to allow themselves to keep a little distance. You know, it's like if you're going to do investigations, you know that you're going to come across some horrible things, and it's not a pleasant experience. But if you can maintain a little distance from the things that you're observing, it does help to keep you sane and help to keep you
and
safe.
You have segued very beautifully, Alan, into my next question for you. And do you believe we're already like 15 minutes over our time? Like, we never run over. We never run over on this show. This is why I really struggle to do short interviews, Alan, because they're so flipping interesting.
I've never noticed. I've never noticed you go over time, and all the editing that I've done, it's been so simple.
So simple. It's just like really, really short interviews. Well, I want to ask you, because coming right up to date, in the last few days, you have taken part. Oh, it makes me really emotional. You've taken part in the liberation of 16 turkeys. I just want to say, like, a massive well done to you, and it's absolutely amazing. And I'd love to ask you something about this, actually, because something that I was surprised about, I suppose it's just, again, maybe my old school thinking, but liberations like this are often kept under wraps for obvious reasons, not the least of which is that the liberated turkeys stay liberated. And of course, the small matter of your own freedom, Alan. But so I'd love to know why you've decided to publicize this action. And also then, do you think that the movement has evolved to become more open about direct action in general, because we see a lot more of like open rescues, for example, things like that?
Well, with you, I mean, I'm old school. Do you know? I'm
yeah,
old school,
I know.
running around in the dark, running around in the dark, up to no good, where people can't tell. And I, in the last couple of years, I have made a bit of a statement about stepping into the light, if you like. And where the turkeys are concerned, it felt important to me. Other people are involved, obviously, but it felt important to me to actually put this into the light and put it into the world, because we all go out and we all, you know, I say we have been out and we have all done things and rescued people and saved lives. And that is phenomenal. And what I would like to say as well, you know, thank you for thanking me for saving turkeys. But I also know there are a lot of people out there doing it all of the time that, you know, that just haven't shone a light on it. But I felt for me, if we shone a light on it, particularly at Christmas, because that's when turkeys are most important in the general psyche, not when they're most important. Obviously, they're most important from the moment they exist. But I felt it was very a good way of promoting a conversation that doesn't happen. You know, it does happen. People have their conversations with their family, and we do some outreach and everything else. But social media is a phenomenal platform, and it felt to me that to go and save some lives and to put that onto the screen and to say to everybody, look, we have saved these lives, and it's such a tiny amount of lives compared to the lives lost.
Yeah.
But you have an opportunity to meet these turkeys. You get to see them on film. You get to see me interacting and Claudia interacting with them. You get a little bit of their journey and a little sense of understanding their beauty and their personalities. And I felt that it was important to give that to people so that they can then see that they're not just this obscure being that just ends up as dinner, you know, a sort of out of sight, out of mind. So I really just wanted to put it into the focus and let people have that experience. The turkeys will be fine. They are very safe. They are so safe. In fact, I took them to the sanctuary. They went to various places. I took some to a sanctuary, and I genuinely don't know where that was. You know, that's how good it was.
Brilliant. I don't know where you went. You were blindfolded.
No clue.
Yeah.
I was in. I mean, I was in the back of a van. I was in the back of a van with a bunch of turkeys.
Yeah.
Do you know?
So if anyone tortures you to try to find out, if anyone tortures you to try to find out where they are, you're not talking.
Yeah, wasting their time.
Brilliant.
And as for my liberty, I've put that at risk for various other things, as do other people. And I struggle to believe that there will be any kickback from this, because I think really you have to prove that a crime has been committed. Now, the farm we went to had at least, I would guess, 2,500 turkeys. You know, they're not going to miss 16 turkeys. They might show up on the books at the slaughterhouse because they've got slightly less money, but they'll just think that they miscounted or something. They're really not going to be aware. And as far as I'm aware, for the law to prosecute me, they have to prove that a crime has been committed. And if nobody has reported a crime, I could just be making the whole thing up.
Very true. Very true. Yeah, this is just such a brilliant story. It really gave me, just lovely feelings of, you know, that there are people out there. There are happy stories as well, because it can be quite crushing, I think, as a vegan at times, to, you know, our news feeds. And I don't even look at my news feed anymore. I just can't. I think you get to a point where you're just so saturated, and the trauma increases, and I just think it can be so crushing. So to have these moments of, yes, it's just brilliant. And so I do want to thank you for that, and I'm sure the turkeys do as well. But I think you're so right in that, and Deb's mentioned it here as well, when you start to know them, Deb says, when you know them as individuals, the light goes on. I think that is such an important part of our advocacy, isn't it? Is bringing to people's awareness that these are not objects or commodities to be used. They are living, feeling beings who have their own needs and desires. They have families, they make friends, they build communities, they have culture, they're artistic, they're creative. They are individuals in the same way that we are. They're not humans. I'm not trying to, because there's that big push, isn't there, that, oh, you're trying to anthropomorphize everything, you're trying to humanize it. No, quite the opposite.
I'm not trying to get them to vote or drive a car or do ballet.
Yeah. No, exactly. And also, yeah, absolutely. And also it's trying to recognize that just because someone isn't human doesn't mean they're any less value or any less worth. It's recognizing our differences and going, they're just as valuable and their lives are just as important to them as mine is to me. That's the point, isn't it? It's really, so yeah, it is a lovely, it's a lovely story to come at this time of year.
And I think you're right as well. You know, that having a positive story as well is good for the movement. It's good for everybody. And I know myself, obviously I know lots of people who aren't vegan because I live in the normal world like the rest of us. And even those people have been touched by the two little videos that went out, you know, and I've had conversations with them, you know. Again, I don't like the word guilt, but you can feel the guilt, the connection that they are making with those individuals. And I suppose knowing me helps as well. You know, it does turn that light on, and maybe it only turns it on for a short time. But if we can keep switching it on, eventually they'll leave it on. So just briefly on those turkeys. So there were two turkeys. The one that's on my solstice and Christmas card that I put out. It's called Zephyr. So they're called Zephyr after Benjamin Zephaniah, who did the book Talking Turkeys, and turkeys just want to have a nice time. I can't remember exactly what it was. Yeah, it was a very, very popular book with my children when they were growing up. So yeah, and them and another one called Dr. Snuggles. When we were in the van and we were traveling, obviously it was an interesting experience for them, a new experience for them. And Zephyr was just sitting there looking at me all the time, trying to work out what was going on. And Dr. Snuggles was there, and I was kind of lying down, and they had their head just on my chest here, and I was, you know, stroking them and keeping them calm. And after a while, I'd get bored of stroking them, and I'd stop, and they'd just lift their little head up, look at me, and then peck me a few times. And I did my stroking, and they'd go back to that. So I spent a very long time just snuggling with, in amongst all of the turkeys, but particularly snuggling with this one. So, and beautiful.
That's lovely. I always remember the turkeys down at that I met down. I think it might have been at Friend. Yeah, I think it was at Friend actually. And there was one called Mr. T. And actually, Jeremy did a video singing and playing his ukulele to Mr. T. But I remember Mr. T and another turkey person there as well, and they were so inquisitive and so friendly as well. Like they would literally come up, and I remember having a ring on, and Mr. T was just kind of constantly looking at my ring and then looking at me and like trying to get really close to my ring and pecking away and like going, what is this human? What is this thing on this hand? But really, really curious, really inquisitive, and then really kind of like, getting a bit closer, like just because I always try to let fellow animals come to me rather than trying to impose myself on them. And I just kind of remember crouching down.
They need to take things at their own pace.
Absolutely. And then they were getting closer and closer to me, and eventually until they were so close and then looking at me, just like really checking me out. And it was just such a lovely interaction. So beautiful. Alan, I know you've got to run off for your lunch soon, and we've already gone way over time, but do you have time for me just to ask you my 10 rapid fire questions? Like you can answer them really quickly. In fact, that's the point. No one on my podcast ever answers these questions quickly. It always takes another like half an hour, but you can like be the person who actually does the quick fire round quickly if you're up for it.
Sure. I used to do a similar thing when I was when I did Vegan Island Radio, when I was doing interviews then, and they were quick fire and they were questions about anything at all. They weren't necessarily focused on vegan. And even with that, it was very difficult to just tell people, no, you just answer it. Don't think about it. Just answer
Don't
it.
think.
And
First answer is your best answer. Yeah.
And incidentally, I have already eaten my dinner. I made sure that I'd done it earlier to get it out today.
So you haven't even got that excuse. Oh, okay. But I'm sure
I haven't got that excuse.
We're looking at his schedule
But
going.
I'm sure other people have had enough by now. Not of you, obviously, but yeah. Go for it. Go on then.
Go for it. Right. So, okay, quick fire round. Alan Jackson. Someone asks you why you are a vegan. What do you say?
Because it's the best thing to do. I wouldn't feel right if I wasn't.
What's your favorite animal? No, that's fine. Quick answer is good. It's good. Next question. What's your favorite animal-free food?
Vegetables.
What animal rights book stands out as a game changer?
The Case for Animal Rights, Tom Reagan.
Yay. Roger's cheering in the backstage. He's in the green room with his beans on toast. What piece of advice would you give to a new vegan?
Don't give up.
What piece of advice would you give to a new activist?
Be safe and take risks.
Ooh. If a country became vegan, would you move there?
No. No, there's so much work to do.
That's what every activist I've ever asked that question has said the same thing. If you could come back for a day as a fellow animal, who would you be?
Well, a hedgehog is the first thing that springs to mind. I've always adored hedgehogs. I'm not whether they have the greatest life or not. I have no idea, but you know.
No, but yeah, hedgehog. I love hedgehogs. What's the most annoying thing that non-vegans say about vegans?
Anything. Almost anything. The most annoying thing, I think probably the most annoying thing that non-vegans say to vegans or about vegans is you can't change the world. Because it's just nonsense. We already have changed the world. We are changing the world. You just don't want to keep up. That's all it is. The world is vegan. It's just not there yet.
We're pre-vegan.
Yeah, absolutely.
What's your biggest challenge about being vegan?
Not having enough time. Not having enough time. There's so much to do, so many things. God, if you know, putting your fingers in different pies, I wish I had more fingers. You know, because there's just so much.
So the biggest challenge about being vegan is not enough fingers. Good answer.
Absolutely, yeah. Not
enough. Never had that
not
one
enough
before.
fingers and not enough.
Not enough fingers.
Not enough fingers and not enough pies. Yeah.
And your final question, Alan Jackson, what's the best thing about being vegan?
The positive mental attitude that it gives me. Just the freedom and the knowledge that every day I'm doing the best that I possibly can. Every day, just by existing, I'm saving lives, and I have the opportunity to save more lives by having conversations, just creating a better world. Who could ask for more? You know, living a peaceful existence, and trying to spread that peace as much as you possibly can everywhere, far and wide. I mean, who could ask for more, really?
I love it. Brilliant. What a lovely way to end our interview. Thank you so much, Alan. This has been such an interesting conversation. I've still got so many questions to ask you. So when I do get my podcast back up and running, you're just going to have to come back and
yeah, cool.
Tell me even more, because I know you've got stuff coming up this year that is going to be really interesting, and we'll have to chat about that another time for sure.
Yeah, the new year is going to be a very interesting year. Starting the first week, I'm in court on the first week for 3 weeks for the dairy campaign from 2 years ago. So, you know, nearly 3 years ago. But yes, I would love to come back. I'd love to converse. I mean, yes, we could chat for hours. It's getting, as my wife always says, it's like Donkey and Shrek. It's getting him to shut up that's the problem.
Love it. But thank you. And people are saying in the chat, well done and thank you for all you do. And yeah, thank you for your interview today with me, Alan. I really appreciate it for taking time on.
Yeah, me too. Me too. It's been absolutely lovely. Have a very, very Merry Christmas, everybody. And I'm going to come back and do more chatting at 4 o'clock. So.
Oh, well, you better go. You've only got an hour and a half, so you better go and do what you're going to do.
That's enough for a quick game of Triv with me mum, and then or Scrabble or something, and then I can come back. It's been wonderful, absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, brilliant. Thanks so much, Alan, and I'll see you on here later on. Well, I won't be here later on, but I'll watch you.
Cool. I love you loads.
You take care. Take care. Doc, hello.
Hello. Oh, I better put my mic on. Right, I'm a bit behind with my inspirational.
Inspirational. Yes, I can. Alan kept dropping out at first, so and
yeah,
then
I saw that, yeah.
It just goes really quickly, doesn't it? I said to him about.
Well,
I said, oh, we're already 15
well,
minutes.
maybe you'll find that lead by 4 o'clock that should be really useful. Before you go though, Wendy, I wonder whether you want to see some of the messages, particularly Mark Beckhoff and the 2 from Carol. Do you want to see that before you go?
Oh, yeah, that'd be great.
Just sit in. Okay. So, I remember how to do it now. Obviously, you got loads too many things. You know, you always do, don't you?
I know. Are they down the bottom? Oh no, they're in your. What's it?
In my what's it?
They're in your what's it. I can never think of my words. Not never, but often. I struggle finding words.
Get your worms wrong. Now then, I've got to find out where Mark Becker. Okay, right. So they all should be in this document here. Let's have a look. I've got a David Nybert one as well. So where's the? It's funny, you know, when you're looking for a clip, they're all there in front of you, and you just can't see them. It's really weird.
I'll see the wood for the trees, as they say. Is that the right expression?
Oh, there's that one there. Okay. I've got a Carol one, but there should be 2. That's a bit weird. Oh, let's try the first one anyway. Right, so if we put ourselves on that screen, we can try that. Oh, that's Alan again.
That's Alan. I can see Carol. I've just put her up. I think you took her down again.
And I appreciate the enthusiasm you might be feeling about having discovered how wonderful it is to be a vegan. And I just want you to know that that might make you susceptible to being teased and sort of pummeled verbally by relatives when you get together during the holidays. They might ask you what they think is a simple question. Why did you become a vegan? And you think they really want to know. But if they're busy eating corpses, they really don't want to hear the answer. So what I would advise is don't get sucked into their dramas. You've figured it out for yourself. Make sure you bring something you can enjoy and enjoy the meal. To answer their questions, say, I feel better doing this. Let's talk later.
Yeah, that raised an issue about which we were talking about earlier about, you know, do you engage the family at meal times? And then you've got that kind of tricky thing about, you know, what if they ask you questions at meal times? What do you do then? You know?
Yeah, and I think that's a good point that Carol makes, isn't it? I think I've heard I think she's mentioned that before when it might have been on my interview with her actually on the podcast, where she was talking in more detail about that. How it's just not going to go down well. You're just going to put people's backs up. They don't want to hear it. It creates so much dissonance, and that will probably reflect back onto you as the vegan anyway. And you're going to be left with the baggage and the discomfort of all of that. So,
yeah, I got one contribution though, and they said, "Go for it, go for it." You know, kind of use it as practice. which is quite interesting.
Oh yes, yeah. It's like build your resilience. Like if you can do it with your family, you can do it with anyone.
Yeah, that was their idea. Yeah. So here's Mark.
Everybody, I want to wish you a happy holiday season, however you celebrate it, and stress the fact that there's no downside at all to adopting a comprehensive vegan ethic. A vegan ethic goes way beyond your meal plans, and it incorporates how we interact with the world at large, other animals, and other people. So all I can say is I hope you all have wonderful holidays if you take a holiday, and that you foster kindness from your own center, if you will, and expand it out to other animals, including human beings. And I know the world is a mess, so I humbly suggest that you laugh as much as you can and put out positive energy to every being in the world, including trees and other plants, because they too can be victimized by our intrusions into their space. So once again, I encourage you to embrace a comprehensive vegan ethic. Enjoy yourself and send a lot of love to everyone who needs it, and take care of yourselves. Happy days.
I like his finish there. Happy days. Reminded me of the funds. I'm going to tell him that.
Yeah, I was thinking of cutting that out, and then I realized on his email that he sent the clip, he'd put happy days on it as well. So I thought,
Happy
well, that's
days.
obviously something that he likes to say. So I thought I better leave it in. Right, let's just see if I can see this one from Carol. They should both be in the same place, but they're not, which is a bit weird to me. Doesn't make sense. We do have the David Nybert one though. That's nice.
Oh yeah, let's see David's.
Very short.
Greetings, Roger, and everyone at the Vegan Information Project, and also to all those working for a plant-based world. It goes without saying that everyone who has transitioned to a plant-based lifestyle are the ones who are really and truly working for peace on Earth and goodwill toward all the inhabitants of the planet. I just want to say how much I value all of you and your commitment to a peaceful planet Earth. Let's make sure our voices are loud in the denunciation of genocide and all forms of capitalist-driven oppression in 2025. And let's make the new year the best yet in the struggle for the abolition of all forms of entangled oppression of humans and other animals. I'll be seeing you on the road to a peaceful world.
So David there managed to get just about all these buzzwords in
Didn't
one.
they? Brilliant.
Yeah, it was good, wasn't it? Yeah. So
He didn't get domestication in though, which I'm disappointed. Next time, make sure he gets that word in.
yeah, I forgot that he hadn't done that. But then again, that's one of those ones, you know, should you or shouldn't you kind of thing, isn't it? Which is interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, they're lovely messages. That was such a great idea, by the way, Roger, to have people dropping these messages in. I think it's really a really lovely touch. And I think it just reminds us all these different people who are out there working towards the same goals that we have is just so heartwarming, and it just gives us that feeling of we're not alone, and we're not completely alien. I just think it's lovely. Yeah, so well done on that.
Very good, thank you. And I did find Carol's.
Welcome to New Vegans, and I appreciate the enthusiasm you might be feeling about.
Wait a minute, is that the same?
It didn't look. It started sooner because have you broken it up into?
Yeah, but
we did talk about the interviews.
Welcome to New Vegans, and I appreciate the pummeled verbally by relatives when you get together. This.
Yeah, my bad. It was in a different place. That's interesting. Here we go. Found it. I'll get there in the end. I'm a devil for keeping you know, there's different ones, and I end up putting final on there, right? But I don't always play the final one, which is daft, obviously. And I just should get rid of all the draft copies. That's
just get so that you don't confuse yourself.
Yeah, but I always do it. But I'm always kind of like, well, what if that goes missing or something, or if it gets corrupted or something like that. Anyway, so this is the other one.
Things to any of you who feel alone about your veganism, especially during the holidays. I remember that when I was caregiving for my parents, it was often that it was with my vegan meal that I reminded myself that I was connected to a world of compassion. I was caring for my parents because I cared about them. And I was a vegan because I cared about the world and the animals and everything that we know that veganism offers in terms of embracing life. So even in a feeling of being alone, I hope you remember that your veganism connects you to so many other people and to the animals and the earth, and enjoy your vegan meals and learn to cook even more, because I think cooking gives us a joy, and then we get to eat the rewards of our learning. So just embrace it all and remember that you are connected to so many of us.
Thanks very much for that, both of those messages, Carol. Now, I can't let you go without talking about the 35th anniversary of your famous book. So how's it going?
Well, it just arrived. It came out this month. It'll, of course, the 35th anniversary is officially January 2025. Oh, I should grab it.
Just to stop there, it was quite funny because Carol had the book at the back of her room, but she had to kind of go in this really weird route to get to. So she goes, "Oh, sorry, Roger," sorry, and all that. So I thought I'd edit that bit out and just talk about it instead.
So I'm very excited about this edition for several reasons. One is, well, 35 years. I can't believe it. But I reread the whole thing this year because we made it. I gave it the new subtitle, A Feminist Vegan Critical Theory.
Oh,
it had always been vegan in theory, but back in 1990, vegetarian encompassed vegan in the sense that if you were a complete vegetarian, you didn't eat dairy or eggs, and vegan wasn't a well-known word. So for the past 35 years, there's been a debate sort of when do we call it vegan in theory? One reason it's vegan in theory is because of my proposal that we think of dairy and eggs as feminized protein to recognize the reproductive exploitation of female animals in the production of mammalian milk and eggs. So it was really exciting to get to do a new edition and finally give it the subtitle I wanted it to have. Also, I wrote a long introduction that talks about how I conceived of the book, because that's the most frequent question I'm asked. How it was received back in 1990, what trends I see since then, and then there's the book to read. I actually enjoyed rereading it as I prepared to figure out where do I say vegan rather than vegetarian in the text. And I was reassured that all the work I had done to write the book had mattered, and that I had actually figured things out in a way that I'm still very happy with.
It's I've done that sometimes. You know, you read things that you've written yourself a long time ago, and sometimes it's quite weird, isn't it? You know, I remember reading something and I was thinking, "Oh, this is quite good," and then I realized.
And the thing was, there were some things I wanted to change, and you could only change it. They were using the same layout, so I had to change it with the same number of words that I was replacing. It's like a puzzle you don't really want to do. I wished I had more room to add a few more things, but then I would have gotten carried away. I think the book stands as it is, and I'm thrilled that Bloomsbury is committed to keeping it in print and keeping it up to date.
Yeah, well, I've got, I think, the second edition over there on my shelves. Yeah, it's always a good read, along with Pornography of Meat as well. So I'd like to thank you very much for doing this, and wish you a happy holidays, or whatever you prefer to say.
Yes, well, we're happy with Christmas. That's our tradition. But happy holidays to everybody, however you celebrate it. Lift a glass of vegan drink in honor of our vision for the next year.
Yeah, that was nice.
I've got those 2 books as well somewhere up here.
Yeah.
Somewhere there is Carol.
She's obviously very proud of it, and she's had an interesting experience going through this. I think that vegans nowadays would quibble with the vegetarian thing that she said, and I understand why she said it, because there was phrases like complete vegetarian that she mentioned and pure vegetarian that she mentioned, but it still did, and even just then focused it on food,
on the dietary aspect. Yeah,
that's the problem. That's a problem with it, you know. And even the thing about feminized protein and everything, again, there's a food thing. So it's not that obviously Carol Adams gets it. It's just that by doing that change within the book, almost like put it back into food, which was interesting.
Yeah. I think there's still a lot of focus on the dietary aspect within veganism anyway, isn't there, from a lot of different factions of activists. But I mean, definitely it's great that the vegan feminist theory is out there and being put out there, because of, I think it does kind of bring it back into, again, relationships and oppression. And it's not a direct comparison, because I know Carol doesn't like doing direct comparisons between one oppression and another, and comparing our fellow animals and what they're going through directly with. She doesn't like that. And I think eco-feminists generally don't like that direct comparison, but it's relatable too, if that makes sense. You can kind of see overlaps and things like that, which I think is useful. So and it's a great message, though. I think
I got to talk to her about Tom Reagan, which was really nice, and saying she was really pleased, because he funded the writing of the first book, and so
of course he did. Yeah,
I was thinking, well, that is just goes to show how kind of gracious and collegiate Reagan was, because he knew that that Carol was a feminist. He knew what feminists thought about rights, and yet would still be willing to kind of put his money in that. And she did say that there was a few tense moments afterwards when they started really writing quite strident anti-rights material, but generally speaking, it was pretty good. And then the final point was she was talking about right-wing women. Remember, I said it in a message.
Yeah, you did actually.
Yeah, she said that if you look at the right-wing analyst of the situation and left-wing analysts, they come to the same conclusion, that there is a patriarchy. It's not that the right rejects the idea. It's just that the left position on patriarchy is let's destroy it, right?
Yeah.
Whereas the right, she argued, well, what the right-wing women want is to find a patriarch who will look after them. So they're both using the same context, but in a completely different way, which I thought was really fascinating.
And there's probably a whole spectrum of positions in between those extremes as well, isn't there? Like I'm guessing it's not just polarized. It's a whole.
Yeah, there's probably going to be a big block in the middle. Actually, I would think.
Yeah. But it is interesting. But yeah, the patriarchy is alive and well.
Well, you have to tell some of the more modern vegans, because they argue against it, don't they? So, there you go. But
yeah. I'm still waiting for Corey to tell us how we hex the patriarchy, because she did say we could.
Well,
I'm just waiting for some tips.
We talked about what was the phrase with the capitalism thing the other day? It wasn't challenging. What was it? Dismantling. What do we call it? We're terrible, aren't we? We've forgotten the title of our own thing.
Oh, interrogating.
Yeah,
It
interrogating.
was
Right?
interrogating. Yeah. That was the title of the conference, the Vegan Sociology Conference. It was interesting what you were saying about looking back at your work. And it was interesting to hear Carol say about looking back, and she's actually really glad that the work she did, and she still stands by it, because that's the real testament to how much she put into it as well. And you were saying you've read things that you thought, oh, actually that's quite good. And sometimes you can get both of those experiences, can't you? You can look back and think, oh, I've really evolved from that position. I don't think like that anymore, and I wouldn't say that in those terms anymore. And I'm sure if I listen back to some of my really early podcasts, I'd probably go, oh, listen to the language, or I'm still saying
the language that we would pick up on and go, oh,
the language, But then I also look back at my some of my studies from when I was like, a student doing university or even before that at school, and some of the things you read and think, wow, is that me? Did that come out of my head? Wow, that was pretty. That sounds pretty clever. I sound like I know what I'm talking about. And it's kind of surprising, isn't it? Sometimes you think, did I really write that? Because you might have also evolved in a different direction, that you're no longer in that headspace to write those things anymore. And yet you think it sounds really good. So you can kind of go both ways.
It's like an ego boost, isn't it? It's kind of like, oh, that's good. I wonder who wrote that. Oh, it was me. So it's a weird thing to do. Yeah.
Get me. Yeah, it is a weird thing to do. But often I find it's the other way around, and you think, oh, I can't believe I said that in that interview. I wrote that. That's I really have evolved. So I suppose it's just we grow, we evolve, we change. But
yeah, that's been my dilemma about I'm trying to put out a kind of audio book version of my book chapters, but of course some of them that would have the language problem there, Now the only thing about that is that when I put it into the machine that does the thing, it's called Speechify. You can change it if you want, but I don't really know whether that's cheating or not. But to kind of just update the language, because it's always the language that kind of makes you go, ugh, I wouldn't say that anymore.
Things that make you go, ooh. There's a song there, I think, probably from the 80s. It wouldn't surprise me.
In the night. Yeah, I'm just going to check that I sent the link to.
Who are you waiting for now?
We've got Dennis from Sentient Rights Island, but not until the hour.
Ah, so what's supposed to be on now? Is it just your messages and?
Yeah, it's just me. Yeah, just me gobbing off and stuff.
A few people say Merry Christmas, by the way. We've got Positive Junks just come in after making. Oh, look at that picture of the foxes. That's a beautiful picture. I love that. Just got back home after cooking my elderly mum dinner. Happy Christmas to you too, Positive Junk. And what's Deb saying? Oh, she's agreeing with you about the right. The right does seem to want to see males as protectors, and they promote that instead of women being self-reliant and respected for that.
Ah, right.
Yeah. Also, do you think there's also something in, and this is not just relating to women, but to humans generally, that sometimes people just want an easy life, and if there's an opportunity to have some kind of easy life and not take the hard route of being self-reliant or whatever it might be, relying on other people to do things for you or take control because it's easier. I think there is an element of that in human nature, isn't there? Let's take the path of least resistance and go for the easy option, go like the more comfortable, convenient version of life. And there is a lot.
I think in general terms, that's one of the things that has created the success of humans, is the fact that we will do that. We'll we'll go for the shortcut and everything. In fact, we used to when we used to do sociology of industry and stuff, we had that thing about somebody new would come in, and they would say, okay, what's the score, which was basically saying, okay, I know I've been given this manual how to do my job, but how do you really do it? Because there's loads and loads of shortcuts, which the industry rely on, because if they followed it by the book, they'd be in real trouble, because it would slow everything down, which is why work to rule is an industrial tactic, which is a bit bizarre in a weird way.
Yes.
So here's Dennis. I'll bring him on so he can say hello.
I'll say hello before I leave you.
Hey, Dennis.
Hiya, Dennis.
Hi, Roger. Hiya, Wendy.
Happy
Hello.
Christmas.
Happy Christmas or happy Xmas, happy Wednesday, as Joanna's saying. Happy Wednesday, Joanna.
Yes.
And
all that. Let's cater for everybody.
yeah, however you celebrate this time. So, yeah, how are you, Dennis?
I'm good. I have a scoop of chocolate that I got from Timothy's babysitter. Timothy is my cat, and my babysitter called down with the key today because she had she has chocolate for me, and I got these. I have to tell you about these hip peanut butter truffles. These are just so delicious. They are addictive, I'm sure. Peanut butter truffle bites.
Yeah,
but
they
Dennis,
are quite addictive.
You're supposed to scatter them in the yard and then pick them up with your nose, aren't you?
I'll try that the next time.
Yeah, do have a go at that, Dennis. I've tried that chocolate bar as well. I've tried that. It's really nice. And I think the truffles I've tried, the peanut ones, are not called Hip. They're a different brand, but they were equally as addictive. And actually, do you know what? Funny story. Not actually that funny. Dylan, you know, the dog that lives with me, Dylan, the big, huge dog. He once found, because there was a generic box up on the counter in the kitchen that I didn't know what was in it because it had been sent for my birthday. My mum had sent it, and I left it there for like 5 minutes, went upstairs, came down, the box was completely ripped open, and in Dylan's crate, which is like his little, it was his teenager's bedroom at the time, there were all packets everywhere, and like he'd eaten particularly this bag of those truffles, the peanut butter chocolate truffles. And it was suddenly like, oh, panic, because, you know, obviously chocolate and dogs, not a good mix. And I remember calling the vets, and they were saying, right, okay, we need to work out how much chocolate is actually eaten to know what the like toxicity levels is of the chocolate. So I had to get the old chocolate calculator out. I had to literally find all the tiny little shreds of packet to see what the amount of chocolate was in, like how many grams of the truffles, how much chocolate was in it. I had to piece it all together and then go, right, it's so many grams and this is how much chocolate. And we did the calculation. He was just under, and it was the peanut butter that saved him, because if it had been pure chocolate, it would have been over the edge and he would have had to be made to vomit at the vets. And sorry if anyone's having their Christmas lunch. But yeah, so we were like, he was fine.
The Heimlich maneuver. Yeah.
He did once have to be taken to the vets after a mince pie, which he found in a bag. That wasn't fun for him at all, or us, and very expensive.
Did I ever relate this story that I used to look after a liberated beagle, and he was really weird. Now, we don't know what the lab did to him, but he slept sometimes for days, and then he would come down after about 3 days, and he'd go into the yard, and he would start to pee, and he would last for about 5 or 6 minutes. And so he'd start with his leg up, and then eventually he'd go down. You know? And the thing is, we called him Toby, but he loved sauce mix.
Sauce mix. Do you remember sauce mix?
Yeah, he would do anything to get sauce mix, but the problem is he liked to eat it dry, right?
Oh no!
So one time he had one of those 2 pound, whatever they are, the sauce mix ones, and then he had a drink of water, and of course it swelled. So he was like rock solid.
Oh no! Poor thing. What happened? I mean, did he manage to, you know?
Well, you can imagine the color. You can imagine the color of the pee several hours later.
Oh, bless. Yeah. Bless him. Dylan does really long pees. Sometimes he won't go out in the morning for a pee. So then by the time you go out with him, he stands and he just sniffs the air, legs astride, and he's just like sitting him thinking, what is he doing? And he's having the pee. And sometimes it lasts like 5 minutes. And you have to stand. But he just sniffs around, loves it, chest up, so proudly peeing.
Yeah, don't mind me.
Yeah, don't mind me. We're like, come on.
Brilliant.
Well, Dennis, you're going to talk about.
I better leave you to it, Dennis. It's so lovely to see you.
You too, Wendy, and have a nice time. And great show today. I was popping in and out. Thank you very much.
I did that as well. I was popping in and out of the show.
Popping in and out, and I'll be
I
popping in and
knew
out as
that,
well, and
I
I'll
knew that.
watching you. And yeah, have a great chat, and don't eat that chocolate all at once.
I won't. No,
Save me a square, Dennis. Save me a
I
square.
will. All the best,
Take care.
Bendy.
All the best, Dennis. Take care. Have a lovely day. Doc, speak to you
Bye-bye.
later.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Yeah, take care, Wendy. Thanks very much for what you did with the Thrive. It was good.
Oh, my pleasure. Really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed
good
it. Bye,
interview.
everyone, and thanks to the viewers for
Problem is,
tuning in.
I've got no questions to
comments.
ask Alan now because you've asked them all.
Oh, is it? Oh no, you can ask him. Ask him about what he's doing in April. Ask him about April.
And I picked up on the fact he's in court, and he once told me a really weird thing about photographs. I'll ask him about that, although it might be a bit personal. But,
Oh, I see. Well, I look forward to hearing that then. Yeah, but just definitely ask him about April.
Not rude, just personal.
Not rude.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. I prefer rude. It's more fun. But there you go. Never mind.
Well, you can't cater for everybody, can you?
You can't. Take care. Bye. Bye, everyone.
Bye, Wendy.
Well, Mr. Neelis, how you doing, mate?
I'm doing very well. I've been fed and watered and chocolated, and I'm good to go. I'm going to get into my stride now for the day.
Very good. So, how about giving us the latest with what's going on with the group?
Okay, well, yeah, we have something really exciting. It's called total activism. We're going to unleash it on an unsuspecting public and activists for 2025. And as the word says, it is descriptive. It's total. So just a quick recap on 2024. We were talking last Christmas, and we were on the Animal Rights Road Campaign. We've now visited every county in Ireland at some stage, and we've talked rights on the street to people. That's a first. We hope it was an election year, and we were able to field 6 candidates at local government election. And we took a lot of learning and analysed the results of that and how it works. And so we've taken a lot of learnings from that. We were unable to put a candidate forward for the general election. Our chosen candidate was unwell, and then we tried 2 other people, but it just didn't work out. But we decided to hold fire, and we're hoping to get registered as a political party this year and be ready for the next round of elections, which will be in 2029. So fast forwarding to 2025, the year coming, what we're going to be doing is the Animal Rights Road Campaign will take off again around the country. But as well, and you're a part of that, Roger, we seem to be able to hold on to an enclave in Westmoreland Street. We're going to try and keep that going every Saturday and build on it, and hopefully some other animal rights groups may come and join us, and we make a big statement for animals all along that strip around the corner if possible. That would be my ambition, and make it a permanent feature every Saturday. The other thing that's happening, we trialed testing tables early in 2024. This is with the something like you were doing in the Vegan Information Project, but just for 2 hours once every month with a team of 4 people and a table and some literature. We had never done it before, and the results were good. So we've set up a group for that. We're hoping to turn it into a registered charity and provide an income stream and set them up all around the country as a permanent fixture every month in selected locations. To that end, we're dividing up our own people into regional groups. Before this, we just had one big group where we focused on policy, demos and everything else. But we are now looking to set up regional groups. This is within our own internal structure with a view to demos, but also an eye forward to the elections in 2029. And hoping that we get some organic growth in different areas, especially areas, and build on where we're strong and where we're not so strong, to try and start a local based group. Politics is, as you know, local. And while we're not in politics for our own ambition, i.e. we don't have political ambitions for ourselves, just using it as a platform to shout about animals, the plight of animals in Ireland. Ireland, the animal oppression capital of the world. Let no one tell you any different. So the vegan sustainability outreach, we've been taking information and tips and hints from other vegan groups around the world. We got a nice one from New Zealand, and I think this is where they try and reach out to people who are not vegan and have a talk in a library setting or some other public area and try and gather as many people as possible. So this is not on-street activism. It's not per chance. It's not ad hoc. This would be an organised talk. And we hope to have one in the University of Galway. These are people who reached out to us, concerned people who work in the administration there. And everybody there is that's coming to us will not be vegan except a few speakers. And we're hoping to see how that will trial it for us. And the other thing is we would like to see, I think you mentioned it, there was reference to it earlier in the talk about the arts. We really have to try and get vegan mentioned in the arts, vegan writers, vegan plays, vegan musicians. I mean, to bring about any social change or social revolution, the arts were always involved, all the different arts, whether it's sculpture, writing, spoken word, poetry, it all has to come together. This is, and I think it was Wendy was saying, people are more open to the message once it's delivered by the arts. We were at a play, myself and Paul Campbell, that you know here in Galway, last year. It's called Humanity Dick. It's written by a school teacher called Sean Leonard, and it's about the life of Humanity Dick Martin, the man who started off the RSPCA, was instrumental in it. He was based in Galway, and he dramatised his life in a one-man show, and it's quite entertaining. And it's at the end that he starts talking about animals and the plight of animals, and he gets the message across. And this is to an audience who have enjoyed themselves for just over an hour, and now they're confronted with the case for animals. So this is, arts is a nice way of just getting it slipped into the conversation in a general conversation way, in a general talk way, as opposed to the hard sell sometimes, which we ourselves push forward. The other exciting development that I have to tell you about, continuing this total, opening the fronts along the way for total activism, is we set up a group here in Ireland called Transformation Ireland.ie. This is to facilitate animal farmers transition to other land uses. This came about from conversations I was having with Bronwyn Slater of the Irish Vegan Society and the Irish vegan.ie spreadsheet, which is a great information resource for anybody that's vegan or interested in vegan. And James O'Donovan, the wonderful James O'Donovan, who's from Nature Rising, and anyone who has been to any of James's talks knows that James has excellent research done and can bring forth fantastic data. So we realized the three of us were all working on this same type of project in parallel but not connected. So we've joined forces. We've already in December had our first meeting with a farmer working in the west of Ireland. He 20 acres. He kept some of his animals back. He didn't send them to market, their sheep, and he hopes to raise them to the end of their life in a peaceful way. And he's hoping to set up a sanctuary setting there. And on the rest of the land, it's mixed land. He's got a river running through it. He would like to do some growing. So that's where we come in. And we connected with a group in the UK called Stock Free Farming. I know the name has a bit of a connotation where vegans are coming from and who owns the terminology, but that's their name. So they've changed their name now to Stock Free Farming Ireland, UK and Ireland. They have the expertise, they have some case studies, and they have a fabulous website where they list up to 100 other uses that farmers can have on their land. It could be tourism, it could be renewable energy, as well as veganic growing. and we're hoping to push the veganic growing as opposed to ordinary, with chemicals or organic growing, which would still have animal input. We did a webinar with Jimmy Vidal of the North American Organic Veganic Certification Standard. That's a bit of a mouthful, but Jimmy is a wonderful source of information. He's a working grower himself. And also there's the Vegan Network. They're based in the south of England. We're connecting with them. We hope to do a series of webinars early in the new year in relation to farming and transition. And we have 2 young people working with us who came in already. One is training in horticulture, and the other is vegan, and he has a passion for sustainability on the land. So it's a nice little team that's put together. So the other part of the total activism is our colleague Maureen O'Sullivan, who you know well. She teaches law here in the University of Galway. She has added for the first time to her law course vegan or animal law. It's an animal law module. It's a 12-week module. I think it's 385, and it gives you 5 ECTs for those who are doing third level education. The deadline has passed, but I'd say you might get in still if you tried. And with that in mind, and we're thinking about the wonderful Jordi Massamayata. I'm not sure if I got the pronunciation correct. You mentioned him earlier as well. He did a webinar last year with us in SRI. This is in relation to the court case that he took, where he established, the judge established rather, in deciding forum that vegans had ethical rights. It was a vegan stance. And I think that we should look at it for vegans in the workplace. And not that I want to foment, agitation in the workplace. That's the last person no more than home. You need peace in your home, but you need peace in your workplace as well. But I think this should be done through the trade unions. We made contact with trade unions last year on foot of the webinar that we did with David Nybert, which is animal rights, human rights, the entanglements book, entanglements of oppression and liberation, and we try to connect with the trade unions. That's not an unusual thing for us to do, to connect with other groups and bring in something about animals as well. We've connected to women's groups and the level of violence in Irish society, toward domestic violence, the level of other violence, human on human violence. We see in the Garda, that's the Irish police force, their annual reports show an increase in violence at body, human to human, to the body, and various responses, not necessarily always the response we want, but we're also going to contact the police themselves and see, can we open up a dialogue with research. There is some research going on in America, I think it's called forensic sociology, on how this violence spills over from animal violence towards animals to violence human on human. I'm sure that's your department, your speciality yourself, you're aware of it, but we would like to get it out into the open more and bring about, I think people may connect with animals, empaths, and certainly look at going plant-based as opposed to vegan for their health or for climate. But also humans, something that interests themselves. So this thing about violence and, thinking about their families and a peaceful society, it should also be noted. And we've always been talking about that. All the great people who've spoken out through history, Pythagoras, the great writers, they've all said that violence on your plate brings violence to humanity. We all know that the veganism is a peaceful message, it's a message of peace. So we're trying to put that into real terms and show the research on it. So that's what we're looking forward to, rolling out all those. I know I rattled through it there pretty fast, but there's quite a body of work to be done, and that's why we're splitting up into the regional areas. So looking for leaders to come forth in their area. I'm so lucky to be working with a wonderful bunch of people, activists who have come from various backgrounds and been on the road since the 1970s. Rescue, frontline activism, sanctuary work, sometimes motivated to animal welfare, single issues. They've put their trust in us, and we help them in their projects, and they come together then and support us in the overall animal rights mission. So you give a little bit and you get a little bit back in return. And they're just a wonderful bunch of people, all age groups. And we've been getting together now for 2 years, and we really are beginning to gel as a group.
Yes, well, I mean, you're doing a great job in coordinating all that you just talked about, and there's a heck of a lot there too as well. You know, on that thing about the research, yeah, there's always been a lot of research about the amount of violence surrounding these massive slaughterhouses, that kind of stuff. And when you said about the arts, you know, Tom Reagan's group, you know, kind of culture and arts, well, Animals and Culture Foundation. That's what Reagan said himself, that, you know, all cultural revolution involves the arts. So you're kind of spot on there, you know. So yeah, Animals and Culture Foundation, and they also give grants as well. So that might be pretty useful. So
that always greases the wheels a little bit better.
Yeah, I was talking to Carol Adams before, and that group gave Carol some money to put together Sexual Politics of Meat. So they've done a lot of stuff from 1990 odd. In terms of sentient rights as an entity, then, can you speak a little bit about the thing that I think I might have asked you before, but this kind of interesting interlink between the issue of lobby, social movement, organization, and political party? How does that interplay?
Well, we're not fully registered as a political party yet, and even when we do, we still won't have representation in the parliament. But once we get registered, we will have a little bit more recognition. In the meantime, we operate, I suppose, as a grassroots group, and we have set up last year, and this will be for the last Dáil, or the last parliament, from 2020 to 2024, and we set up a database for every elected, including every elected representative in Ireland. That's the TDs, which would be MPs, the senators, the county councillors, local government, and the MEPs. And we contacted every one of them on several occasions on important things. And we noticed the responses we were getting and where it was favourable. Generally speaking, it's from the people who would be Green, although the Green Party itself was a real disappointment in terms of they're ignoring the fauna and just sticking with the flora. They just seem to, you know, omit animals again. And we see the socialist parties would be more inclined to fight the corner for animals, but that would be lacking in terms of rights. It would be more an animal welfare issue or a single issue. But I don't think we should dismiss them either. I think it still has to be encouraged anywhere there's a little bit of help coming. So from that point of view, we do this outreach group to group via email. We're going to step it up this year. We are, I would say, chronically short of administrators. These are the people, myself included, who, you know, work quietly behind the scenes. This is the office work, e-office work, administrating on social media. We've gone in with the new one, the new Twitter and Blue Sky. There's not a lot of action there, but it will come, I'm sure. And beginning to understand how the different media work, the different age groups and the genders. And I think there might be a case for doing the things that became quite popular, especially in rural Ireland, men's sheds during COVID. If we could maybe have a look at doing vegan men's sheds, it might be a way of bringing our brothers who are very shy in coming forward and being vegan, or in terms of activism, the breakdown is usually well up in the 70s, the high 70s for women, and in the men's it's 20% 20-something percent. That's consistent across all the social media channels we have, and indeed within our own group as well. Women far outweigh them, so it's indicative, I suppose, of society, and that's where the toxic nature is coming from. We have an article on our Facebook page today. It was written by Tom Hawthorne, who works with Animal Rescue. It was in the first published in the Los Angeles Times, and he's talking about vegan men and what is the perception of vegan men. Why aren't more men vegan? So that's the whole thing that he's talking about. He's talking about how he himself went vegan not that long ago, and why and how maybe we might bring more men into the equation and get away from the I love steak and this is how to be strong. And I think the Olympics and other vegan men who have succeeded at elite sports, I think that could be one way, as role models for younger men, to show them that you can be strong. I'm probably a good. I'm not fast or anything like that, but I'm not pale and I'm not skinny, so I could be a good role model for middle-aged men who can be vegan and hold on to their belly.
Let's start a subgroup, vegan bellies. Yeah, that would be quite good, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
You are right about the Greens. The way that the Greens have gone in Ireland has been a real disappointment, haven't they? Really, I mean, like they were obviously involved with the deer hunting ban, although that doesn't amount to much. And that's when John Gormley and that was involved. But now, isn't the leader a dairy farmer or something of the Greens?
He's the only one that got elected. The rest of them got wiped out. But we see that with the Social Democrats as well. It's a farmer who's leader of that. This is Social Democrats, a la Rural Ireland. And the politics in Ireland, it is peculiar and it's different than the rest of Europe in that it was a two-party continuous right up into the 80s from the inception of the state. But even the fracturing that went on, it was usually just one other group, like the Labour Party or the Progressive Democrats, and they all disintegrate. If they go into government and then at the end of the term or a second term, they disintegrate completely because they get the brunt of the backlash, whereas the two bigger parties, or it's three bigger parties now, but they all like to think of themselves as centre parties, but they're really right of centre, I would say right wing and populist as well. And I think that's this populism has opened the door to right-wingness coming in. We're not as badly off as other European countries who seem to be under threat a lot. And I think that's due to the financial situation here with all the American companies we have in, who bring another problem, for animals. There's a lot of biotech companies here in Ireland, and all the biotech companies are involved, the private industry. Within the third level education system in the four main universities here, there's extensive. I always have to see the irony of this. Life scientists, and they're just killing animals. Trinity College being the biggest in terms of numbers, the amount spent, and the absolute torture chambers that they are. They're all, Mengles, we've been outside there a few times. The biotech building is down on 152 Pearse Street. And we canvassed them for 2 days 2 years ago when they were hosting the Dublin Literary Festival of all things, just because they had the theatre space. But we knew there'd be gentle academics going in there who wouldn't know what happens in that building. And we had our research well done. We had 2 A4s, double-sided, with full of information. We gave them out to them on the way in, and on the way out, they come out and they were horrified. They were gone pale in the face. They were shaken. They were livid with indignation that they had been brought to a building where all this goes on. And we sent an email to several of the people who were giving lectures there. We didn't know very many of them, but we did know Eamon Dunphy, who was previously a sports journalist, but now he writes on different topics. He's a freelance journalist. He never showed up for his lecture. He just didn't come once he realised what he would have been supporting. And we had them out on the street with us. They were really angry with us, but the good thing, we had some students come up to us, the science students in there, and they said they read our literature and they agreed with everything we said, the unnecessariness of it all. And they had asked their professors, their aging professors, to divide the class into cruelty-free or animal-free and see how the test results went. And we haven't got a feedback on that. We had a minor window because the next year when Dublin History Festival was staged, it wasn't in the biotech building in Trinity College, so moved it up to Dublin Castle. So that was a small win from, just 2 days of action. It wasn't a big long campaign or anything. We tend to do hit and run in our small campaigns, as opposed to what we're doing with the animal rights campaign, which is outreach and education. We move around every week continually to some area in Ireland where it has never been done before.
Yeah, well, it's certainly shown me parts of Ireland I've never seen before. Well, you're a great guest, Dennis. You're not shy about talking, so it's not as though you've got to show you on there, which is really great.
Well, I have something else as well.
Go on then.
So the vegan Society of Ireland, it really is a hotbed of talk, and it's newly brought together, and there's so much excitement by vegans in there. And we know there was a vacuum last year in Dublin in that the Dublin Veg Fest didn't go ahead. And a lot of the intrepid young vegans in Ireland, they go over to the vegan camp out in the UK, which has attracted a lot of attention, and everything about it seems to work well. I know they've hooked up with Viva as their main sponsor or the main charity, but they clean up the place well after them. They really are a good advertisement for vegans or veganism, as opposed to where another festival might leave a complete mess after them. So with that in mind, we're cooking up something, Irish vegan camp out, or failure, which is an Irish word for a party or for a celebration. We're not 100% sure of the name yet. We're not 100% sure on location, but we're trying to do something like that in Ireland. And I think as we go into the year in the spring, if we realise that vacuum is going to be there again in Dublin for a Veg Fest, I think we might launch a Veg Fest ourselves. I have an ideal location that was given to me 2 years ago, so we might launch that either as part of a joint operation with it, or there's several groups involved in this Irish vegan camp out. We're just looking for an ideal place to stage it somewhere reasonably close to Dublin, that's on the main line, that it's easy to access. And I think that's important for vegans to socialize together, where they're not going to be confronted with animal products, that they can just have a clean space and just relax and breathe into it. And just everything to do is vegan. It's just lovely. It's lovely to be in that space. It's like going into a vegan cafe or a vegan restaurant. You don't have to think twice. You don't have to be on your guard.
Yeah,
it does. It's how life could be, and it's this wonderful, and it's a nirvana. It's not pie in the sky. It's not utopia, but it's just how life could be. And I think once we get a glimpse of it, it makes us fight harder for it, and gives us renewed energy. That's the way I feel about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to catch up with what's been said so far, you were talking about gender. There's a TikTok special coming up this Saturday where they talk about gender, and Andy Atkinson is involved with that. And then the next guest,
Andy.
Yeah, the next guest in the previous one, which is Alan Jackson, I think he's going to be involved with some kind of vivisection initiative. So I've suggested that he contacts you, so you should be getting something from him, because we're
working on. Yeah, sorry, Roger. On the vivisection, we're working with the Beagle Group in the UK. They have some other name as well. Linda Parr Paxton is her name, and they have a doctor. He's one of their patrons as well. We did a campaign. That was the one we did on Grafton Street last year. You were at that one. where we did our regular animal rights thing, but we also featured that with extra posters and flyers. So I'd love to hear from Alan on that. But what's Alan's second name?
Jackson.
Jackson. I'd love to hear from him on that.
And it's double L for the first name, and I think Susie,
Alan.
Susie Martin is going to get involved as well. So.
Yes, Susie is with Sapphire Ireland. That's her name. She's also on the board with Anti-Vivisection Ireland, and she's a member of Sentient Rights Ireland. That's kind of what I was saying earlier about our members. They're all involved in something else, and there's this weaving of layering of activism and us trying to accommodate each other and pool the information and share, and then work on each other's projects and add a little bit of more muscle to it when it's required,
pizzazz, a bit of pizzazz. When you talked about the Irish, when you talk about the Irish camp out, now one of the controversies about the English one was the land that they rented, and so you probably know about all that. And there has been some talk about whether the movement is big enough to purchase some land and have a permanent kind of base where obviously everything would be vegan. But that's when you could then think, you were talking about connections to universities and stuff, you could think maybe in relation to something like a vertical farming project or experiment on that land as well, bringing in the universities to the students to conduct all that, and they'd be educated on veganics as well and all that. And so those, I don't know whether those would be too big an idea as yet, but it's certainly something to think about, isn't it?
Well, yeah, and I think where we're looking with is the where the crop growing area in Ireland is. It's Laois, Offaly, Carlow, Wexford, and of course where good land is, you see dairy as well. But that's where the crop growing area is, the sunny southeast, right up along that belt. And
vertical farming gets around that, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, vertical farming can be done anywhere, and it's indoors. It's interesting to note that the biggest rural event in Ireland, it's called the Ploughing Championships. That's the biggest farming event in Ireland. It's been moved back again to its original home, which was around Tullamore in County Offaly, from where it was in Ratheniska. So I think ourselves or a collection of animal groups should rent a table for that. I also think we should be in bloom. I think it's a part of our outreach to go to industry. We normally think of vegan outreach as the consumer, but when we're confronted with how that happens, we should go to the other end as well. That's what the transformation is about. And we're going to have to, until we reach where we want to get, we're going to have to rub shoulders with those. We're going to have to feel their breath on our face. There's no point in staying back from it. We have to get right up into it in a nice way, in a gentle way, and just be able to mix it.
You mentioned Bloom, Dennis. Is that the one that goes in Phoenix Park?
Yes, that's Board Bia. That's the people who put the stamp on the Irish bacon and things like that. That's the same. It's the same people. But we should have a table in there. I know activists have been in there causing havoc from time to time and getting escorted off. But I'm not saying stop that. Certainly keep that.
We had an unofficial table there one year and we got thrown out. So.
we can have one hand here and the other hand there. That's not a problem. But I think we should go in officially as well, and announce ourselves. We have arrived.
Right, very good.
Part of the transformation project will be when this government, the newly elected government, hasn't been formed yet, and so the new ministers haven't been appointed. So we don't know, for example, who the Minister for Agriculture is going to be, who the Minister for Health is going to be. We're putting our letters together. We would like them, Teagasc is a huge organisation around the country. They have something like 160 branches and thousands of people working for them. This is the group, the government group that advise farmers. So if we really should, we're going to write to them and try and get veganic growing recognized as a branch of organic growing, which it is very much so, except for the animal input. They were successful in North America in doing that. That's why they can now call themselves organic, veganic. Jimmy Vidal has the information on that. And that was really a game changer for them to be able to get in the door and be able to use the name, the word organic, without an objection coming from it, legal action and all the rest. So
but what you're saying is that when you hear the word organic, it really means veganic. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yes, well, organic means not using the chemicals.
No, I meant in the States that what Jimmy has done is that
they use the two names. They use the two names. It's organic stroke veganic. To keep the autonomy of veganic within that, but they're using organic to let the public know veganic is organic.
Yeah, right. That's what I was asking. Yeah, okay.
That's why they want that, because the perception about veganic would be it's an unknown quantity, so people would switch off. But people understand organic now. So the idea would be to get the government to recognize veganic as a type of organic farming. That would be a game changer as well.
Linda says, bored bloody beer. So she's swearing again and being a troublemaker as usual. So
keep it up, Linda. Don't ever stop.
Yeah, we love you as you are. That's the way it goes.
Hi there. Hi, Linda. And hi to Roisin. That's Roisin Walsh.
Got a question, I think, from Roisin. You mentioned that Ireland is the animal oppression capital of the world. Can you expand on this?
Yeah, certainly. Thanks, Roisin. So if we look at the population of Ireland, we see we're 5 million. People, and if we look at the slaughter rate across only 4 animal types, on average it's about 120 million a year. So if we do the numbers on that, we see it's 24 times the population of the country. If we look at the population of the world, it's 8 million, and if we look at the slaughter rate for animals across 4 animal types, again we see it's 100 billion. That's 12 times the population. So Ireland is twice the ratio. So it's 24 times, the world is 12 times. So per capita, we are twice as many animals slaughtered as the rest of the world. Ireland is the 5th biggest exporter of animal-derived products in the world, and we're a tiny country at 5 million. But we're up there with Brazil, we're up there with America. Obviously, these are huge countries, and China is even huger again. And that's got to be recognized. And every human being in any country has a right to be alive, the same as we have. But it's the ratio that counts. And when we look at how invasive, speciesism here is in Ireland, and what the Parks and Wildlife Service do, they really are the hitmen for the Department of Agriculture with their campaign against badgers. This is trying to eradicate bovine TB, and the hint is in the name there. Bovine is of a cow. So it's been recognized with research now, 97% of the transmission of the disease bovine TB is from cow to cow. It is not from wild animals. But wild animals always get the blame. If there's avian flu, they never say it with swine flu because we don't have wild boar here in Ireland. But they do it with the avian flu. Oh, it was wild birds came in and caused the problem. And then, of course, they trot out the animal welfare mantra as they disappear 140,000 chickens across 5 farms. That happened about 2 or 3 years ago up in the chicken belt, along the border in Northern Ireland and in the Southern Ireland. So this is where we get that, and that doesn't even count. That doesn't even count the amount of fish that are caught. They're not even mentioned in singles anymore. Individuals are mentioned in the tens of thousands of tons. And if we look at the Irish dairy industry, 1.5 million calves are born into the Irish dairy industry every year. Half of them, of course, are girls. They will go into slavery like their mothers. And it's interesting that the Dairy Council in their statistics and the Department of Agriculture they don't talk about the age of dairy cows anymore. They talk about their lactations. On average, it's 2.5 lactations. So they don't even give the animal the courtesy of their age anymore. It's just their utility value. 2.5 lactations, and that's the average, and then they're dispatched. But on the count for the...
Well, it's a logic of the way that that people who exploit our fellow animals think about them, because they think about them like the general public do, in functional terms. You know, what is their function?
Yes.
And so therefore that is just almost like a mechanistic way of calculating it, isn't it? Yeah.
It is. And the numbers then for the calves are astonishing. So there's 750,000 are males. 350 of those are exported to the continent for to go into the veal industry, mostly to Holland. But that's coming to an end because Holland have realized they can't live in a sustainable way with that many calves coming in each year. It's just, you know, Holland are quite, even though there's ructions going on over there on the political front, I think the whole country there realizes, you know, the population of Holland is quite big compared to the space, and they have got to live in a sustainable way. They don't have the wriggle room here because of the population. And so that won't be open anymore. So how they're going to sort that one out? They're looking to you know, do this thing they call sexing, genetically modifying animals. But of the 300,000 calves, the male calves that are left, there are absolutely no commercial value. We know that 220 farms were found guilty of sending calves to slaughter at under 8 weeks of age. This is a terrible indictment in this country of what goes on. They break the laws. The department know they broke the law, and yet they give them their grants for the next year. It's just a slap on the knuckles. This is
really interesting what you said there, because we started today with a clip from, well, the second clip was somebody called Bite Size Vegan, and this is a woman called Emily, and she was the one of the guest speakers, I think the first or second Dublin Veg Fest, and that's what her talk was. The fact that the Irish are notorious for breaking the laws on welfare. Now, it wasn't particularly an animal rights talk, but it was based on this kind of idea that it's almost, I mean, obviously you make a joke about it, but, you know, like the Irish like to bend the rules and everything. Well, when it applies to our fellow animals, it means that there's a hell of a lot of exploitation involved in.
Absolutely. And if you look at this claim they make about, you know, grass-fed in Ireland, you know, the animals are grass-fed, which gives them, you know, they're looking to make that a heritage thing.
Not even true,
I mean,
anyway,
pardon?
It's not even true, is it?
No, it's not true. We import 3.3 million tons of grain from all over the world, but mostly from Argentina and Brazil. And in those areas, it's from the Amazon, where the rainforest has been cleared. And if we take Brazil alone, it's 1.1 million tons of soya has landed in Ireland every year. And that goes out to all animal types, including cattle, chickens, pigs, every one of them get it. If you go to the farm supply places, used to be called the co-ops. So I'm thinking of the one near me here, the North Connacht co-ops. And these are like supermarkets now. They're kind of, they're very snazzy. It's a lot of glass, a lot of steel. But the produce there that they're selling, it's far away from grass, it's far away from silage. There's an array of product to feed your animals from all over the world, already bagged and ready to go. But the situation, the case with Brazil is, in the last few years, recent years, there's been about 2,000 indigenous land defenders murdered in the Amazon, and especially in a time, in Brazil, especially in a time of Bolsonaro. And indeed, reporters who went up there to investigate, they disappeared as well. So anybody consuming animal products in Ireland not only have, you know, literally animal blood on their plate, but they have what represents human blood on their plate as well. So this is an outrageous situation. And you're talking about bending the rules or breaking the rules. The biggest grain importer, exporter in the world is Cargill. and they're a private company from North America, and they have umpteen court cases against them for just totally disregarding any regulations about anything. And
this goes all the way back to the 1970s, isn't it? It's such a inefficient thing, you know, like you say, they're having to go at the rainforest to bring grain to places like Ireland to exploit sentient beings and then export flesh. I mean, it's completely opposed to the vegan ethics, which was based on self-sufficiency of nations and stuff like this. It's just business, really. It's a way of making money, you know, that whole stuff.
It is, absolutely. And about this Mercosur deal and how we should all stick together behind farmers. But the farmers are implicit in it at the moment. Some of them actually don't realize it, where all this grain is coming from. But the thing about it is that this company, Cargill, and several other bad actors as well, they were part of the Dublin Declaration of 2023. This was the climate declaration by Teagasc. And the scientists who were on the plinth there representing the Dublin Declaration, they forgot to admit or put in what their connection were to Big Ag and on the websites and in their own declaration, which would be a normal courtesy to say, I represent such and such a company. They left out that bit until, you know, scientists like Joseph Poore from Oxford, you know, they all know who is in that industry. You know, it's not a big pool of people, climate scientists. And they were able to name check them and say, look, you're part of this company. And then within hours, it was going back up on their websites. Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot to say that. Yeah, I do work for this company. I am a consultant with that company. So these were people from the big ag companies doing the research, claiming that it was neutral. It wasn't neutral. This was done by the industry.
Yeah, it's as bent as politics, really, isn't it? All this, you know.
Yeah, and the really scary thing was that. Well, two scary things really, but the really scary thing from 2030 to 50, they were talking in that declaration about science not yet invented. In other words, types of carbon capture that are never going to get to scale. You cannot replace the Earth's atmosphere. That's just not a possible thing to do with mechanics on the ground. And the other thing that's really scary is that these Cargill and the other bad actors, plus the beef barons, they're the people that fund the education in the agricultural colleges throughout the country and in third level education. This is private funding going in there. So that's why all the education and all the grant money is skewed towards animal agriculture in Ireland and throughout the EU. 83% of all grant money goes to animal farming, and that's why we have we know this from a webinar or a meeting we were at a few months ago on sustainability. There's only 60 field growers left in Ireland at the moment. This is people who grow crops. We have to import 80% of all our fruit and veg. This is we are really vulnerable to world affairs, to climate change, and it is, I would say, it's bordering on criminal negligence. How this has been let the food that we all need, regardless of whether you're vegan or not, you still need to eat fruit and vegetables. We don't need to eat animal products, but that's the way the grant money has gone, because these are the people who dictate government policy, who put money into education, when that should be done by government from central funds. So this is the huge problem we're up against here.
Yeah, well, you've got the Irish farmers who they take those big articulated trucks into schools, and they're basically kind of petting zoos and all that kind of stuff. They've got lots of young farmed animals and stuff. You got a question here, or a statement about you anyway, Dennis. Is this true? It's a large vodka you just poured for yourself.
This is a large water.
Cheers. Yeah, cheers. Yeah.
Cheers, Doug.
Yeah, it's almost like Ireland is treated like an element of a production line. Just one part of it.
It is. It's a laboratory to see how far you can push animal agriculture. And I think if we can win the war here, we'll break it worldwide. It'll fall like the Berlin Wall. It'll just crumble peacefully with a whimper. And I don't think it's as strong as it looks. I think it's quite weak. I think there's cracks everywhere. And I know in the work that I do with climate, because I was a climate activist before I became an animal activist, lots of farmers want to change. They want to transition. They want to get out of where they are. They know they're not getting right information. And they know they're being busy and not productive is what lots of them have said to me. And they would dearly love to change, to feel good about themselves, that they've done a day's work or they've had a good year. That's what they would really love.
We used to get some really interesting stuff from farmers on the street of Dublin, and there's a couple of weird ways of looking at it. They were often, quite critical of the system that they were trapped in, but also a lot of them were very kind of shy about talking about subsidies and stuff. Like in Ireland, it used to be called the farmer's dole. So there's a bit of a stigma about it, and so they didn't like to talk about it very much. But when they found out from Declan that he was a farmer, he knew this system, and that vegans are interested in transformation and moving them on, they became interested then.
Well, you see, if you drill in when shows I've been on, and especially we always do press releases before we do the outreach, down the country or even in Dublin. We're kind of fishing to see who'll respond. We get responses. If we get on a show for 10 minutes, we're happy. But we were down in Carlow, and the figures they were quoting at me were the overall export figures. And why do you want to change that? This is good. Well, I mean, that's nothing more than a telephone number, really. It doesn't mean anything. But what was interesting was a report in the Farmers Journal last year that the average wage for a dairy farmer was less than €6. That's half the minimum wage. And when you think of where these people are or who they are, these are people who are serious landowners, valuable land underfoot with multi-generational skills, and that's the best they can do under this system. The system only suits the very wealthy farmers and the big beef barons, and that's why a lot of the small farmers are never happy about the CAP. That's the Common Agricultural Policy that comes out every year from Europe. But they are all subject to lobbying at European level, which is just another government, more MEPs, and at local level. And we have to change that. We have to get in between them and just be the ones who show this is the other way for doing it. And that's where organic growing comes in. And if we look at the results that the Humane Party in America come up with from the research they did that Jimmy Vidal supplied to us, the acre for acre organic growing is 42 times more productive.
Really surprising numbers, wasn't it? Really surprising.
It's an outstanding difference per acre. We're not talking about 10% more. It's 42 times more productive acre for acre. And you have countries like Denmark who have responded to this, and they're looking to tax carbon farming, and they're looking to reward nutrient growing farming. That's where they're at the moment. So that's a template for the future. Germany have followed suit to a certain extent. Yes, there is uproar in all those countries, but this change is not going to come about, in an easy way. There will be resistance to it, but this block of big ag, cultural speciesism, it's not a complete fortress. We think about the Iron Curtain. It's not like that fell. This will fall as well. It is doable. We have to keep attempting it. We can't acquiesce in animal welfare.
It's your Berlin Wall, Dennis. You mentioned avian flu. Are you keeping up with bird flu in Ireland? Is there any news about bird flu in Ireland at the moment? Because it's started to transfer to humans, hasn't it, in some places?
It's the H1N1. There hasn't been a notable breakout, but we know there's epidemics happening all around the place. It's only when it gets to the stage where there has to be a cull in a farm or moves into a second farm that it makes national news. Well, we know from the people who are working with birds in the wild, they're constantly finding birds, especially a bigger bird would be more noticeable than, this is what the public would report. They would report a big bird that they would see in distress somewhere, a dead body somewhere. That is happening, but not in any great numbers, and certainly not into animal not herds, but flocks.
Yeah. Well, do you know what? It wouldn't surprise me if there's not some culls going on the quiet, in various places, because they wouldn't really want to, they really want to publicize that, They might even
Absolutely not. We know about pandemics, so of course they can't hide them, but there are epidemics happening all the time that are not making the news, and they're quietly, it's like, the horses at the race course, they just pull a canopy around and get on with what they have to do. The vets are called in and that's it, and it all happens behind closed doors. That is certainly happening, and I think too we should reach out to people involved in nature. I'm not happy with the word conservation. That's kind of like fishermen or hunters. But people who are involved in environmental works, with nature on the land, we should reach out to them and try and get across to them that, animal agriculture is the big cause of wild habitat loss. This might seem very fragmented, but it's really parts of a whole. We had this is like this total activism that I said at the beginning. We really need to get into these areas. It's not a natural place for us because we ourselves are just consumers. We were never, we're not. Well, I'm kind of from a farming background. That both my parents were born on their farms, and I did work on my uncle's farm when I was very young. But we don't know the ins and outs of farming that well, and the only reason I have snippets of it is because of James O'Donovan, and also because of working with climate groups. And the sad thing about the climate groups is there's not very many vegans in there. We were always totally outnumbered. Our voices was if it ever came to a vote on which way it was going to go, we always lost out. So we would try and move things away from voting and try and just go by consensus or relating to a better argument. I think that's a better way for doing business anyway.
Indeed. Well, Dennis, I'm going to have to let you go in a couple of minutes. So if you want to make your final statement as a politician, go ahead. What's your final pitch?
This is for later.
Yeah, not very far late. Yeah.
No,
about 2 minutes time.
It's veganic. It's a fruit drink. Yeah, I think we have to spread the front along all areas and keep probing away, looking for the breach, looking for where we can make the breach, and then all pile in there. That's what I think. And
we'll launch our big vegan bellies at them.
Yeah, that's what we do. Yeah. Human bombs.
Hey, well, listen, it's great to catch up, and I mean, the amount of stuff that you're doing now is very impressive. I mean, what are we talking? You've been in existence 4 years at the most, is it? Even less?
2021.
Yeah, right. Okay. So
Well, what started me in animal activism was the Greyhounds. 2019, the Running for Their Lives documentary, and the wonderful Bernie Wright.
Yes, wishing Bernie well on this.
Absolutely, and all the gang at Shelburne. They're wonderful people. That's where I learned how to do demos.
Right. Okay. Well, Dennis, it's been great to have you on. And so, I'm going to say goodbye.
It's a great show, and a great resource for vegans. It's a very emotional time of year, and things can go wrong, families and everything else. But this is a great safe bolt hold for any.
We got 4 hours. We got 4 hours left, Dennis.
Okay, I'll be back.
Okay, young man. You take care.
Thank you.
Hey, Alan. You're muted, mate. You're muted.
Yeah, I'll try that again. Hey, how we doing?
Yeah, that's better when I can hear you. Now listen, I'm actually dying for a wee, so I'm going to play a little clip.
Oh well, you
just while we're doing that.
Yeah, you do that then.
But it's from Living with the Enemy. Do you remember that documentary with John Curtin?
Yeah, that was quite a while back, wasn't it?
It was.
Was that the one, or was that recently?
No, it was. I did Eating with the Enemy. That was quite recently, but this was Living with the Enemy, and it was very emotional actually, because it was a real emotional journey for John, and I mean I've got it in full, and I think it's still on YouTube, but I've got a little clip here, so I'm gonna put this on full screen, and then while that's playing, I'm hoping to get there and get back. So just hang on. It's only about 2 minutes, Alan. Is that all right? Yeah.
Absolutely fine. It'd be a good refresher for me anyway.
Can you honestly tell me that my livestock are not well cared for?
From my perception of the life of the cattle on your farm, they're born. One of the worst crime, I think, what happens is that within a couple of days, if that, they're taken from their mothers. Why? Give me 1 minute. I want to make an important point. I'd like you to
Don't
respond
point your
to
finger
it.
at me.
Sorry,
I'd like me to clock you on.
well, let's not get onto that. We don't need to descend to that level.
No, well, if you start pointing your finger at me.
Your sheep farming system, you always want to see the lambs on the mothers.
Yes.
Throughout the whole time, you don't wean them off, do you?
No.
And that's because the consumer or you don't produce sheep's milk. But all those arguments go out the window when it comes to dairy farming, don't they? Because you want the milk. So whatever you would do, what suits you, not what suits the calf.
Is that the end of that clip?
Yeah, it's beaten me. It's beaten me. There we go.
Only just. Yeah, I do remember that. That's from quite a while back. Very good point there he's making about the sheep and the calves. Good comparison.
Yeah, it was a good one. I do remember it was the I think I was at university in Wales at the time, and there was an email that went round. The internet was fairly new, and there was this I think it might have been a BBC program, and people were saying, oh, should we go on there? Does somebody want to go on there and everything? And everybody was going, oh, it's going to be a stitch up, and there was a general kind of negative feeling about taking part. But John decided to, and he did a pretty good job. But it's a very emotional watch, because a lamb called Noddy, who was deformed, was born, and so John arranged for him to go to a sanctuary, and the farmer, who was called Yates, funny enough, the farmer was talking all kind of crap and saying, oh, how do we know that the lamb is going to be cared for at the sanctuary and this kind of stuff, as though he was bothered about that, usual crap. And so I think they gave permission for Noddy to go, and then before he got a chance to, they killed him. So it was usual, typical farmer reaction to things, absolute crap. Anyway,
yeah, and it's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy as well. Yeah, sure. Let's do that instead then.
Yes. So I was just wondering about whether Wendy had left me any questions, because she'd.
I'm sure there's plenty. I'm sure there's plenty.
Before you were talking about towards the end of your talk with her, you said that you're beginning next year in court about a dairy thing. So what's all?
Yeah, I am. Yeah. So that is in 2022 with Animal Rising. I think I can never remember when they made the switch from Rebellion to Rising, but those people anyway. They did a Stop the Dairy campaign in which they tried to shut down the Muller and Arla dairies in England in order to stop the milk from reaching the shelves. And so I took part in that. And we came really close. Milk started to disappear. And then this really rich old lady died. And the whole country went into mourning of the Queen.
Oh yeah.
And so that kind of put and that kind of put the kibosh on it, because I think we were most of the way through a campaign and we only needed a couple more days and we would have been successful. Dairy would have just been not on the shelves because everything had been shut down so well, and you could see that it was starting to disappear from the shelves. And then the Queen died, and it was, we can carry on with this campaign, but we'll either get no publicity at all or we'll get bad publicity. Do you know? So in the end, the campaign shut down. But
I
so
reckon
in that, I took
on
part.
purpose, Alan. Don't you think?
I feel the same. Absolutely. Yeah. I feel. No, I feel the same. It was a final duty to the public. Was, well, I say, I'll just ruin this for everybody. This will be fine.
Yeah.
I was.
Sorry, we've got that time lag again. When I was doing the press office, we had a similar situation in the sense that the ALF did a raid on a quail farm, which was very unusual, and they took some footage, which also was very unusual. I think it was the first time that there's some footage that came out with the birds, and they gave it to me as a press officer, and I ended up in Manchester BBC, and it's a really interesting story because the quality wasn't very good. It was one of the first camcorders or something. So they actually got his motorbike courier, and he took it to London to be put through a machine called the Quantel or something, and then brought it back. And it was going to go out on that evening. And I think something related to the Falklands happened, and that was it. We were just gone, not interested. So you're always like, when you're dealing with the media,
Yeah, same thing again. They obviously started that war purely and solely to detract from the important issues of the day.
Yeah, well, I hadn't thought of that, but I think that's right. Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah. So
that's the. Yeah, go on. So that's the January thing. So I did a day in Droitwich, which was the Arla dairy. And that was lorry surfing. Essentially, we broke onto the site and climbed onto various trucks that were in the compound, which stopped the flow of dairy from coming in and out. And that protest lasted for 16 hours. And I feel like we had the police force from at least half the country there. It was, honestly, you just couldn't believe that. I think there were 7 of us on a few little milk trailers, and there were 2 of us up on the roof of an adjacent building. But the amount of policemen that were there was just absolutely crazy. It felt like half the police force of the country was there just to get half a dozen people down. Oh, we had one person that was up in the rafters as well. But that was good. And then so that took place. And then obviously I spent a night in the cell in the local police station near there, and then got out the next morning and then moved up to, that was in Bridgewater. That was in Arla and Bridgewater down south. And then the following day I moved up to Droitwich, and then I did some lorry surfing at Droitwich, where we stopped 2 lorries on the roadway, the entranceway to the dairy, and shut down that dairy for half a day, maybe more, and then went back, and then was arrested, spent the night in the cell, and then went back the day after that. and super glued and locked on to some Harris fencing that they'd put around the gateway in order to stop us from interfering with the gateway, which I thought seemed a bit silly. So we just locked the fence together, essentially, as opposed to locking the gates. We just locked the fence that was around it.
No,
And,
why not? Is
and
that
then
the one where
yeah,
Louise
absolutely. And
Ryan
then
was there as well?
No, I think Louise was there. She was there the day before I arrived. I think that was when she de-locked herself to the steering wheel of a truck, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So you've got a couple of questions.
Yeah, so I think she was there. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So Roisin, hi Alan, a little bit like speed dating. So there you go. Could you tell us a bit about your background?
Yeah, sure. So I'm guessing that's an animal rights question. You don't just want to know anything else. I don't know. Born in Billericay in Essex, lived there for 6 months. Moved to the countryside around Northamptonshire. So I was born of two city folk. My mum was from somewhere in London and my dad was from Tottenham, and they were fortunate enough to move out of the city, move to the countryside. So we did countryside pursuits. Not proud to admit it. I had a rifle when I was younger. So killed a few people, not humans. And then we went to watch The Hunt a few times when I was younger as well, because city dwellers doing country folk things. Yeah. I tried fishing. I was never really interested in fishing. Fishing was horrible. And that was about it. And then at 15, after my parents had been divorced for a little while, we ended up moving to Milton Keynes. And moving to Milton Keynes, I then happened to be in a pub in Milton Keynes at age 15, blagging it that I was older than that. Got talking to a guy who was a hunt sab, and he was off to sab the Grafton Hunt, which is the hunt in Toaster, which is the hunt that we used to watch when I was a kid. And he told me all about sabbing and everything else. So he picked me up a couple of days later, and we went and fucked up the Boxing Day hunt at Grafton. So that was my introduction to the animal rights movement, which was brilliant. And then I went and did quite a bit more sabbing around Toaster and around Aylesbury. And I feel like I remember going to Bedford as well. And then got in with the wrong crowd and started.
Alan. You were picked up in a
absolutely
pub,
yes. It wouldn't be the first time.
so that means you're a bit of Ricky Dicky then.
Wouldn't be the first. Absolutely, yeah. I do. I mean, I do hold up my hands and say, I was only there for 6 months, so you can't really blame me for much. But yes, Billy Ricky Dicky is very dear to my soul.
Yeah, I bet it is. And the next question is: you did so much. What was your favourite?
Oh dear, breathing. I think breathing was my favourite. I can't even think what I've done this year. It's just been sort of non-stop. I think hanging out with Louise, in all fairness, just hanging out with Louise has been my favourite. So going back to Huntingdon, to referring to the question before, I didn't realise that was from Doug. Hi, Doug. Going back to the question before about my my background. So after hunt sabbing, I then got involved with Huntingdon. I was trying to remember earlier who the company were that were before Huntingdon. Because it used to be Interfauna were the people that used to deliver the animals. And then it was another company that were before. It's not the one that I've got in my mind, but so I got involved in that. So no, not them either. Both of those names are familiar, but it's irrelevant anyway. But it was so vivisection or anti-vivisection was really quite prominent in the beginning for me. It was that and fucking up fur farms. So with Louise going to in Vigo and the other place that we went to, it was like going home for me, actually. It was like, you know, like a full circle, sort of 30 years later, going back and having another pop, which was quite nice. And Louise is lovely, and I thoroughly enjoy hanging out with her, and she makes me laugh so much. So they're the things that stick in my mind. And obviously the turkeys just recently. Turkeys was, rescuing the turkeys was fantastic. But rescuing anybody is always fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah, Louise has got to have a good sense of humour. She lives in Ronnie. So,
yeah, absolutely.
So there is, I think it was Sequani, I think, wasn't it?
Quite some time. No, Sequani, she did herself. I really can't remember. It's where Huntingdon used to be. We went there, and then we went onto in Vigo shortly after that. Do you know, I genuinely can't remember what else I've been up to. Quite a bit. Oh, of course I did. There was a Grand National, but I think that was a year before. I've been quite out in the light, as I was saying to Wendy earlier. I'm used to sort of stomping around in the darkness, as we all did back in the day. And so it's been quite an experience for me for sort of being up front and out there. I strongly suspect that I'm going to have to go back to the darkness pretty soon.
You're going to be put in the darkened cell, but it is a good point, though, you know, Alan, because I mean, back in the day, we would hide our identity. You know, I mean, there was no idea about making money. There's no idea about becoming famous or anything. That wasn't the bag at all, was it?
No, absolutely not. No, I mean, having my face out there it's really quite weird in a lot of respects. I find conversations difficult sometimes. It's nice to think that I can be inspiring to other people, but it's also very difficult because obviously that's not why I'm in it. I'm in it for just because things need to be done. It just so happens at the time now, there seems to be merit or value in doing things in daylight from time to time. Just to promote the conversation, to get things out there.
Speaking about doing things, let's have a look at this.
Yeah.
Hi, my name's Alan Jackson. A few nights ago, I took part in the rescue of 16 turkeys from a farm that had 5 sheds, each with 300 to 500 birds in them. The 16 birds that we managed to save were around 12 weeks old and were due to be captured, taken to slaughter, and would ultimately end up on someone's dinner table, cooked and ready to be eaten. Every one of these turkeys is an individual with their own unique personalities who form strong bonds with their friends and have an overwhelming desire to live a fulfilling life just like you or I. Thanks to the actions taken that night, these 16 beautiful souls will get to live out the next 10 years doing just that, safe from those who would do them harm just for profit. Christmas time is the season of goodwill to all, and I ask you please to consider this when you sit down with your family and loved ones to celebrate this occasion. All beings, regardless of species, have the right to live out their lives free from exploitation and use for the benefit of others. They have the right to live out their lives in peace without the fear of harm or death, and it is our moral duty to uphold and protect these rights. So please, this Christmas, spare a thought for those less fortunate than yourselves, and keep our fellow animals off of your plate. Thank you, and a Merry Christmas to you all.
Right,
Lovely.
That's good. And I saw another film where you were going backwards and forwards with wheelbarrows. Was that?
Yeah, that's right.
Was that actually at the farm, or did you stage that?
No, that was actually on the night. So on the night, we decorated 2 wheelbarrows. As you could see, they had a nice duvet inside and a pink blanket over the top, and lights and holly. And I can't say too much because I don't want to give out any geographical clues. But essentially, we rocked up in a van. We rocked up in a van and we took the wheelbarrows to the farm. Went into one of the sheds. Wrapped a towel around the turkeys to hold their wings tight and stuff, picked them up, held them tight, put their feet into a big shopping bag, and they held them, sort of lowered them into the shopping bag, tied the shopping bag, and put the shopping bag into the wheelbarrow, and then fucked off into the night. Load them into the van, and then ran back and did the same thing. And 16 was all the time that we had, really. I would have liked to have kept going. We had a couple more spaces that we could have taken, but unfortunately we just ran out of time. But it was great. My wife Amy says that. Oh, go on. Sorry.
Oh no, I was just going to say that. This time lag is a bit of a drag, but it's quite traumatic, isn't it? Because you were saying about the size of the farm, and you've got a limit to the individuals you can rescue, and I've always thought that it's quite a strain on people, almost like playing God. Do you find that sometimes?
I know exactly what you're saying, and the simple answer is yes, but I have spent a lot of time learning to distance myself, to shut that bit off, because it can really, really get in the way. And it's definitely tragic leaving so many behind. But I really, really do endeavor to just focus on the lives that I'm saving. Because, I mean, really, all I want to do is open the fucking doors, smash the walls out, and let all the turkeys go. But obviously that's not a realistic option. You just, for me, I have to just focus on the mission at hand and the lives that I can save. Because what else can you do? And it is, I suppose the first time watching through the 2 videos of that rescue, I mean, it did tear me up, because, I mean, they're beautiful animals. I spent time with them, and they're beautiful beings with personalities of their own and everything else. Weirdly, the one thing that did occur to me is we may have been separating them from their friends. That's the bit that disturbs me. Because they have no idea. They don't know that in a few days they're not going to be alive anymore. They just know they hang out in this shed and they've got their mates around them. Some of them they like and some of them they don't, obviously, just like we all do. But it might be that we picked Zephyr up and Zephyr's going, but what about David? You haven't got David. Where's David? And he's going to spend the rest of his time now somewhere else in lovely surroundings, thinking, well, what happened to my mate? Where's my mate gone? These people picked me up and took me away from my friends, because they don't have any knowledge that in 4 or 5 days, both them and their friend are going to be no more.
Yeah, it's a really astute point.
So that's the bit that concerns me.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Very astute point. When we rescued the 200 free-range chickens in Ireland, there was that problem as well, because there was 1,000 in the shed, but also so there was a separation there. But once they got to the sanctuary, they were also separated, and so the problem just comes. I mean, you say, well, individuals might go to a forever home. It's the same problem, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's it's from ourselves. I mean, obviously we have our own language that we can communicate these issues with each other in. But I suppose it would be a bit like if you were in a concentration camp or something, or and somebody came and rescued all of you or some of you from that concentration camp, then took you somewhere, then split you up, and they don't know who your friends are or who you're with or who you're not with, and you can't communicate that because you don't have the common language to do that. And if you didn't have the existing knowledge at the beginning that your time in that camp was just going to result in death, so it's a difficult call, but you just have to console yourself in the fact that, you know, now those turkeys have got 10 years to think about it, whereas they only had a couple of days to think about it before.
Yeah. Here's another question. If you don't mind me asking, what do you do? Meditate, etc., to keep the mental demons away?
No, I don't really do anything in particular, or nothing that I can nail down. I don't have a routine as such. I've spent a very long time, most of my life, understanding positive mental attitude. I did. I studied hypnosis, hypnotherapy for a long time. I'm a fully trained hypnotherapist. So there are mental exercises within that, which I do with other activists as well. If I'm involved in a group activity or anything else, I like to pass those bits on, which enable you to stay focused on the tasks at hand and to remove yourself slightly, like I was saying, from the devastation that you're going to come across. It's like if you're doing investigations and stuff, you know you're there because things aren't pretty. So I show people ways of maintaining a slight distance, like watching yourself doing that action rather than actually doing that action. Which in order, just in order you to have a little space and a little bit of sanity. I suppose probably if I do anything to keep my mental state, I'm a bit of a loner, so and I like to keep busy, you know. I make music, which is therapeutic, rebuild the boat constantly and do things like that. So I like to think of everything as being some sort of artistic endeavor, and I think it's that keeps me going, really. I hope that answers the question. Just to very quickly go back to Doug, in all honesty, of all the things that I've done this year, I'd have to say sabbing actually is the thing that I'm most pleased with. Sabbing keeps me grounded. Sabbing reminds me that we're all just fucking nobody. It's all irrelevant. It's the doing stuff that's important.
On the sabbing, it's interesting, isn't it? Because I remember sabbing in the 80s. That's when I mainly did sabbing. And then there was all this stuff from the League Against Cruel Sports and all this kind of thing. And there was a big push towards the ban and all that stuff. And then we used to think, oh, we're just going to end up being monitors. And that all we're going to do is we're going to turn up and then ring the cops and they'll do the rest. It hasn't worked out like that, has it?
Yeah. It hasn't. No. I mean, I feel let me try and speak coherently. I feel like I remember there was a point where there was actually a conversation about the Hunt saboteurs changing their name because they were no longer saboteurs. They were there actually to hold up justice and hold people to account for breaking the law. So we would become more like monitors, and we would monitor, and then the police would turn up and legal retribution would follow. But that's not the case at all. We're still out there doing the same thing. I think it's less violent than it used to be. Although, you know, still things do happen that are quite horrendous. Friend of mine was quite badly beaten just a couple of weeks ago by people who feel that they can get away with it, and the problem is that most of the time they can.
Yeah, they can. Yeah, that's the problem. I found another film. Now, you sent me a film, and I think this might be a different one, but it might be the same. But I can only find out by playing it, so I'm going to play it again. This one might be the one with the wheelbarrows, hopefully.
Hi, my name's Alan Jackson, and a few nights ago I took part in the rescue of 16 turkeys from a farm that had 5 sheds, each with 300 to 500 birds in them. The 16 birds that we managed to save were around 12 weeks old and were due to be captured, taken to slaughter, and would ultimately end up on someone's dinner table, cooked and ready to be eaten. Every one of these turkeys is an individual with their own unique personalities who form strong bonds with their friends and have an overwhelming desire to live a fulfilling life just like you or I. Thanks to the actions taken that night, these 16 beautiful souls will get to live out the next 10 years doing just that, safe from those who would do them harm just for profit. Christmas time is the season of goodwill to all, and I ask you please to consider this when you sit down with your family and loved ones to celebrate this occasion. All beings, regardless of species, have the right to live out their lives free from exploitation and use for the benefit of others. They have the right to live out their lives in peace without the fear of harm or death, and it is our moral duty to uphold and protect these rights. So please, this Christmas, spare a thought for those less fortunate than yourselves, and keep our fellow animals off of your plate. Thank you, and a Merry Christmas to you all.
Oh, well, it wasn't to be. I thought it might be a different one, but it's the same, so never mind. But yeah.
Yeah.
Carry on.
The other one is there in your. The other one is there in Messenger. I sent them both to you, but it doesn't matter. It's just a nice little film, obviously.
I got it ready to show, but I can't find. You see, I had this technical problem overnight, and I've had to transfer loads of stuff between computers, and half the stuff I don't know where it is anymore, and it's very hard to find it. You know, it's all there. You got all the files and all that, and you think is that you know? So now
you're a better man than me. You do a fantastic job.
Well, thanks very much. Well, you're doing some fantastic rescues, as people are saying in the chat. Now, there's one question I want to ask you, which relates to when we were talking when we were in London at the NARM. And now, let me know if this is too personal to answer, but because this is a real kind of, this is the cost that vegans have to pay sometimes. You were saying about you don't have many photographs of the kids.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
Is that too hard to talk about, or?
No, it's fine. Fortunately, I've got a good memory, so thank you for your thoughtfulness there. Yeah, so I mean, you remember yourself, we had this conversation, and it's just I have very few photographs of my children. The photographs that I have of my children are ones that other people have taken and have given me, because back in the day, getting photos was, well, it was either impossible or you just had to break your vegan rules, because all of the photographs came with the emulsion, and all of the emulsion came with gelatin. So as a result of that, we never have photos. I still have a disposable camera that somebody gave to one of my children, and they took photos on it. And I still have that with the film in it. But I have no idea what to do with it, because I'm assuming if in fact the film still works, that it would have to still go through the same process, and it would still go through, because it's on a negative, because it's not digital, it will go through a process whereby it'll be turned into photographs using a gelatin emulsion. So I've got a mystery 28 photos that I've had for 20, 30 years or something. Yeah,
it's they might have ways of doing it now without that old process.
Well, I know, yes, I do wonder if that is a feasibility, because so I did a bunch of Christmas and solstice cards, and they were a still that I shared on social media, which was just me and Zephyr in the wheelbarrow in the middle of the night. And they were printed off as photographs, but they're printed onto a high gloss paper using an inkjet printer. So they're not made in the same way that photographs are made. So it's possible that now they can take the negative, flip it so that it's a positive, and then print that onto a high gloss paper of some kind. But I'd be intrigued to know what's in there. Probably pointless rubbish that they've taken photos of, you know, as you do when you're a child.
Yeah, you never know, but it is possible that you might be able to recover them in a vegan friendly kind of way. Now, we're getting people coming in and out all the time. I was very touched with what you were saying about your journey in the van. Would you like to just go through that again with the turkeys?
Yeah. Well, I can expand on that. So we collected 16 turkeys. They went in various different ways to different sanctuaries. But for one group of them, I was sat in the back of a van driving to a sanctuary, which I said to Wendy, they're perfectly safe because I have no idea where I went. I have absolutely no idea. The person who drove that van had no idea where I came from. And I have no idea where we went. So anybody wants to ask me any questions about where they are, by all means, because I really genuinely have no idea. So I spent time in this van, a few hours, in fact, with a whole bunch of turkeys, and they are all beautiful and they're all individuals. And the one that I chose to call Zephyr, who's the one in the wheelbarrow, he spent his time kind of in between my knees, sitting and just watching me for the journey, trying to understand what was going on. And then to my left, I'll just sit up a little bit, but to my left here, I had a turkey sitting here, and they spent, unfortunately, I don't know whether they were male or female. That was very hard to tell. But they spent their journey with their head and their neck across my chest, and they were here. And I was just stroking the back of their head and rubbing under their throat just to keep them calm and comfortable. And then every now and again, I'd kind of get bored, as you do. I'm bored of this. I'm tired. I've been up all day. I was about 26 hours in or something. It was just, so I'd stop. And every time I stopped, they'd kind of lift their little head, look at me, and then give me a good old peck in the chest. And then I'd start stroking them again, and they'd just settle down. And so I called them Dr. Snuggles, because that was my, but a beautiful 4 hours of just snuggling with a turkey, surrounded by a whole bunch of them. It was gorgeous. And arriving as well, when we arrived there, obviously there's a whole bunch of sounds that they'd never come across before. And they were all just sitting in the van with the door open, just taking in the world for the first time, really. It's just, it's so liberating, which I know, it's probably an apt word.
Yes, indeed. I got two pretty similar stories about being taken somewhere where I didn't know where I was. And when I was at the press office, I got taken to a place which was being used as a safe house. And so some baby rabbits had been liberated, and they'd been liberated from cages. And the coordination was that they arrived and I arrived, and it was a big house somewhere in Liverpool, but I don't know where. All I remember is that you could go into the garden, you go into the basement, which comes back out again, with the other side. So I witnessed these rabbits touching grass for the very first time, and that was pretty magical, to see all that. And then when going back to the Irish rescue, when we got back to the sanctuary, we started to unload them all. I got some film which I haven't managed to show yet of the rescue, and but all the cockerels already in the sanctuary, they were kind of, aye, what's this? Kind of 200
new ladies,
kind of, disco time, and so they were all crammed up against.
My harem.
Yeah, and of course, I suppose
my harem has just increased by 200.
Yeah, but I suppose from the chickens' point of view, they never met cockerels before, so that was a new experience.
Never met anyone. I mean, you think about it, they've never met anyone that isn't their age. Do you know? They've never met anyone, the chickens particularly, nobody of a different sex, nobody of a different age, nobody that's been anywhere or done anything or seen anything that they haven't. A bit like going to school, I suppose.
Yeah, remarkable, isn't it? It's again, it's back to this imagining what the experience is, as it were, without, well, we shouldn't say without language, but it's that's that thing about, if you
without a common language.
Yeah, but you take a fellow animal to the vet and you can't explain that it won't last long, it will be over and it will be better. You can't do that, and that's tragic sometimes.
It is. It's that bit is, as I was saying earlier, that's the bit that I find difficult, is the fact that you can't explain to them, you know, that this is a better world than the world that they were in, and this world will last a lot longer than the world that they were in.
Yeah. Yeah, amazing.
I mean, I feel with the turkeys, you know, it's like taking those to the sanctuary. Obviously, they've been in a nice warm barn where everything is catered for, with, you know, people they know, etc., etc. And then they spend some time in a van, which essentially is a box that moves and shakes and does loads of weird shit that you've never experienced before.
No.
And then at the other end, you just come out of this weird box, and it's fucking cold. You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
which you've never experienced. There's loads of light out there, and there's weird shit going on everywhere, and it's really, and at the same, and it's fucking cold. Whereas, you know, you've just been in this nice warm box all of the time up until that point.
Yeah, I mean, obviously,
and lots of other beings.
Yeah, and say, you know, pigs and cows arriving at slaughterhouses, it's all the same, isn't it? You know, the first time they've been out, and where do they get taken to? You know.
Yep. Yeah, just somewhere that you know is horrific, and that's the thing, isn't it? More than anything else, it's just the first place that you get to experience the outside world. You get crammed in a fucking small box on wheels, part starved and dying of thirst and freezing or boiling, depending on what kind of day it is.
Yeah, and sometimes in the same lorry, because there's been times where, you know, the chickens, for example, the ones on the outside freeze to death. The ones right in the middle, you know, die because they're too hot.
Yeah.
So, you know, we're such exploiters. We're such exploiters. Well, so Alan, have you got anything else you want to tell us about? Any more?
So, well, yeah. So I've got the court. What have I got? So I have another court case with Louise coming up. I've got this thing in January coming up. I've got the Grand National coming up in September. And I think that's it legally at the moment. Obviously, we've got the National Animal Rights March coming up again, first Saturday in September, which I'm very, very much looking forward to. We'll have another selection of speakers. We haven't really delved into that yet, but I know, as we've always tried to be, they'll be from across the board. We're looking at the possibility of having a slightly different march, possibly even a circular march. I've personally, and I think collectively, we would like to have a bit of a celebration at the end of the march in order to allow people to enjoy the achievements that they've had so far. And so for me, the last march, I had hoped to have some musicians play, but at Parliament Square, that's impossible. It's just against the law. And then the nearest park to there, which was St James's Park, they want £1,500 for every 500 people. And I'm hoping next year to have at least 12,000 people, you know, so it's just like, clearly that's not going to happen. So we're now looking at trying to find an outdoor venue that's big enough to accommodate everybody. And then intersperse the speakers with some music and some bands and just have some fun. And I'm quite sure there'll probably be people out there right now going, you can't have fun because the world's still terrible and there's a long way to go. But I think we need to reward ourselves every now and again for the achievements that we have made and the differences that we have made. And just to reinvigorate yourself so that you're ready to get up and do it again the next day. So the numbers at the marches at the moment, just in answer to that question, it totally collapsed due to COVID, and the year after COVID didn't really come back much. We took it over 2 years ago. We started with around 3,000 the year before, and then last year we had 6,000, and So this year, I'm hoping that we can double that again. We have a little bit of money behind us now, not much, but we should be able to generate some t-shirts and generate some stickers and some posters and things, and go to vegan events, like Veg Fest and various other things, so that we can have a presence more. I've also started doing talks whenever I'm invited. Obviously, I tend to talk about the language that we use within activism, and part of that involves the National Animal Rights March. So we have more opportunity to have more of an input and I can't think what the word is now, to be seen, to be noticed than we were before. So we'll be able to encourage more people to come. And I think it's important to remember as well, obviously not everybody can be there because everybody's doing something and we're all doing our bit. And the number of people that are there are a tiny percentage of the number of people that are out there doing other things. And the number of people, the number of vegans that there are. I'm encouraged by the numbers we're getting, and I would like to see more and more of them because I think it's a great community event. I did say earlier, it's a beautiful place, a beautiful time for outreach, and a beautiful time for inreach with the speakers and stuff. And it's a beautiful time for community and for people to rub shoulders with each other and just transfer some ideas, pass some ideas around. I think there's lots of people out there that have always got ideas, but they never get to sell those ideas to anybody else or to exchange them. It might be an idea that you have that you can't possibly do, but when you've got thousands and thousands of people, there's a very good possibility that you can talk to somebody who knows somebody that's in a position to actually enact those things that you think are a good idea but you're not capable of. And I think so there's a lot of good positives with NARM. So I have that coming up. And also, okay, well, so I'm a SAB myself. I understand Doug entirely. I am a SAB myself, so I get that. It's very, very difficult. Whatever we take, whatever Saturday we pick, there's always going to be something. And the hunting calendar doesn't stop. Although foxes all individuals are important. For instance, last year, the march was on August the 17th, which was the first Saturday of the grouse shooting. So there were a lot of people that couldn't come because they were out sabbing the grouse hunt, and the hunting calendar happens all of the time. It just so happens this year, that Saturday was the one that we could find, the one that suited I'm going to say our needs, but that's not exactly what I'm trying to say. The purpose. So unfortunately, this one will be the first Saturday in September. Hopefully, with the Cubby being an early day event, most people will still be able to make it. And I can only apologise for those that can't. And I do, as I say, as you know, I'm sad myself, so I do understand those concerns. But if all is to be believed, and let's hope it is, this season, certainly next season, will be the last one. If my information is to be believed, then the laws will be changed, and so fox hunting will actually be properly illegal. And then we can move to fishing and shooting and take them fuckers on as well. And fishing particularly, I think it's really, really ignored far too much.
Is that privileged information, Alan, or is it public, this thing about it will be over in, a year or two?
I think it's public. I'm not entirely sure. It's just a conversation with somebody that I had within HSA that was working with the government in order to implement the changing of the law, because it's amendments they're looking at rather than writing new laws, because it's easier to push it through. The difficult thing, obviously, is we have a Labour Party who don't fucking don't adhere to anything that they say. So it's a difficult one to know entirely. And if it's not public information, it is now.
Yes, we just outed it. Sorry, I was busy deleting somebody causing it. It's you know, this is a day for vegans to celebrate, and also to be together, and especially in terms of the ones that we're thinking about in terms of the setup, you know, the new ones, and the isolated, you know. And I mean, even Terry was saying that you know, he's going, in fact, he's on his clip, he's going to have a meal, and the meal was set up for lonely people, you know. So there are, you know, lonely people on Christmas, and there are some lonely Sabs, some lonely vegans. And it's interesting that it's hard for people in Britain and Ireland, because they're so small countries, to think that there are vegans in places like the States who've never met another vegan face to face.
Yeah,
it's weird.
Yeah, it is. It's very peculiar. And but I've said to you in the past, though, I mean, you know, back in the day, whenever that was, I always used to joke there was nothing to eat, nothing to drink, nowhere to go, and no one to talk to.
Which suited you okay, probably.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. But I mean, yeah, I think now, I mean, as well, you know, you'd say the word vegan to people, and people didn't know what you were talking about at all. And now, if you say the word vegan to people, they all know somebody who is, was, or could be a vegan, whatever their definition of that might be. But you know, it's now a word that's in common usage.
Yeah.
Which is quite good. So it does make it difficult for us to understand that there are people that have never met another vegan.
Yeah,
but,
it's just an odd thing.
It's a big place, isn't it, America?
Yeah. Different timelines. I mean, I could never get used to them talking about somewhere else was so many hours away. I mean, again, that's odd from my point of view.
Yeah, we're just talking miles.
Yeah.
Or it might, or maybe it's 20 minutes away if it's really far.
Yeah. You might have to get a bus.
That's it, yeah. I just wanted to say how appreciative I am that you do this, Roger, because this obviously it takes up a big chunk of your day, but I think it's a lifeline to some, and just a really pleasant place to be for others. I've always enjoyed your company. I've always thought you were fun to be around, and you're very considered. You're very considered in what you say, and you're very considered in the way that you approach people. So there you go. So it's for me, it's always been a pleasure to know you and to see you in action. And the Christmas thing that you're doing, I think it's a godsend if you have one, if you have a God. If you don't, then it's just a send, I suppose.
Just a send. Well, thank you for those kind words, and of course, you are, and some people in the chat too, you know, absolute heroes in relation to what you've done and what, you know, you do and what you're going to do in the future. So I appreciate you as well, Alan. It's you know, you're a very important guy in the movement.
Yeah, I seem to be. I'm guessing it's probably fleeting. I'll be burnt out in 18 months. It'll be fine. I'll be gone.
Yeah, you'll just be a memory like Ronnie Lee. Who knows Ronnie Lee? Yeah. Actually,
yeah. Go on. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say I've got Ronnie coming on at 6:30, and then maybe Philip Murphy, and that's about it so far. But I've still got loads and loads of clips as well. So you know, I've got some quite interesting stuff. But that was the thing that took the time, going through all the files because I was trying to find things that people might not have seen, or at least haven't seen for a long time, and therefore might have forgotten. Because you know, obviously there's going to be some people who are kind of regular viewers to my kind of stuff. So there's no point in showing them stuff that they've seen a few times. I wanted to make it, you know, an interesting day, essentially. You know, make it a community event, really.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as well, it's that, like you say, finding those bits of footage and stuff. It's just like you've got that little memory of somewhere in the back of your head going, oh, there was that time that fella said that thing. That's really good. Where was that? You know, and then you think, oh, yeah, it was in that hour-long documentary. And it was just like,
that's right. Yeah,
right, so I've narrowed it down. Yeah, I've narrowed it down to an hour. Now I'm just looking for the 15, 20 seconds in that hour.
And you can never find it. And another thing that I decided to do this year in particular was to put captions on most things. I think most things have got captions on, which are very, very important, but it's very time consuming.
It is, yeah. And I think, I think the caption thing is really, really added value, because obviously there's a lot of people that
I think Alan might have dropped off. I'm not sure. Just leave it a couple of seconds. Okay, well, while we're waiting, let me get something together. I'll be able to show a clip or two. As I said, normally this would have been a lot smoother than this. It's just that because I've had to mess around with where things are. Yeah, I thought Alan was going to go. I had to rejig things. So apologies for that, but it's not working too bad. I was really fearful that it wasn't going to work at all today, but it's not worked too bad. So here's another one of our messages.
Hello, this is Jordi Casamijana, and this is a message for everyone that is celebrating Christmas or Kwanzaa or Hanukkah or winter solstice, or is suffering it, enduring it, trying to go through it. Because you might be a vegan, has just recently become a vegan, or you've been vegan for quite some time, but you're the only vegan in your family, and you have to face so much animal cruelty more than normal when you involved with some of the celebrations that all these activities have to take place, and you feel lonely, you feel alone. Well, just think about it, because I celebrate all these things, or rather than celebrate, I endure all these things alone. I just go through the months. But I've done it many years, and it's something always I remember when I go through these periods, which is you might feel alone, but you are really not alone at all. There have been 1.3 quadrillion animals exploited by humanity since humanity started, and you're connected to those animals in the past that you exploited. You're not forgetting them. You're part of them. They are part of you. But now, there are 20 quintillion animals that vegans care about, that are out there living, and you care about. You don't want them to be exploited. You don't want them to suffer. This is your family now. You never had a bigger family than now. So you should not feel alone, because you've never been less alone.
Well, that's an interesting perspective, isn't it, Alan? That's quite interesting, isn't it? Yeah.
That's really quite inclusive. Yeah, it's not a thought that I'd had myself, but it's a really good one. We are part of a massive, massive family. I suppose that thought has occurred to me, but not quite so succinctly. It's perhaps because I'm not a writer, maybe.
Yeah, I had to look up what quintillion means. It's a big number.
It's 10 to the power, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of like you know, God knows how many zeros. You know, it's one of those numbers that are almost like meaningless.
I think for me, when you get to billions, one of the things that I try to say to people is try and bring those numbers down. You know, off the top of my head now, I've completely forgotten. But if you can talk about numbers, if you can talk about the lives lost per hour rather than the lives lost in a year, because you're talking billions in a year, and I can't get that number in my head. You know, it's a bit abstract. It's sort of, you know.
Uh-oh, we might be going again. In relation to this, yes, Vegan Animal Defender 269. I did as well, but I put a general call out for these supportive messages, and I kind of decided, unless it was absolutely too much, that I would put out what they sent, because about 21 people were good enough to send clips in. So I do hear you on that. It's not the language that I would use, but in that sense, I did kind of just thought I kind of compromise. Here's another one.
To all those new beautiful vegans out there, you are on the right side of history. You have made the right choice, even though sometimes you may feel alone in your new ethical decision, and you wish that your family and friends will be on board with the knowledge that you're sharing with them. I know it could be hard when you feel like you are talking to deaf ears. We understand. We have all been there. You're not alone. Feel free to reach out to any other vegan. Need a friend? Reach out. We're all here. We're only a voice message away, a DM away. We're all here for you. We have lived it, we have experienced it, and we understand. We really understand. It could be hard, but you are definitely not alone. You may be misunderstood by your friends and family, but you're definitely not alone in your decision. And if you're feeling alone on this Christmas season, and kind of sad about what you know and what's going on and what your family or friends are partaking on, reach out to other vegans. We understand. We've been there, and we would love to just help you. And you're doing the right thing, and the right thing is never wrong.
Another nice message. You're like a jack in a box, you are, Alan.
Well, I must admit, that time I did take advantage and go for a wee.
Oh, right.
I figured as I'm not allowed to be here anyway, I might as well.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, you've got some lovely messages.
Yeah, I thought that I might have to take a toilet break, so I produced this.
Excellent. Taking a pelham, yeah.
Yeah, it's always.
That's good, yeah.
Well, it was 1973.
Did you just leave people with a blank screen, or?
Yeah, well, I do have this one, but it was 1973, I think, the Pelham thing, and I was a projectionist at the time, and I was really taken by it because it was very gritty and realistic. They talked like normal people. They didn't talk like actors, and it kind of affected me in that sense. So it's one of my favorite films. It's not the favorite film. There's also one called Emperor of the North with Lee Marvin, but the problem is that there's quite a lot of animal exploitation in that, as far as I remember.
Problem with a lot of the older films. A lot of the older films is just exploitation in them. Some films, I see the title and I think, oh yeah, I remember that film. That's a really good film. I'm going to watch that film. And you get 10 minutes into it and you just think, no, I'm done now.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Right. Let me find another clip.
Mary Poppins is my all-time favorite film. I think that's
no,
probably
it
the best.
isn't.
Yeah,
No,
it is.
isn't.
Yeah,
No,
absolutely. Possibly the best film ever made. I got married in fancy dress. I had about 300 people at my wedding, and me and my wife.
don't you just hate it when somebody's in the middle of a brilliant story and then they freeze? Here's a fun one I wanted to show to everybody. Have a look at this one. Oh.
Cage is making a run for it.
Have you seen this one, Alan?
I think I might have done, yeah.
Yeah, have a look at the silverback right at the end. The face is so interesting.
Yep.
That's a classic, but it's quite interesting, isn't it? You know, with all those humans gawping at them, you know, behind that, you know, behind presumably bulletproof glass or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
I struggle with zoos so much. Just seeing that that quote unquote interaction. It's just, if you could pick if you had to pick the worst scenario that you could for allowing humans to have an emotional connection with our non-fellow human animals, it's just that would be what you picked, wouldn't it? It's just like if you wanted some dystopian weird idea of intermingling with nature, it's just like, oh, let's do that.
Right, I've got something that if I can find it, I think it's this. Let me just check, because this is the one. Now it'd be really interesting for you to react to this one, because you'll remember this, and Ronnie's in it as well. But he's talking about what it was like in the 80s in terms of activism compared. It's really quite interesting.
Hello, everyone. Following on from Ronnie, I got involved in the animal rights movement at the beginning of the 1980s, and it's fair to say part of that was very large part of that was due to the actions of Ronnie and the ALF and the Band of Mercy, who I was completely inspired by. I think it's fair to say that I came in at a time when the animal rights movement was literally on fire. It was on fire. It was a political hotbed in this country at the time. The miners' strike, there were riots, inner city riots, punk music was raging on, and we came in as young kids, fresh-faced, angry and ready to go, and we were determined nothing was going to get in our way. And that kind of set the seal for what was to follow, for me personally and for people who gathered around me. And I think one of the things that I would stress about what happened then was the local group network in this country was so strong. And it wasn't that the capital cities like London dominated, they didn't. There were powerhouses of animal rights activism in Northampton, my own town, Coventry. They did a whole panorama programme about Coventry, you know, John and everyone in Coventry. There was animal rights groups bursting out of every town, market town and even village in this country like you wouldn't believe. And they were determined not only to take this forward, but to outdo each other. And I'll give you an example of how unbelievable it got. During that period, I remember there were probably, at some point, there were 5 or 6 ALF actions a night, every night of the week. And I'll give you one example, and I'll spare some of the detail to protect the guilty. But I remember being on a job at an establishment, which I won't name, and whilst we were doing what we were doing, another group from my hometown of Northampton drove by with a carload of beagles that they'd liberated from somewhere else. Neither of us knew about what had gone on. It just happened. That's how hectic, that's how unbelievable and how powerful and how energetic it was during that period. There was a further development, I think, during the 80s that, again, was so inspiring. And I'll talk a little bit about that. And it's called the Animal Liberation Leagues. And it started off with a group called the Northern Animal Liberation League, based up here in Manchester. And their history was incredible. And we also had groups in the South East called the South East Animal Liberation League. And we had the Central Animal Liberation League. And we had the Eastern Animal Liberation League. And these organisations essentially took the ALF tactics a step further, if you like, and they organised mass daylight raids against largely establishments involved in animal research, but also others. And I think one of the most inspiring things I remember about that period, and I think it probably feeds into everything that happened since, including Shack and all the other things, but what they did was they grabbed the media attention in a way that you just wouldn't believe. And I'll pick a couple of examples out here because it's worth mentioning from a historical perspective. We're talking about the mid-80s here. And there was a raid by the Central Animal Liberation League, and this was on a Sunday afternoon, middle of the Sunday afternoon, 2 o'clock, bright summer's day. And this group of people went into Park Farm. Now, this was the holding station for Oxford University, so all the animals were held there that would go into the laboratories at Oxford. Beagles, monkeys, rabbits, rats, but also dogs that had been obviously lifted off the street, Old English sheepdogs, collies that were found in there. And this group, the Central Animal Liberation League, in the middle of a Sunday afternoon, went into Park Farm, loaded up with cameras, and this was a new departure for the animal rights movement, filming what they did. Went in, liberated the dogs, broke into the monkey unit and filmed it. But this is what I love about the animal rights movement, and the thing that we should cherish is the sheer audacity and intelligence working together. They not only liberated those animals, they took University Park Farm's own van, they stole their own van to drive their own animals away in. Just imagine that. The second thing I want to mention, another one that had a massive impact on me, and again, it goes to the intelligence and audacity that comes together uniquely in the mind of an animal rights activist at the time, was a raid on the Royal College of Surgeons in 1984. And the Royal College of Surgeons was based at the historic home of Charles Darwin. And this site was used for carrying out experiments on animals by the RCS at the time, including experiments on dogs, monkeys, a whole selection of animals. And again, on a Sunday afternoon, middle of daylight, 100 people stormed into the Royal College of Surgeons, cameras in hand, broke in, filmed the dogs in there, the beagles, but also, again, an Old English sheepdog that put its paw up to a command, greyhounds, ex-racing greyhounds. But fundamentally, during the raid, a lot of documents were grabbed, and in that were some photographs of a monkey called Moan. And I will never forget, and this shows you the power of our movement, the grassroots animal rights movements. That night, on the Sunday evening, ITV News at 10, the first news item that flashed up on their screen, millions of people were sat in their homes that night, and what they saw flash up on their screens that night, lead news story, was a picture of this monkey, Moan, right there on the TV screens, millions of times. No one had ever seen inside a lab, let alone the Royal College of Surgeons, this so-called august body of medical researchers. But this poor monkey that later became the subject of the first ever prosecution, I think, as far as I'm aware, of a laboratory in the UK. They were found guilty of ill-treating this monkey. They did win on appeal, unfortunately. But imagine that. An animal rights movement. These were grassroots animal rights activists. These were just ordinary people, just like you, just like all of us, ordinary people, did that. Headline on the news. And I'll tell you what, a movement like that is undefeatable. Now, I'm not going to say if I was there or not, who knows? Maybe I was, maybe I wasn't. All I can say is that in terms of motivation, in terms of inspiration, that's what the 80s was like. It was non-stop.
Yeah, I'm sure you'd agree with that, Alan.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just enjoying listening to Mel. Every time I see Mel, it's just like, I see him a lot these days giving out speeches and stuff. And I'm just, all right, Mel, same speech as ever. Get off your ass and go fucking do something.
Yeah, well, you spoke to Wendy about it, didn't you? About this thing about activists first or vegan first. It's a real conundrum, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I mean, I'm sure I speak for lots of people. You know, I was an activist long before I was vegan. I'd spent about 6 years, if you know, starting from sabbing, and then wrecking fur farms and vivisection laboratories and bricking butcher shops and stuff. You know, things that happened in those days. But I was doing lots of that before the idea of veganism was actually given to me as as a whole concept. And obviously, once it was given to me,
isn't it, Alan? I mean, it's very weird to be bricking butchers' shops and not be a vegan, right? I mean, it's got a weirdness about
Yeah.
it.
It has, yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm thinking about it. I'm not sure. Maybe I had already bought into the vegan bit when I was bricking butcher shops, but certainly gun shops and fishing shops. You know, there was definitely a lot of taking those out and spray painting and chucking paint and but so much, you know, and going to every bloody demo and every protest and getting really angry and upset before veganism. And as I was saying to Wendy, I do feel you need to make people activists and then they'll become vegan. Rather than what seems to happen a lot these days is you just make people vegan because of food and then they think that's enough.
Yeah, well, as I said, major conundrum because there's an oddity about a non-vegan activist too, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. But I mean, I hearken back to my own story, and it's just like single issues. You know, obviously, veganism and the animal rights movement isn't single issues. It's, you know, I mean, if it is, it's one issue, and everyone that's not human's getting a shit time, you know, but obviously humans are as well. But by hanging out, by thinking I must do something about fox hunting because fox hunting's wrong, I must do something about vivisection because vivisection's wrong, I must do something about zoos because zoos are wrong, or whatever it is that your sights are set on, pursuing that gets you active. And it also gets you to meet other people who are involved in other things. And once you get that whole spectrum, I think it was you yourself said about it's never one thing. It's a bit like building a jigsaw.
Yeah.
And all of these little pieces, once you put them all together, you get that one final piece and suddenly you see the whole picture and it all makes sense.
Yeah.
And I think you get that. Yeah, but I think that comes, or certainly came to me and for a lot of people I speak to or have, you know, for a lot of us that are active, that's how it came about. It was sort of activism first. You found one particular issue that you found intolerable, and so you started picking at it and trying to make it stop. And then you get introduced to somebody else who's there with you at a fur farm because that's why you're there, but they're there because it's part of the things to do, and they're also interested in vivisection and they're off to a laboratory next week, and do you want to come? And so then you learn about laboratories, and then they're going, oh, we're going to go and steal some chickens, do you want to come to that? You know, and then you get explained what's wrong with that, and finally you get that whole picture. Whereas it's very easy to go and do, no disrespect to those people on the street that are out there doing it, but it's very easy to go and watch 3 minutes of a film and think, fuck, I'm never eating animals anymore, and then go home and never eat animals anymore, and then not think anything about anybody else.
Well, like I say, it's definitely a conundrum. Just want to say again, vegan animal defender, I do get your position. I agree with you, and I do know that therefore makes some of the clips, you know, not necessarily expressed in the way that you'd like or the way that I'd like. Going back to Mel, Alan, have a listen to this one. This is a shorter clip because I want to know whether you were involved in what he talked about.
I'll just call it being a rights person. Is that the movement I came into and Barry came into, most people I knew then were active in human rights stuff. Well, there's the anti-apartheid movement. I mean, I remember the Northampton Animal Rights Group supporting picketers when the print strike was going on in Northampton. I also remember very well, 1984, I travelled with other animal rights people from Northampton to Manchester in the north of England to take part in a football match with the striking miners to raise money because, you know, they were fighting the Thatcher government at the time. There was a kind of basic understanding that you help someone when they're fighting something bigger than themselves. You just do. It's what you do. There was no big need conversation about it. We were just all political animals. And that was always strong within the movement then. We didn't need to talk about it as such. But I suppose I think that's what made the movement more radical then. There was a lot of stuff going on in this country then. You know, the miners' strike. There was rioting going on in the inner cities. You know, there was big race stuff going on, and the animal rights movement was in there with those. You know, we were part of all that, but we were also a movement that had recognised that as people that we had to think seriously about other species, other things in that same context. It doesn't mean that human rights and animal rights are exactly the same thing, but it does mean that you talk about rights, not some kind of welfareism or whether we can eat our way to animal rights, you know. And I think that's missing now, and maybe it's just me, I don't know. But
I don't think it's just you. I think a lot of guests that I've had on who have been active in animal rights for a long time have spoken about that. You know, you have all these influencers out there. There's one particular that comes to mind who constantly attacks intersectional vegans and is very pro-Zionist and very racist against Palestinians. And at the same time posts photos of animal liberation front raids. You know, he's never been involved in direct action. He just posts pictures of people with ski masks holding animals and edgy quotes next to them. I don't think he has any understanding of anarchist spirit, of total liberation, nothing. Which, you know, you have people out there cultivating this image of militants for their own gain while having no academic interest or actual connections to these radical movements.
So I didn't actually catch it then, but did he mention the football match against the miners?
He did indeed. Yeah.
So were you involved? Because that was organised by the Now. I remember the game. Although I always thought that.
Go on.
Carry on.
Well, I wasn't involved in that. I know of it. I don't think I knew of it at that moment in time. I know of it from conversations with other people in the, you know, from the Northampton animal rights sort of situation. The miners' strike had quite an impact on me. My father had remarried into a miner's family, so I saw secondhand, watched a lot of my family just suffering in poverty due to Thatcher and her fucking fascist ideals. So yeah, that was pretty hard. But yeah, absolutely what Mel was talking about. I never considered anything. I mean, all rights issues were rights issues, and none of them were to be tolerated. It didn't matter whether it was, whether it was a feminist issue or a racist issue, or CND, who were very prominent. I think probably the first rally that I ever went to was a CND rally. When I was, God, what would I have been, 14 or something? I can't remember. Massive march. But yeah, I mean, the human rights issues.
League, weren't we? We were all members of the Anti-Nazi League and all that kind of stuff. And I always say that we used to go, sabbing on a Wednesday, sabbing on a Saturday. We would probably go to a demo or something more illegal on a Sunday. And then in between, it'd be like Rock Against Racism, Reclaim the Night marches. It was all part and parcel in those days. Nobody questioned it.
Well, there was always something, and you're right. Nobody ever questioned it. The only question you ever got was, when's that happening? You'd say, oh, we're going to, we're off to do this. You'd be like, oh, when's that happening? Or can I come? They were probably the only questions you got. Nobody ever questioned your ethics or your belief system or your faith to the vegan animal rights movement. It was just like, you can do both. It's always seemed bizarre to me, this whole, if you're discussing human rights, you're neglecting animal rights. It's just like, A, that's a fucking speciesist concept in itself. We're all animals and we're all equal. And B, you can do both. You can stand at you can stand at an animal rights gathering and discuss human rights and enlighten people about those issues, and you can stand at a human rights gig and enlighten people about animal rights issues. It's not, I've never understood you can only do one or the other, and if you start talking about people, then you're doing a disservice to the non-human animals.
Yeah, it's a bit of nonsense, isn't it? So I got another message. This is from the States, and this is I don't know whether you know Barbara DeGrand. I used to work with Barbara when I was in part of AR Zone, so we did lots and lots of stuff. Yeah.
Happy holidays, everyone. This is Barbara from Texas. Moved here about 18 or 19 years ago to take care of my baby grandson, who's now a high school graduate. Following a very painful exclusion from a family event, I decided I was going to start a meetup and try to meet some other vegans, because I didn't think there were too many in my local area. So pulled from all over the DFW area, we got some vegans, some vegetarians, and a few rescue types, and started meeting monthly at a local vegan restaurant, or maybe watching videos. We had several in home and provided popcorn and vegan goodies. We also saw some at a movie theater. It was like a forks over knives type video. And before you know it, we were at the local university giving handouts and helping the vegan club to put on events and share vegan food and pay kids to watch videos of what happens to animals. It has been a really wonderful experience for me connecting with vegans on social media. I have friends. There was a couple, Jordan Wyatt, New Zealand, and Dr. Roger Yates in Ireland, that connected online many years ago and have kept in touch off and on. And I've had friends that I've only known through social media that when I came down with a cancer diagnosis in 2018, offered to take me to my daily radiation, way above and beyond anything I would expect from an online friend. But I've also got friends in Australia and the UK and in many other countries throughout the world that I really consider part of my network of vegans and friends, and they just mean the world to me. So I hope if you're alone, either this time of year or any other, that you will reach out. If you can't start a meetup, find some online folks, and you may just be amazed at who reaches back, because there's a lot of us out there that are feeling a little isolated from families and friends, and you just may be the bright note in their holiday. So take care. Thank you so much, Roger, for including me.
And I had this perspective that like vegans were just like privilege maniacs, and so like I supported the cause. I understood where they were coming from, but I thought that they were privilege maniacs because I believed that animal products were necessities, right? So when I learned the opposite, and I learned all the facts, and I saw all the things and all the when it clicked, it was like this euphoric high of like, oh my god, well, if I've gone vegan, the whole world is gonna go vegan. And I think that's an experience that a lot of new vegans have, and I think that that's a strong and necessary thing to carry. But unfortunately, that's not true. That doesn't mean that we should stop trying, and that doesn't mean that we should become hopeless and whatever. Change happens. That change, unfortunately, happens slowly, and when it comes to family, that can happen especially slowly. So get out the idea from your head that you're going to convert your family or that you're going to help them see the truth. Unfortunately, that's unlikely. However, that doesn't mean you should not stand up for other animals. It does not mean that you should stop standing for your values and demanding like for yourself to be fed in the way that you should be fed. Everybody eats plants. Sometimes it's better with family and stuff like that to kind of connect on the points that you share together. And like, your family is not bad because they continue to exploit animals. What they're doing is bad. However, they're operating on the same kind of mindset that most of us unfortunately grew up with, which is a speciesist mindset. They're not aware of it. And it's gonna take a long time of like having those conversations and like getting that into the head for even the slightest bit of changes to happen. So don't be hopeless and connect with other vegans and other animals. Hope it helps.
So that was Barbara DeGrand from Texas, the MAGA capital of the world. Also a hell of a place to be an ethical vegan. And then secondly, we had Ambrose. He's North American, but had been living in Dublin for many years, volunteered with us lots, but I think he's moved somewhere else now. I can't remember where, but yeah, so a couple of interesting perspectives. The change is slow. I mean, we know that, don't we? In terms of sociology, it's slow.
I was thinking that the very first bit that Ambrose spoke about. I always talk about the angry vegan, and the angry vegan is that experience that I think we've all been through, and it's that when you become enlightened, when you suddenly join all those dots, and you realize that it's not necessity, and you realize that it's all exploitative, and you think, my God, I've just been enlightened. I must tell everybody I know, because when I tell everybody I know, they will see exactly what I see, and they will all come to the same conclusions instantly, just like I did.
Yeah.
And then you go, and then you tell everybody, and everybody looks at you and you goes, shut up. At that point, you become the angry vegan, because it's just like, how can those people how can they possibly not understand it? And more to the point is, how can they choose not to understand it? Because it's so clear and so obvious that if they don't get it, they must be not getting it on purpose. And I think that's the angry vegan stage that we all go through, because we all think, this change that's happened in us so instantly and so fundamentally must clearly happen in anybody once they're given the information, and then they don't fucking care. And it's just like, oh, okay. And then we all get angry for a bit, and then we kind of learn to choose our battles after that.
Yeah. And another mistake we can make is if people find it easy to go vegan, whatever they're interpreting that as, and then assume that for the rest of the world it's the same, that's always a mistake as well.
Yeah, I mean, but it's
I think Alan is frozen again. Let's go to this one then.
Hello. My name is Dominic Berry. I am a vegan and I've been so for over 10 years now. Quite a lot over 10 years, maybe 15. It's been so long, and I've had Christmases where I've been around people with all the very, very non-vegan dishes, and I've kind of struggled with that. And then I've had Christmases with lovely, supportive people. And last Christmas, I had COVID and I was on my own. I isolated, but fortunately, I'd got well enough to get up and make myself like food that I did really enjoy. I think that we're so lucky in this day and age where we can tune into stuff online, so that even if we don't have people around us in the actual room in which we are who are empathic and supportive of vegan ways, we can find communities in other spaces, in virtual spaces. I've really benefited from that. I live in Manchester in the north of England, but I've got vegan friends in Australia and the US and Ireland and all over. And it really is a global community, isn't it? I feel really appreciative of that, and really appreciative of any excuse to eat my own body weight in vegan grub. I'm always a very, very greedy boy when it comes to Christmas time. So yeah, I hope that you have a really, really good Christmas. Well done you on your vegan journey. Well done you. Well done you. And welcome to the global community of vegans. Very Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Ho, ho, ho. Welcome to the end of the year,
I like
everyone.
Dominic.
Vegans everywhere.
I've had him a few
near
times
and far,
on my
up
radio
and down,
show.
old and
Promoting
new. My name is Mark Humanity. I am an author and an animal rights activist, and I'm coming to you from the South Pacific, where it's a balmy 26 degrees. That's centigrade, not Fahrenheit, like where you are. So the holiday period is here, a time when we get together with people who we often do not see except for this time of the year. Friends and family, many of whom might have, say, less than generous opinions about veganism. It's a time of the year that can be quite stressful as a vegan. A lot of enforced socializing. It's an odd time of the year, a time when eating bread from a dead mutant bird's ass is considered totally normal and peak experience. Okay? That time of the year. So take comfort in the fact that we vegans, we are part of a mighty movement of movements. All at once, veganism enriches our health, our air, our water. It decreases violence. It increases biodiversity. And it benefits the lives of trillions of animals worldwide. It is a movement that encompasses the environmental movement, the health movement, the animal rights movement, the climate crisis movement, all together, all at once. One of the hardest aspects I've found of being a vegan of 30-something years is trying to make sense of the non-vegan friends and family around you. People who you know are very caring, typically, who would balk at the idea of harming an animal, a pet for instance, but who willingly pay other people to horribly torture and mutilate and kill trillions of animals worldwide. People who would throw up if they walked into a slaughterhouse, overcome by the stench and the fear and the sounds and the sights, but who pay other people to do that every day of their lives. People who, when you bring this up, can get really angry. They can defriend you. They can give you funny looks. They can call you a communist. They can do all sorts of weird things, have weird reactions. One thing they won't do is change. They carry on doing it. It's depressing, it's enraging, it's ridiculous, it's all of these things and many, many more besides, but what it isn't is your fault. It's theirs. You're right, they're wrong. You can't allow yourself to be overcome by this. Hard that can be at times. So this season, try to have a laugh, not an argument. Be tactful with your energy when it comes to this issue. You're wasting your time and energy when you're having a beer-fueled rant at a relative on Christmas evening. I know I've been there, done that, no point. If you do find yourself in such a situation, be careful how you express things. Words can hurt. After 3 beers in, you're not going to remember any of this advice. So if you find yourself in a kitchen, 10 o'clock at night, Christmas Eve, Christmas night, surrounded by relatives who are screaming at you, pointing the finger, all sorts, I suggest you put on your noise-cancelling headphones that you got from your nephew, turn them on, spin around. Have a good year, folks. Well, that was quite a considered one. That's Mark Humanity, author of Humanity Trigger. And so he's been on my time tunnel about 3 times, I think. And I like that bit where he talked about, you know, people, you know, they'll defend their use and they're paying for our fellow animals to be used, and yet they'd throw up if they went into a slaughterhouse. So I felt that was pretty good. And before that was Dominic Berry, the vegan poet, and looks like Alan has dropped off yet again, which is interesting. So here's one from an animal sanctuary, which is really nice.
It's Wenda from Huglet's Wood Farm Animal Sanctuary. Caring for the residents here means we don't get time to really celebrate Christmas, as it's a day like any other at the sanctuary. Feeding all the rescued animals, bedding out and caring for them. So lunch is usually just a sandwich in one of the barns, lying in the fresh straw with the cows or stretched out with the sheep. Not even a glass of vegan-friendly sherry passes my lips, as I need to be on the ball. But no matter what, it doesn't stop being Christmas. Not having friends or family around doesn't make it any less of a special day. I always think Christmas is what you make it, and for me, it's a time of peaceful reflection. For those of you who'll be alone, have the day you want, regardless. You don't have to be partying to have a good time. We use this time of year to gently educate those around us, from the gifts we send to the cards we don't. Moral and environmental issues are one and the same in my book. The last family Christmas I endured after becoming vegan was so long ago, but it sits in my memory as an unforgettable experience, because I was told that I had ruined everyone's Christmas as I'd refused to partake in a dead turkey. These days, I don't sit at any table with animal products on it. But you don't have to be like me. Let your choice of vegan food do the talking. Be armed with loads of factual information, especially about the benefits of a vegan lifestyle, just in case you're not allowed to eat in peace. I really believe there doesn't have to be confrontation at Christmas time, just education. Whether you're alone, the only vegan at the table, or you're lucky enough to be with a room full of others, have a very Merry Christmas and a happy, peaceful New Year. Oh, and have a drink for me. I'll hug a cow for you.
Very
That's
lovely.
really nice. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
it's a beautiful.
I'm assuming you know Wenda. Do you know Wenda?
Sorry?
From Huglet?
I do, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, not greatly, but yeah, I do know her. Before we go any further, I think it's probably appropriate for me to say thank you for everything today, and thank you for letting me be here, and goodbye. And I'm not going to go yet, but my internet does keep dipping out. So next time it dips out, we'll assume that I've gone now. But yeah, so I just want to say thank you for you, Roger, for doing this. And thank you for everybody that's been listening and taking part. And thank you to everybody that's done all those wonderful messages. It's been a really good experience for me. It's been really, really lovely hanging out and chatting and seeing old people and new people, not necessarily age related, but yeah, it's been really nice. And some and some of the watching the messages, they're really, really lovely. It's nice that so many people have taken part, and I imagine you must have reached out to lots of people in order to get this day together.
Yeah, it was a bit of work. So okay, so the next time you drop, we'll take it that you've.
We'll consider that done. You got Ronnie coming up soon anyway, and he can talk the arse off of a donkey, can't he? So
yeah, still 45 minutes for Ronnie, but
oh, is it? Sorry,
yeah. So here's the next one then.
On Riddick here. So my advice to new vegans would be to get involved with animal liberation as a political struggle, because it will help you inculcate a new way of relating towards animals, certainly one that is more compassionate when you proceed to associate it with total liberation, which involves the fight for human, animal, and earth liberation. And all of these struggles stem from our global capitalist system, and it's a lot easier to comprehend and fight against these things when you understand that. When it comes to isolation as a vegan, at least for me, the most isolating part is not necessarily the lifestyle or diet itself, but the disillusionment that comes with living in a world which is complicit in and actively celebrates animal exploitation. And I just try and remember that I was once blind to these atrocities myself, and just try and always give others the benefit of the doubt whenever possible. As frustrating and surreal as it can be to see the way that other people talk about and treat animals, I always remember that I was once like them myself, and that we do need to be patient and humble as a movement if we want to see change. And finally, I want to add, don't put more responsibility on yourself as a person than you need to, because it's fundamentally our collective society, our profoundly sick collective society that needs to change. It's not just us as individuals. Thank you.
So another very considered one, Alan. Are you familiar with Rittic?
I'm not actually. No, I don't think I know them at all. For someone who's been kicking around in this movement for so long, I'm amazed at the amount of people I just don't know. I think I've just been too busy doing whatever it was that I was doing to pay much attention. No disrespect to those people. Obviously, those people are doing a wonderful job too. Probably more so than I am, really.
Well, don't put yourself down on that, but Richie's got a fantastic podcast called the Green Scare podcast. I think that's the name of it. And mainly focused on activists and activism, and it's well worth checking out. Green Scare podcast. So,
I think I've seen bits of it with you on, actually.
You may have done, because I took some clips from it, I think. So that might be the reason for that. Yeah. Okay. Right. Let's find another one.
So, Roger, what does Christmas... Well, before you do that, I've got a question for you. What does Christmas mean to you?
Very, very little, actually. How do you work
your way through it?
I think of it as a kid's thing. When it was a kid's thing, but now they're grown up. I kind of ignore it, really, to be honest. So. I remember one year.
I'm very much. Go on.
Yeah, one year. It was 25th of December, and I realised that I'd had beans on toast that day, and that was about it. And so it didn't register until the evening that it was
Christmas. Yeah. I had a very similar experience. You know, when the Twin Towers happened.
Yeah.
So I was just off grid. I was in the nothing, doing nothing. And then I went into town.
So what did you do with your pilot's license, Alan?
It got burnt somehow. Yeah, I was in the nothing, minding my own business, and I just remember I walked into town to go busking, and I did some busking, and I just stopped. I can't remember if I broke a string or something happened, but I stopped. And at the time that I stopped, I was kind of doing whatever it was, fixing a string, and I looked up and I noticed that nobody was doing anything. It was completely silent, and everybody was just doing nothing. And I was just in awe, just thinking, what on earth's going on? And then suddenly everybody started moving again and doing shit. And I carried on busking. And then I went to my shop that I worked in. It was like a whole food shop. And I went there, and when I went in there was stuff on the radio and people talking and everything else. And I was just like, I can't even remember what I said. Something flippant, like, "Oh, what's that? Some fucking rock star or something's happened," And it was like, "Oh no, it's this terrible catastrophe, and we've just had a minute's silence for it." I just missed it all.
They probably thought you probably thought that they were blown away by your busking.
Absolutely, yeah. They just stopped. It was so in awe. They thought we must have a minute's silence for this guy. Watch him fix his string and wait for him to start playing again before we move.
Well, I suppose you never know. A different one. This is not actually one of the messages, but this is a video that Nella put together from the Animal Rights Show because she's spent the last couple of years now doing search and rescue because of all the fires and stuff. Yeah. And some of the stories, I mean, like, for example, they would, people would evacuate their house and leave their animal companions tied up, or they would leave them in the farms and all the rest of it. Don't even give them a chance to escape, that kind of stuff. So she was very emotional about things that they found.
Imagine, yeah, it's got to be very, very difficult.
Yeah, it was. And so they did put together a couple of videos, and I put them both together, very short, but they are quite interesting stuff. So here we go.
Καλή σου ζωή. Good stuff. Right, so Alan, have you frozen again? I think Alan might have frozen again. So I think I saw a chap in the chat just now. Let's see if he's still there.
Vegans and vegan curious. Jeremy here. Jeremy here from Respect Animal Sanctuary with 4 quick tips for this holiday season. The first is you're not alone. I get it, I'm living in rural Georgia. Sometimes it can feel that way, but if you reach out, maybe join other sanctuary volunteer groups or vegan meetups, and if there's not one in your area, start your own. You might be surprised who joins. Right, Tim? If you can't find a group in your local area, you might be able to find one online. The second tip is that advocacy can be empowering. I know as a 10-year vegan, it hasn't always been... Daisy agrees. Sometimes it can be difficult to feel like we're making a difference. There's no better way to combat some of the challenges of being vegan than getting out there and doing something to be part of the solution, whether it be volunteer at your local sanctuary or something online or maybe in person. There's all different kinds of animal advocacy out there, and chances are there's a form that will suit you. Just try to find something you're passionate about and you can be sustainable with. The third tip is it's okay to ask for help. Whether it's navigating challenging situations with friends, family, or in the workplace, to finding advocacy ideas from an experienced animal activist. There's someone out there who may really like to help. Hey Rosebud, you agree? The fourth tip is that you are making an impact. From every day you eat and live vegan, to incorporating anti-speciesist language into your day-to-day lives, creating content online, or maybe in-person events, everything you do helps individuals just like Alex here. Bonus tip, remember to prioritize self-care, not just a few times a year or once a month, but every day ideally. Visiting a sanctuary is a great way to do that. I know when I come down to the barn and hang out with guys like Tim, my day's instantly better, right? Happy holidays from all of us at Respect Animal Sanctuary, including the Respect Fishes.
We need to get the lighting better underwater there, Jeremy. But yeah, it was interesting, isn't it? Because like the sanctuary is quite a great place for a vegan to be. And before Alan dropped off, sadly, I was going to say that given the fact that he arrived at a sanctuary with the turkey individuals, but he didn't know where he was because he'd been in the back of a van all the time. It'd be a bit of a shame if he could never go back to see them again, because that would be a nice experience to have. Right, we've got about half an hour before Ronnie joins us, so I'm going to find a few clips. So you might need to give me a little bit of time. Again, because of the problem with the technology, this is not as smooth as it should be. So sorry about that. Let's see if we can get what we need to do. It's really weird. The computer that the files are on now is newer than the one where they're not, and yet this new computer is slower. Doesn't make any sense. So there's a hell of a lot more expensive as well, so it doesn't make sense at all to me. There you go. Right. See what's going on there in the chat. Oh yeah, I've I don't know whether people have seen this, but I posted this online a few times because it's a really interesting clip, and it says quite a lot for vegans, I think.
Modern psychology has a word that is probably used more than any other word in psychology. It is the word maladjusted. But as I move toward my conclusion, I would like to say to you today that there are some things in our society and some things in our world for which I'm proud to be maladjusted. I must honestly say to you that I never intend to adjust myself to racial segregation and discrimination. I never intend to adjust myself to religious bigotry. I never intend to adjust myself to economic conditions that will take necessities from the many to give luxuries to the few and leave millions of God's children smothering in an airtight cage of poverty in the midst of an affluent society.
Yeah, so I'm regularly on my own for Christmas, as for probably a decade now. I actually quite like that. So if you're somebody who is on your own for Christmas, you know, I find it a really good time to eat less, actually. I eat less. Sometimes I fast, get more into sort of some breathing exercises, maybe some Qigong exercises, and pay attention to rest and recuperation, perhaps a bit of cleansing. And that's a really nurturing time, and it's more in tune with sort of pre-Christmas, or, you know, before this kind of Christmas consumerism hit our societies. I can't say it's for me, no. You know, I prefer some solitude and some times for reflection and some re-energizing. I think is probably the best one. So that's what I do at Christmas, is I re-energize. Really, I get clear, I get some new ideas, I get some perspectives, I get time to reflect, but essentially re-energize. which generally means emptying out rather than adding stuff in. But look, if you're in company, you know, you're doing a family Christmas, or you're with friends, you've been invited with friends, it's a mix, it's not necessarily vegan Christmas, that can be really tough. My advice would be is if you're not sure what sort of food you get, is to eat before, and then you can enjoy whatever there is there without being too worried. Famously, one year as I was visiting nations and such like, I ended up with Brussels sprouts and whiskey, the only two foods suitable for the Boxing Day feast for me and my company of 20, which was fine, you know, because I kind of come prepared and I really enjoyed those Brussels sprouts. I have to say I definitely enjoyed that whiskey. But if you are feeling a bit nervous about having to deal with perhaps, you know, people pressing you on veganism, it's a great time to get yourself prepared. Read Benny's book, Benny Malone, How to Argue with Vegans, or maybe Ed's book, Ed Winter's How to Argue with Meat Eaters and Win Every Time, and maybe use that time to perhaps calmly sharpen and hone your skills to deflect some of the more obvious vegan misunderstandings and stereotypes that you might encounter in people, and perhaps use it as an educational time to quietly deal with any inquiries in a positive, upbeat and informed fashion. So there you go. Caesar's greetings. All the best for what's looking like a really good 2025, full of new projects. So really excited by all of that.
Hi folks. Yeah, sorry, I just got a message that we're not streaming to Facebook anymore, but we are to my YouTube, so that's the most important thing. We've got 2 hours to go, and we've got about half an hour before Ronnie. This is a clip from '92, and this is when Kathleen Janaway is talking about the what veganism could do, or vegan values at least. It's really interesting.
I think generally it's hope. And if we can solve this problem of animal exploitation and spread veganism, we should also solve the problems of war and poverty and all the other things that has caused immense suffering to people and animals through the ages. Veganism is as important as that.
Merry Christmas to all you new vegans, but also vegans who are by themselves this Christmas. Whether you're celebrating Christmas or Yuletide or just the season where a lot of things close down and you can take a few days of relaxation. If you're working, perhaps you're not working anymore. I want to send you all my very best wishes. And firstly, I want to thank you for all the work you're doing, all the effort that you have made to protect the inherent rights of our animal friends. Thank you so much for that. And if it is your first holiday season, Christmas, Yuletide, whatever you want to call it, and you are having difficulties because perhaps the people you're with are not on the same track as you at the moment, bear with it. Family and friends are very important. Do what you can, stay strong, always with a smile on your face, and enjoy your days, please, because you're doing such an amazing thing. And let's not let this spoil it for you. If you're a vegan by yourself, stay in touch with everyone. You're also doing wonderful things, and I just really want to thank you for it. It's this time of year when we should say it more often, shouldn't we? But thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for everything you do, all of you.
Thanks for that, Duncan. This machine is starting to irritate me, being so slow. So, yeah, let me have a look at any chats that I missed. Way to go, Roger. You haven't even lost your voice yet. Well, it started off croaky, but indeed. So now this is a really interesting clip, and I think the chances of people seeing this are pretty slim. But people might remember Michelle Lowe, the psychologist. I did quite a bit with her. You know, we talked about concepts such as cognitive dissonance and this kind of stuff. But here she's speculating on types of activism. And I think she was maybe having a change of heart. So I put a commentary to it. Thought it was quite interesting.
Hey, Earthlings. So I recently subscribed to the channel of Michelle Lowe. She's a psychologist and I'm a sociologist, so there's quite a lot of content that I'm really interested in. And Michelle made a really interesting video lately, and I wanted to make so many points that I thought, well, the best thing to do would be to respond with a video, and so this is that. I was going to, in the spirit of Michelle, wear a big baggy cardigan, but I forgot. So this is a body warmer, so I don't know. Anyway, so let's see what the topic is, Michelle.
Is vegan activism pointless? This could be a controversial one. So it's hugely complex and we have no idea how effective street activism is. We have no idea.
So street activism. Yes, I've got something to say about street activism because I've been doing it since around about 1981. So let's see how Michelle develops her argument.
Well, how do we... Oh, little squirrel! I just seen a squirrel.
We've all been distracted by a squiggle or two, haven't we? Yes, indeed. So, take two.
Since the 1980s, psychologists have been talking about the factors that are involved in attitude change and when is persuasion most likely to result in permanent attitude change. Attitude change is difficult for any campaign that is getting people to do something that's completely alien to their lifestyle, especially, you know, like in terms of getting people to give up animal products. It's so ingrained in Western society. The advertising is pretty much complete. You know, people are just socialized into it generation after generation, these lies that have been kind of fed into society.
So I would say that the best means towards attitude change is community-based DIY politics. And the best people to do DIY community-based politics is the grassroots of the movement, the backbone of our movement. So that's where I would go with that one. In relation to socialization processes, of course, I agree completely with Michelle. In fact, I've got a video. Don't know if it's that way or this way, whatever. I've got a video, a full-length video, all about that. It's about the generational transmission of cultural speciesism, so maybe check that out.
The current vegan activist movements that we've got, the well-known ones that we've got, how effective are they? The short answer is we don't know. But what is the point of them? If you're already vegan and you're angry and you want to do something to help animals or just to vent your anger or to meet other people who have a similar goal, then the well-established activist groups are great for that.
Well, there's quite a lot to unpack there. On a technical note, Michelle describes SAVE in this video and also AV as social movements. Technically, they're social movement organisations within a social movement. That's just a technicality. It's an important one. I very much agree that taking part in a social movement can be a very bonding experience. In fact, some sociologists talk about how involvement in a social movement can be transforming for the individual. So it's very important in that sense. and it can bring you together, and being together, as it were, in a solid block is important. It gives you kind of fortitude and strength, so that's very important. On having no idea about the effect of what you do, I do notice, funny enough, that the claims making of AV has changed over time. They used to make some fairly outrageous claims about their effectiveness, whereas now they kind of accept really that street activism that they do, and also the other street activism that goes on, is really in the sense of kind of planting seeds. It is frustrating in a way, because most of the time you don't really know if those seeds have germinated. I mean, some people do get back to you and say, because of you, we're living vegan now, and I think we've all had those kind of messages over the years, but most of the people just don't, and then they go off and they presumably process the information. But we've planted seeds, and that in a sense is all we can do. I'm going to say something more about this idea of planting seeds a little later on. So what's next, Michelle?
Anonymous for the Voiceless, they have a kind of a well-defined group identity. They have a set of rules that activists within that movement follow. Well, that's great from a psychological point of view. That initiates group membership, group adherence. Good old social identity theory can say, well, yeah, people once they've kind of joined that movement and they endorse its values, if there's a well kind of defined group structure, a group identity, then they'll stay embedded within that group. Or will they? Because we know that a lot of people who, maybe go to a queue, you like its structure, you like what it does, you like its ethos, you like the way it does activism, then great. You've got your movement where you can vent your anger, and yeah, perhaps street activism, cubes of truth, do highlight to some people, the people who see those cubes in action. Maybe they do make people think. But how effective are they? This is the question. If you look at figures from Anonymous for the Voiceless campaigns, Cranky Vegan talked about this recently, and I'll leave a link to his video in the description.
Yes, I'll include Cranky's link down below as well.
Even if you can agree, get people to agree on the street to a challenge to go vegan for a short time, or to give up meat or something for a short time, we have no idea how long lasting that is. We have no idea. And from social psychology, we might say, think about the sleeper effect. I've got a video on it. The sleeper effect. So people can encounter something that jars with them, something that makes them think, like a cube, and then they disregard it. And it's only at some point in the future that they have another trigger, and that's the thing that initiates the change.
Yes, I very much like this multiple trigger idea. It's a really useful kind of metaphor, and it's a kind of question that, you get triggered, and then again and again, and then eventually. Tom Reagan, the guy who wrote The Case for Animal Rights, said that, we tend to kind of get these triggers, and then one day you look in the mirror and there's an animal rights activist looking back at you. So it's a kind of, he called it being a muddler, kind of muddle through until you get there, as it were. I tend to use the metaphor of a jigsaw. And so the pieces go down one at a time until, bingo, you've got the full picture. The interesting thing about that is that some of the pieces are bigger than others. So when people look back at the formation of the picture, they'll often remember the big pieces going down. And so when people say, in retrospect, as it were, what made you start to live vegan, they might say, it was this film or that talk, or I did that. Usually, when you investigate it a bit further, it's usually a whole series of things, as Michelle is alluding to in that last clip.
Why does an organisation need $1.5 million a year? What's it for? Wouldn't that money be better served in ways that might initiate more change? And what I'm thinking about here is media campaigns. The upshot of it is we don't know, but surely from a numbers game perspective, the most concerted efforts should be, and the money, the investment should be in getting vegans into the mainstream media. And I'm pleased when mainstream media picks up on things like the Domino's pizza, you know, there's now a Domino's vegan pizza, or there's a whole vegan menu at Papa John's, or there's a whole vegan menu here, and having people record those, like on YouTube, like I did recently with the Flaming Grill.
Ah, the media. Well, there's a lot of media sociology. A lot of people take the mickey out of it, but nevertheless, it is important to differentiate between the mass media and regional media, social media and community-based media. The relationship between social movements and the mass media often tends not to be a great one, in the sense that the mass media have got the control over the process and the social movement doesn't. The thing that's seductive about the mass media for social movements is the mass part. In other words, you can reach millions of people all at once. In terms of having control, you're obviously better off with your own social media. And then a good in-betweenie, if you like, are the regional medias or the local medias and the community-based ones. And the best people to engage with those are the grassroots. There's a long history of that, and they really are the best people to talk to their own local people. You know, it's a citizen talking to a citizen situation, and what's better than to have a local person talking to locals, you know, over the local media. So that's the best thing there. The grassroots, again, wins out.
The other big movement is the Save movement. Now, these guys go to slaughterhouses and they stop trucks and they give water to animals and just give a few moments of kind words to the animals in the trucks. Now, again, that's initiating, for those people involved in that movement, that's initiating a group identity that is useful for those people involved. And for those animals, right, just having a few words of kindness, that's nice. It's heart, it touches my heart. But you can do that without the need for an organised movement. I've done it myself. You can go and bear witness to animals within the factory farming industry on your own and have a private moment with them. How many people burn out, you know, doing those vigils again and again and again as part of an organised movement? Isn't there a compulsion to keep doing it? Don't people burn out?
Bearing witness. I tend not to like that phrase very much. I think it's got religious overtones, but I suppose that's just me. I do agree that it can produce some interesting materials, and I do agree that you don't need, you know, a rich structure in order to get them organised. It would be a relatively simple idea to get some local activists together and you meet outside, you know, the local slaughterhouse, as it were, and so then you get the material that you want. The issue about the Save vigils, I suppose, is their frequency, and that's where the burnout question comes in, because it's probably not psychologically healthy to do them over and over again. Also, in terms of the material, in some ways there's no point, in the sense that even if you look on it at a global scale, most of the material from Save events is very similar. Trucks arrive, you take the pictures, trucks go into the house of slaughter. So, you know, it doesn't really need people to be at it all the time. I will say a little later about what you can do with the material which comes. You don't have to do it every week to get it.
Maybe I see these organised movements slightly differently than other people, like speaking personally now, because I'm not a very sociable person. I don't need other people to persuade me to do something. I don't need that to keep me engaged. And I know some activists say you should go to a vigil at least once to really hammer home, to make you stronger in your activism. And maybe there's something to be said for that.
I love the thundering dog charging past in that clip. Yeah, so investigation, and the idea that it's bonding and gives you resolve to, as it were, see animal use firsthand. That is true. Investigations have been going on, certainly in Britain, since the 1980s. I took part in lots of them, including out inside a chicken slaughterhouse where we found workers supergluing the chickens together and this kind of stuff. So they are very useful. There was a group in the 80s called the NOW, the Northern Animal Liberation League, and they started the idea of getting lots of people to kind of invade a place. It might take 300 people, you know, however many they could get into a site. And it is true that once you've seen a place of animal use, be it a laboratory or a farm, you tend not to forget it. And then it means that whatever the vivisectors say, whatever the farmers say, you kind of know, you know, they can tell as many lies as they want and you're not going to be fooled at that stage because you've kind of seen it, you've kind of felt it, you've smelt it, and you've felt the heat of being in one of these units. I was arrested once for something called the Battery 22, that was the case in the end, and we'd gone into a deep pit, a battery unit, and I still remember that to the day. I mean, we talk about mid-80s here, and we went on the lower level and you can look up, there's all these thousands of feet that you can see. You don't forget that kind of stuff, so it is kind of important. Again, you have to question the idea of how often to do it. That would be the key, especially again in relation to burnout.
And ultimately, you know, I guess, you know, it's filmed and those images then end up on YouTube. They can be of influence, they can, but again, we don't know how effective they are. I'm guessing actually that the footage that people get from outside slaughterhouses, I'd imagine they are fairly effective to getting people to think. And getting people to think is that however that is done, whether it's on the street or whether it's through footage or on social media, getting people to think is the first stage.
Yeah, so we're back to this material that from the Save Vigils. As I said, we're going to return to that, and I agree with Michelle. It can be very useful. It's pretty useful on social media, but again, you've got the thing about the vegan bubble there that you've got to consider. What we do in terms of VIP, Vegan Information Project, and VEGO, which is Vegan Education on the Go, this is on the streets of Dublin, and we used to do like 11 hours a week before COVID, if not more, sometimes depending on the locations. What we do there is we made a big banner, this is it, and so you can see that, you know what it's like, all the farmers in all the countries of the world tend to say that their welfare is better than anybody else's welfare, as though that answers any animal rights point, of course. But also, you know, a lot of the population, they do buy into that mythology, oh, it doesn't happen here. So we directly challenged that idea by using the Save footage, and it was quite useful in that sense. A lot of people would look at that banner, they would photograph it, and they'd come over and talk about it. So it is important to use it, but what you need to do is get it in front of your citizens again. And once again, that's the best people to do that job, the grassroots.
So the upshot of this video really for me is, if we have no idea how effective these movements are, these organisations are, by all means carry on doing them. If you're involved in them and they work for you, carry on doing them. But surely we need to get a bit cleverer. If we want people to, if we want a bigger conversion to veganism, not just to a plant-based diet, but to veganism. And really, honestly, it's a numbers game and it's persistence. So if anybody wants to invest any money, they need to be investing it in campaigns that are in people's faces. A lot.
Yes, I agree about the numbers game point. In fact, I've got a blog entry somewhere with that title. So we are in a numbers game in terms of social change. And so the more ethical vegans we can get, or the more vegans we can get, the better in that sense. in relation to getting into people's faces, you know what I'm going to say, the best people to do that are the grassroots. You know, what we really need is to develop the grassroots. It's the most underdeveloped part of the movement, and yet it's the backbone of social movements. So there's something very wrong with the structure of this movement, and particularly the funding structure, to the extent that the grassroots need cash. They don't need millions, they don't need hundreds of thousands, but a couple of thousand here and there would be really useful. And we are a fairly rich movement. We do have that money. It's just that it goes into these power centres, or now to a lot of individuals, and it gets held there, and it creates a power elite within the movement, and they hold on to all the cash. Whereas really, the best thing we can do on just about any level you can think of is develop the grassroots. And that's the thing that's not happening. And that's the thing that worries me, as I've said in previous videos. So let's develop the grassroots, folks, because they do the best job. This is the age of the internet. You know, we can all put out the videos. We can all have social media. We can all do the mass media. We can all do the regional and the community-based media. What we really need is, for whatever's going on locally, is we need a lot more of it, and everywhere and all the time. That's really the future of the movement. The development of the movement needs that. Let's build the grassroots. Okay, Earthlings, rant over yet again. So thanks to Michelle for making the video that prompted all these points, and I hope I've been able to constructively add to them. Thanks to all you Earthlings for tuning in. Thanks again, and take care of yourself, and bye for now.
Right, interesting points there. It's a really interesting movement issue, that one. You know, kind of that thing about being cleverer. In other words, really just having reflexivity within the movement. I talked about years and years ago, really a long time ago now, I talked about it's time that we had a kind of a tactical audit, and we ought to do that as a movement. You know, is it working? Is that the best thing? Is that the best place for the money and all that kind of stuff? Because often there's a lot of duplication in the movement, in the national groups and all that. Right, enough on that from me, because, well, it looks like I got a full house suddenly. Are you lot ready to come on?
Was that us?
Yeah. And
howdy, hello everyone.
A troublemaker as well.
How you doing,
that makes
Ronnie?
two of us now then, Roger, on here. Troublemakers.
So
Zoom bombing
Jeremy, Jeremy, fill me in. Did I miss things in the chat? Because I was so busy. I probably did. Is that?
Oh, just our favorite E word came up.
Oh, right. Yes. Oh, yeah. What? E-cigarette or something, whatever it was. So did you want to say your piece about the... I did notice that people are saying that the pioneers, or some of them, were basically using exploitation and use interchangeably. And I think that's probably true, which is why I'm not as critical, I think, of the E word as you. But I mean, what would you say to that?
Yeah, I guess for me, it's more of a secondary versus a primary language concern. But I guess the three things for me, if I can remember them, is I guess if we look at it in a human context, if we talk about ending the exploitation of humans, it doesn't mean necessarily ending their work or their use. I do think it's quite treatment focused, because I think from a non-vegan perspective, you could see someone talking about animal use but not exploiting them. I think that's a potential, similar to kind of cruelty and suffering in some of these other languages. And I guess the last point, and it's probably more of a minor one, but if you look at the dictionary definition, it refers to the exploitation of resources. So I appreciate in the human context, people don't necessarily think that, but I think there is a risk that if we use language, it's also used of exploiting water resources or, woods or, whatever, that it could extend to, an objectification of our fellow animals. So while it's not, at the top of my list, I do personally avoid it for those reasons, but I think it's definitely better than some of the alternatives. Because it seems like you've kind of shifted a little bit yourself, Roger. in the recent kind of months and year?
I'm always shifting.
Probably shifting your seat after 8.5 hours.
Yeah, I should shift a bit more, didn't I? But the thing is, I mean, obviously the point about the work thing is interesting, because I suppose unless you're a Marxist, you probably assume that people who work are kind of volunteers within the system. But from a Marxist point of view, yes, they are exploited, all workers, because their surplus profit is taken. So yeah, I get that, and that's an interesting point. I mean, I think, well, I started this. I don't know whether you know, but the very first thing I showed was your, remember the slideshow you did with the stick figures and said, "Don't be intimidated by my artwork" and all that. So that was the first thing. So I don't know whether you went into exploitation then. I've actually been in a weird situation where I've not been able to pay as much attention to what's actually going out as I want to, because I'm having to feck about with these computers, so
Oh, you've done a great job. I think everyone watching should give you a big round of applause for 8.5 hours and managing all these clips. I don't know how many clips you're up to, but it's got to be triple digits by now, just about.
Oh yeah, I think so. Yeah, I've got a complete booklet full of them and where they are. But the problem is that late last night this computer started going. I said at the beginning, that computer that you can't see, and this computer here that you can't see, but everything was on this computer and everything was working fine, and then it all started to feck up, and so I had to transfer quite a lot to this one. So that meant a hard drive external had to come from that one to this one. And this one, although this is a Mac, more expensive than that one, it's much slower. So if I'd have had time, what I would have done is take everything out I wanted and put it on the desktop. So it would have transferred it to the C drive, and then it would have been a lot more smoother, right? But I didn't have time to do it. In fact, I hardly got any sleep because I went to bed with this thing that kind of, we've got a problem. And because when you got a problem buzzing around your head at night, just won't let you sleep. So
we've had that a lot here at the Sanctuary. Nish and I have been I'll pan around. I don't know if you can see a couple of our goat friends sitting here in the sun. They're absolutely lovely additions here, but they've kept us on our toes. We've realized that they can jump over a 4-foot fence. So
yeah.
I can and we've since heightened it, and they've gotten over that. So we're we know a little something about thinking about things in our sleep, don't we?
Yeah.
Sure. You can always put little mini trampolines to help them. Hi, Nish, by the way.
Hi. Yeah, I don't think they need any help, Roger.
No.
They don't need mini trampolines.
Yeah.
If anything, we need to build some kind of maybe a moat around the edge, because they will not step in a puddle of water. They will not get their feet wet. So I think if we did a moat before the fence, that could actually help our.
And simultaneously, as you say, you can join the aristocracy.
Well, exactly. Yeah, maybe have a drop-down drawbridge or.
Yeah. All that.
Yeah.
And people in suits of armor and stuff and all that. Yeah, that'd be quite good.
Yeah, keep us on our toes. But it really does make you become, I guess, very creative in troubleshooting. Coming up with, because we're thinking, why is it that they're motivated to come over the fence? So we're thinking of extra different enrichment things that we can do, and just making sure that they've got a happy and busy life.
We think they like us too much. That's the working theory. Do you think we're too likable?
Oh, I've never liked you, but could be.
Maybe some people.
Maybe we appeal more to goats. Is that speciesist to say?
Indeed. Now, I'm struck, actually. I've never known Ronnie Lee being online for 5 minutes without saying anything before. So,
no, I'm intently listening.
Oh, I thought you had fallen asleep, mate.
Well, maybe.
It could be that as well. Have you all had a good Christmas day, have you?
Yes. Yeah. I kind of have. I mean, a lot of my day has been to do with feeding various animals. We've got a few cats that have got health problems and they need medication. We got one that has to be fed every 1.5 to 2 hours because she can only eat very small amounts at a time. So that's been keeping me busy. And I've had time to eat. I've had time to eat myself. I've had
every 2 hours.
Oh no, I eat much more frequently than that, Roger.
Yeah.
I've had a Christmas sandwich. It's a sandwich with stuff in it and cranberry sauce, and we were able to get this kind of it's stuff called cheating turkey. It's made by V-Bites. I don't know whether you ever heard of it. It's like it's a soya based stuff, and it's very very hard to get now because it's not sold in supermarkets.
That's the Heather Mills thing, isn't it, Ronnie?
Heather Mills, yeah. And I was in a little kind of independent sort of health food shop a couple of weeks ago, and they had one left of these of this. Louise is here to say hello. Come around this way. Don't trip over wires.
Yeah, Louise, don't knock Ronnie's elaborate structure down.
Honestly,
Oh, no.
You want to see it, Roger?
I've got a light on my light is on a clothes horse that's got clothes on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all the mod cons here.
Oh yes, a high-tech studio we've got.
Hiya, Louise.
Hi.
Hey, Louise.
Hiya.
We were talking about you earlier because.
Were you?
Oh yeah.
That's good.
We were saying real bad things. We were.
Well, same as I do.
Well, I'm a very naughty girl, Roger. So.
Well, that point did come up actually because I was talking to Alan Jackson. But he says you're great company.
Hang on, what did Alan say?
He said you're great company.
Did he?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, in the police
Yeah.
station.
He said that you got a good sense of humour, and I said, well, she lives with Ronnie Lee, so what do you expect?
Yeah. You've got to have a good sense of humour,
Yeah,
Roger.
To survive.
No, I adore Alan. I absolutely adore him. So, yeah, he's a good guy. He's gorgeous.
Have you seen the films of the turkey?
Yeah, I know.
Amazing,
I
isn't it?
sent him a nice message actually,
Yeah.
congratulating him and Claudia for liberating the 16.
Did you see those, Jeremy? Mish?
Sorry?
Did you see them? The turkey rescue that was a few days ago, wasn't it?
No,
Oh,
missed that.
I'll have to send you
Not
the clip.
online as much as I'd like.
Yeah,
There's actually been a few liberations, which has been nice over the Christmas. Before Christmas, there's been a few that have been really lovely. Some ALF ones.
There's been turkeys. There's been
turkeys, ducks, and a little kitten from a back garden from a backyard breeder as well today. So that's lovely. So some nice positive stuff going on.
Yeah, I think.
And a lovely girl who's a wheelchair user, Poppy May. She did an in-store demonstration with all turkey leaflets and stuff. Really, really good educational stuff.
It was
asking people to go vegan.
It was in a supermarket, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was in a supermarket,
Yeah.
and that was really positive as well. 12 activists. So good stuff, actually.
The one thing I'd say, though, and of course it's not surprising because it came from Animal Rising, was that, yeah, it's great that those 16 turkeys were liberated, but, we can't forget all the ones that weren't liberated and aren't liberated and aren't going to be liberated until we, until us vegans are in charge of things. And so I think I was disappointed but not surprised in the sort of press release, in the statement from Animal Rising in relation to the turkeys, that it didn't have a message conveying the importance of educating people to become vegan. Because that's the way to truly liberate turkeys. That's the way we liberate all turkeys, isn't it?
I'm shocked that you would say something like that. I didn't expect that from you, Ronnie Lee. But
and I think it's a shame that wasn't, because it's constantly missing an ideal opportunity.
Yeah, but that's what Alan said. Those things. He didn't say that they're missing it, but he said all those things that the tragedy was leaving so many behind and all that kind of stuff. So it goes to show how there's a differentiation sometimes between the people who take part under a name of something. They're not really being represented by the spokesperson of that, and I think that's probably what goes on with animal rights. Because,
to be honest, Roger, I think it goes on massively. I think with animal rising in particular, I think that does go on. I think the activists have the ones that are on the ground will come from a kind of very different viewpoint and be doing it for that reason, for veganism and educating and know the long game of it. And other organisations, or the organisations, don't want to kind of mention that, which is a real shame, because as Ronnie said, it's a golden opportunity to get the public to see that and think, yeah, I can make a change if I go vegan. I can see I can make that difference myself as an individual. But of course, animal rising don't believe in that kind of individual belief. So as individuals can change. So it's a bit of a strange one, really, on that point. I'm not really sure where we're supposed to go with that, but there's some really good people in it. I'm not knocking it completely. It's just that I do think that message does need to be there.
Yeah, I'm with you there, Louise. But I mean, is there no kind of way that the rank and file, as it were, can talk to the people who speak on their behalf?
I don't think they listen.
No,
I think they. I mean, my sort of kind of experience, from what experience I have of animal rising, is that they make out that they'll listen to the activists, but in actual fact they don't.
No, I'd say that.
And I think that's yours. You know more about it than me because you've been involved.
I mean, I don't want to go into kind of knocking animal rising on Christmas Day or anything like that. As I said, there's some absolute gems within it, and there's been some absolutely brilliant activists and campaigners trying to do stuff alongside them, but it does leave you outside of it, where you have to kind of walk it alone and kind of say, well, they don't necessarily speak the same language as myself and many others, that a good strong vegan message would mean so much with those actions. It would say so much more. That's the shame of it, really. It's not the actions, it's the messaging, and time again we see that.
It's also a message.
They must have a rationale for it, though. They must have said why, right?
I think they tried to explain why, and we did a show with a couple of them on there, didn't we, Roger? Where they
that's right.
Trying to explain why. It doesn't make sense to me.
But I don't really see how you can. You've got to have individual change for change to happen, haven't you? That's what you've got to have. It's really important that you have that as individuals, because where's that change going to come from?
Yeah,
absolutely. Not going to come from anywhere, is it? It's not going to come from our governments. It's got to come from individuals.
If I was to put that into sociological terms, the power of sociology is to be able to look at the micro and look at the macro and slide between the two. And so that's where you would get the fact that you're going to get system change, but that's driven by individuals who change.
Of course it is. Yeah. It doesn't make sense. Does it? You've got to have that. You've got to have that at the core of everything that you do is individual change. Because otherwise, what's the point?
Well, it all comes from individuals. I mean, governments are made up of individual members of parliament, aren't they? And the people that vote those individuals into power. I mean, if you're talking about now about changing the policies of the government, the people that vote them into power, they're all individuals, aren't they?
Education and direct action, I've always said, are the biggest tools
now, Ronnie.
got.
It's all to do with who's got the biggest wallet, I think, in terms of
definitely.
Because the other kind of missed opportunity of promoting veganism in sort of media releases about whether that's social media or conventional media about these actions isn't just to do with like educating the public. It's also to do with encouraging vegans to become activists, because there'll be a lot of vegans sat on the sidelines applauding those actions, saying, "Isn't it brilliant? What wonderful people they've rescued the turkeys! Isn't that marvelous?" And the message needs to go to those people. You can do something wonderful and marvelous as well if you educate other people to become vegan. think of the number of turkeys in the future that you're going to spare from
Yeah, but
suffering.
Ronnie, all those people who might be having those thoughts that you've just said, they can write to their local paper and say that, can't they?
Well, I think, well, I mean, I very much advocate people sending letters to their local newspapers. It's something I do. And I think it's something that doesn't happen very much these days. It used to happen much more in the past, when I think local papers are more popular, but still, you know, tens of thousands of people read them.
The point I'm getting at is that if a lot more vegans did that, that would act as a corrective to the limitations of animal rights.
Well, I think it kind of depends if that it depends on where that article had appeared, because if it's been nothing in your local paper about that turkey liberation, I don't know what newspapers that appeared in. Then I think if it didn't appear in newspaper, it might be hard to get a letter in relation to it. But there are always articles in local newspapers that a letter promoting veganism can be hung on. You know, there's always stuff in our local newspapers about you know, stuff happening to farmed animals and that kind of thing.
And we had quite a lot of friends, you know, distributing leaflets as well through front doors, which was really good. Some friends of ours in the Wolverhampton area were doing that over Christmas, and that was absolutely lovely. And again, you know, education is such a brilliant tool. Along with direct action, I've always said they're two bedfellows that go along so well together. If you can't do the direct action side, then do the educational side, because that makes a massive difference. And then people who aren't able to do the direct action side can go and do that, and it's a really positive thing to do. Everyone's got a part to play in it, you know.
But the two need to be tied together. And
they are tied together.
Well,
well, they are in my world.
Well, yeah, but you see, what I'm talking about in relation to say the liberation of the turkeys and other actions where people don't promote veganism in their messaging, is that means the two aren't tied together, because the direct action can be used. Well, a direct action directly saves those turkeys, but it actually can be used to educate as well. If there's a message, the messaging educates the public, and if the messaging education encourages other vegans to become active,
definitely.
Then you've got the two then are tied together.
Those press releases are done together and given out then to media. Then yes, absolutely.
I'm glad we had agreement. Jeremy, I thought we were going to have witness a domestic there for a minute.
No.
I'll just stay around a few more minutes. You'll probably get one.
It is the holidays,
Get Ronnie
right?
punched in the face on Christmas Day.
Well, I get punched every other day, so why not?
Yeah, why should Christmas be different?
Well, I make an exception.
That's got to be one of the hardest things, is finding groups to work with, because I think it's probably impossible to find a group we agree with 100%. And just kind of figuring out where we draw the line as advocates. And I guess the other end of it is just start things ourselves, which is kind of where I slid myself with the micro sanctuary here and doing solo street outreach and stuff. There's lots, but I think there's definitely strength in working with other groups too. So it's no easy answers.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I think that's true to say that there's no easy answers, and it comes down to also personalities as well, and who you're willing to work with, and what you're willing to do. And I find that the kind of lack of lots of things in the movement is keeping activists on side altogether, really. And so there's so few people doing. You know, I'm not talking about people on here. I'm talking about people who, you know, we're just down to kind of single numbers, really. You're not talking of hundreds anymore, apart from maybe on nationals. But there's so few people that are kind of willing to do outreach or direct action or any of those things now. The movement's changed a lot in that. You know, I think it's the call of social media. I think that's what's killed a lot of it off, when in actual fact you still need grassroots good campaigns and out on the streets educating the public, but that's kind of dwindled away. Our numbers are so low, dangerously low, I would say, and I'm not the only person to say that.
Yeah, Louise, do you think they're getting smaller? I heard a couple of days ago that even the attendance at things like Veg Fest are really going down. Might be 50% down or something.
I think,
Yeah. That doesn't at all surprise me, and I think possibly the reason for that, it's probably less scary in a sense. I think it's because we can get vegan food and vegan clothing and vegan this and that from other areas now of our
Yeah,
lives.
you don't need to go there for the vegan treat anymore. Yeah.
No, because you're saturated with it, to be honest. But of course, the argument is we're going into these multinationals and we're supporting them, and then you've got grassroots vegan places to go, and we don't support them. So it's a kind of double-edged sword, isn't it? With this kind of thing, where you think, well, I can get everything I want, but it's not really ethical anymore, because that's where we all came from originally, was those ethics, whereas that's kind of been done away with a bit. We're willing to kind of ignore, we kind of more support the unethical side of things, even though they might be vegan, you know.
Well, a hell of a lot of companies that we buy, you know, vegan friendly food products from are also companies that deal in animal products.
Oh yeah, totally.
In terms of like the plant milks.
So why would you go to a vegan festival if you can go to a supermarket, or you can go and get clothing, or you can go online? The amount of people that use Amazon, you know, to buy vegan stuff, and you think, oh my God, Amazon, that's not a good company, but people do. So are they going to go and support a vegan festival? No, not in the same way as they used to. No, because there's no need to. There still is, but from an ethical point of view, there is. But you're getting that less and less.
What I'd like to see is these things become much more localized. I mean, like locally, we have these kind of greener living fairs, which you know do have kind of quite a strong vegan presence. We always do a stall there promoting veganism. There's people that sell vegan friendly products there, you know, including food, and they're done in like local church halls and local community centres. And we kind of sort of leaflet these, you know, the local estate, you know, door drop the local estate, and you know, advertise them on social media in the local area and stuff like that. And you know, yeah, they are pretty well attended, and it doesn't cost much to put them on. You're probably 30 or 40 quid to hire the hall and stuff like that. And it's free for the stall holders. And then, well, you know, we just ask for a donation from the stall holders, and that's the kind of thing I think that's the way I'd prefer to see it kind of go in that way, rather than these kind of huge events that, you know, in these great big expensive venues that you know, as we said, are increasingly poorly attended, or the attendance is going down at those things.
Yeah. So yeah, there we are.
I think the flip side of that is, I know Roger and I met at a Veg Fest. I can't remember when that was now, mate, but it is, I think, to have those big, you know, I love how you can have 8, 12 talks all going on at the same time. And, you know, obviously a lot of the newer people, you know, checking out the food on the first floor, but there is that space to kind of connect on the second, which I appreciate. There's lots of venues we can do that. But yeah, I thought I'd also just comment real quickly. I noticed a lot of the intro videos commented on the weather, so I just thought I'd talk about how sunny it is here in Georgia. I thought Roger at least would like that.
Yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous. It's really beautiful there.
I saw Deb
in
the chat.
Snow.
We've got 44 residents here, and yes, this is our micro sanctuary in Georgia. So I think, yeah, this is Rosebud behind us, and we've got Daisy in front of us, who's had a bit of a rough morning. I'm eagerly waiting for her to poo. So that's sanctuary life for you.
What time is it there, Jeremy?
It is 2 p.m. So 5 hours back from a lot of you, I guess.
You're 5 hours behind us then.
So Jeremy, what's your Christmas day been like?
Pretty much spending time with this one. She woke up with a bit of a low temp, and we've been kind of monitoring her closely and wondering if we needed to do a emergency trip. So it hasn't been the typical emptying the stocking so far, but hopefully we'll pivot and be able to do some more of that lately.
Okay.
I'll see if I can. But yeah, it's I think it's been a slow start, but we're hoping to get there. Hey, Daisy, you're feeling better now, though, aren't you? Yeah.
Oh, hello. Hello,
Yeah.
sweet pea. Oh, look at her.
Wagging his
Oh,
tail anyway.
gorgeous.
And
She's
yeah,
beautiful.
we have 4 barn buddies. So we've got 2 pigs and 2 goats back here, and then a couple dogs and a pond full of fishes. This is Alex over here.
Oh, Alex. Hi,
And
baby.
this is Tim. And these two are absolute
Okay.
characters. They're twin brothers, so they've been together their whole life, which I'm sure we can all appreciate. It's rare for goats to be able to stay with their family.
Yes. Yeah.
And I appreciate
yeah.
it's not their whole family, but at least to be together as brothers is pretty special.
Oh, isn't that wonderful?
And
Where
they have the
did you
same
get them
bickering that a
from,
lot of brothers
Jeremy?
have.
Jeremy, where
Sorry,
did
what
you
was
get
that?
them from?
So all 4 of these are actually adoptions from another sanctuary.
Oh, how
So
lovely.
kind of supporting them, and so they were in good care before us, but just kind of helped to redistribute the load of animal care and everything else. I'm sure you can
how
appreciate with
lovely.
all the lots of I guess things to keeping the animal care high and all that stuff. But yeah, it was from Outsiders Farm and Sanctuary, which is about 2 hours to the northeast of us, kind of near South Carolina, but still in Georgia. And yeah, they've been great there, so we've been coordinating on rescues and the
Oh,
like.
Jeremy,
So.
it's lovely to see them.
What do you think, Alex? Would you like to wish everyone a happy holiday?
Come on, Alex.
This has been these reels actually are from our electric company, so we've got 8 of
Yeah.
them together
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
And they
They
absolutely
make
love
great
it.
tables actually
They
as
do,
well.
don't they? I mean, one thing that's really changed over here, over the years, right from when I first became an activist, is the number of sanctuaries we have now here in the UK for farmed animals or ex-farmed animals, mostly run by vegans.
Mm-hmm.
And that was something that you didn't used to have. And, when I first became active in the 1970s and into the 1980s, the sanctuaries were invariably for kind of dogs and cats, really, weren't they?
Yeah, yeah.
But now there's a lot of, we've got kind of
Three,
four within quite easy distance of us, haven't we?
I'm just reading
Yeah.
some of the comments on here as well.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
it's
didn't
lovely
realize
to
it.
see them, Jeremy. It's that, but where you are is absolutely glorious.
Yeah, we kind of semi went up here by accident. We knew we wanted to target the Southeast U.S. just from living costs, and obviously wanted to have strong advocacy opportunities. But it turns out there's a lot of both large and small sanctuaries around us, like a half dozen within a 2-hour driving radius.
Oh, nice.
That's good.
So,
Nice.
and Rosebud always likes to say hello, so
Oh,
Rosebud
please.
came to us together, didn't you, buddy?
Oh, yo.
Hopefully you
Hello,
can hear
Bubba.
talking back. Maybe some of
Oh,
you in the
look
chat
at
can
you.
interpret if you speak pig what she just said.
Hello, sweet pea. Hello. You is gorgeous. You is a sexy lady.
And she's got the greatest walk. Every time when we're
Has she
taking
got the greatest walk? Does her ass
Oh, yeah.
move? Does it move? Does the bum sway?
Oh yeah, and she's got this side to side kind of trot.
Oh,
Oh
oh.
yeah. Every day when she goes to eat her lunch, she just gets and she just runs periodically throughout the day. You'll just watch her in the field and she'll just start running, which is for me one of the most beautiful things to see at Sanctuary. I think that's a good sign that they're happy when they just
wow.
burst out into a run.
Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, thank you, Jeremy. It's lovely.
But yeah, I suppose I should probably let you all get back to your chat. I don't think I was officially
Yeah,
booked.
no, it's been lovely to see you and see the sanctuary and look at it's the weather. The weather's beautiful.
Yeah, it's been crisp mornings, but I think we appreciate the sun a lot more than in the summer when you're kind of trying to avoid the sun. So yeah, the sun's really nice this time of year.
Oh, it looks gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Thank you. Thank you for what you do.
Yeah, likewise. A lot of mutual respect here. So
Yeah,
well, hey,
no,
Roger,
no.
thanks for inviting me on, Roger. You You gonna aim for the 10-hour mark? Or are you gonna see how long it carries on for?
Well, Philip Murphy wants to come on after Ronnie, so we'll see how it goes.
All right.
Guys, I'm
Sounds
going to head
good.
off now. Jeremy, have a lovely time.
See you,
The rest
Louise.
of the
Take
day.
care.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Bye,
Take
everyone.
care, Louise. Take care.
Yeah.
Take care.
Take care, Roger. Take care, darling. Bless him.
See you
All right, I'll see you in a bit.
One last view of the goats.
Ah, there we are.
Oh, bye-bye, darlings. Bye-bye.
Oh, you heard that.
Yeah.
Take care, all.
Take care. Bye-bye.
The goats are saying, forget it, I'm eating.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. I think Louise is going to go and eat now because we're actually having a curry today. We got a curry takeaway from a like a vegan, vegetarian, Indian restaurant that's not too far away. Decided to do that, save cooking on Christmas Day.
Right, so we're back on track probably, but I tell you what, before we start, Ronnie, I want to just show another one of our Christmas messages because I've still got 3 or 4 to do. I was going to do them all twice, right? Not had time. It's amazing. I thought I was low on stuff, and I've hardly touched anything, which is really weird. But so let me show this, and then we can have our little chat. So let's see where it is. If I can find it. There we go.
A difficult time of the year for many reasons. So if you're a new or isolated vegan, then know that doing the right thing and the easy thing aren't always in alignment. You are doing the right thing. You are aligning your morals with your actions by being vegan. So just remember to have conviction in your ethics. Remember who you are, what sort of ethics you want to bring into the world. And though it may feel otherwise, you are not alone in this.
Thank you, Vegan Gay. So I don't know how many of these you've seen, but we've had some pretty profound statements over the day. You know, a couple of ones that probably the language might have been better, but generally speaking, you know, they've been pretty thoughtful. Some of them, as I said, fairly profound. So.
Yeah, I've seen some of them. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know whether I should put them all together, actually, to make them...
Might be an idea. Yeah.
Yeah. But I was very, very grateful that people did it, although it's interesting because they all came in a little bit later than ideal. And of course, they all came in different formats. So I had loads and loads of stuff to do, you know, like I had to, some audio, I had to then transfer to Audacity, then transfer that to Wondershare, and then they'd sent photographs, so all that's got to go in. And I wanted to caption everything as well. So it was quite a bit of work, actually, but worth it in the end, I suppose. Right. So, Ronnie, we're supposed to be doing a very casual, chatty review of the year, really, weren't we?
Yes, about what kind of stood out for each of us regarding 2024, you know, with reference to the sort of vegan stroke animal rights movement, I suppose. I mean, to me, probably the campaign that's kind of been most talked about and had the most publicity has been the RSPCA one, hasn't it? You know, the investigations into these farms that were under the RSPCA's assured scheme, and then the campaign to get the RSPCA to drop that scheme. And
yeah, you know, I thought you would bring that up, and I wanted to ask the question. I was kind of, you know, going on my kind of daily walk, and I was thinking, you know, have we missed something? Because we've both been fairly critical of it, and yet it seems as popular as ever. It's as strong as ever. Are there something that we're missing? Because the things that I get from it is that there's the idea that some people got the idea that the RSPCA could go vegan, And secondly, and I think this is the main thing, is that the RSPCA is so powerful and culturally important that it convinces people to exploit our fellow animals. Now, I'm not convinced on that one. I mean, most people I've ever met have been critical of the RSPCA. You know, I'm not quite sure that they're the cultural force that we're assuming. But am I wrong? In other words, you know, we've got so many groups, so many individuals, so many influencers focused on the RSPCA. Are we missing something?
I kind of don't think so. I think it's kind of, in a sense, it kind of falls in line with how a lot of people's brains operate, or probably most people's brains operate. But kind of, should we be going along with that, or should we be actually educating, encouraging, persuading people to think differently about things? Because it's a kind of immediatism thing, isn't it? It's like people are attracted to campaigns that where they can see there's a kind of where they can see like an achievable victory or a possible achievable victory in the near future. And so the idea of the RSPCA dropping the assured scheme falls into that category, and people are attracted to that. People are attracted to that. But I think it causes, you know, that aspect of human beings where they have this immediacy in their thinking, it can be harmful because it prevents
Is it not their status though, Ronnie? Yeah, I mean, like there's a couple of quotes in the comment already. I mean, like, I wish they were on our and the animals' side. Now they would argue that they are. Right.
Yeah,
it's just that from a welfare point of view and not a vegan point of view.
You see, the RSPCA are kind of, they're a kind of chimera organization in a way, on some things regarding the use and oppression of other animals by humans. They are abolitionist, or they become abolitionist. They haven't always been. I mean, for instance, regarding greyhound racing, the RSPCA is abolitionist. Regarding hunting, the RSPCA is abolitionist. They want these things completely done away with. Now, they haven't been abolitionists forever on either of those two things. They've changed their stance, probably in accordance with public opinion, perhaps. They've changed their stance on those things. But on other things, they're not abolitionists, and you know, the biggest area where they're not abolitionists in terms of the you know, the use of other animals for food. They're not abolitionist on that. They're welfarist on that. See, and they are welfarist on they're welfarist on other things. I think they're probably welfarist with regard to animal experiments. I'm not quite sure what their latest is in like they advocate like a reduction and eventual bringing to an end of animal experiments, whereas an abolition position is that you know they are immoral and should come to an end immediately. You know, so they're a mixture of things, and to persuade the RSPCA to become like abolitionist, which the RSPCA would have to become if the RSPCA were going to promote veganism, I think is a very big shout. Is really a very, very big shout. And so if that is the kind of aim of vegans, then my question would be: is that a good use of your energy? Is that a good use of your resources in terms of time, effort, and money? You know, that campaign is in terms of the chances of it succeeding. And would it be better to put those resources into actually educating members of the public to become vegan? That would be what I would say about that. And the other thing, you know, regarding the assured scheme, I think what we got, what's kind of not been. I mean, yeah, I can understand people being angry and upset about the RSPCA promoting animal farming and, you know, giving its seal of approval to these farms that have been have been
You see, though,
exposed.
Ronnie, they would not characterize what they're doing in those terms, though.
Sorry, who wouldn't? The vegans?
The RSPCA wouldn't. What they would say is, okay, you vegans, you abolitionists, you go and do your own thing, but animal use is not going to stop anytime soon. We're welfareists, which means that we get our fingers dirty by trying to do the best we can in a situation where other animals are going to be used for decades.
Yeah.
And
that would be their arguments.
Yeah.
It's an argument I don't go along with, because I think if all the resources of the RSPCA were put into vegan education, then we would get welfareism anyway, because we would get greater welfare anyway, because the organisations.
Ronnie, their resources. Yeah. If they took a vegan stance, the resources you're talking about would suddenly disappear, wouldn't they?
Yeah, and I think this is the other. This is the other issue that they employ. They have to raise, I think it's several £100 million a year. Their kind of the money they've got coming in. The money they spend on the assured scheme is a tiny fraction of the total amount of money they actually spend. And of course, they've got to have, they spend hundreds of millions a year, so they've got to have that money coming in every year. They've got offices, they've got staff. So in a sense, their priority is going to be fundraising, and you're right that if they advocated veganism, all the people that currently support the RSPCA, who are people that kind of who are concerned about, say, dogs and cats and are happily consuming animal products, are those people going to carry on donating to the RSPCA? And so the RSPCA, they're going to be concerned they're going to lose all those donations, aren't they? If they advocate for veganism.
Yeah,
so
there's two things to that, though, Ronnie. I mean, you could be cynical and say, well, that they're worried about their jobs, but what they would say is that they're worried about the influence that they can have within a system that they want to regulate. We want to abolish that system. They want to regulate it because they think that system is not going anywhere.
No, I mean, I've got an issue with that argument, but despite that, that is what they believe, and we kind of are going on what they themselves believe. If we're wanting to change what their policies are, and that is why it would be really difficult to persuade the RSPCA to advocate for veganism, because that'd be a huge stumbling block in the way of that. The fact that they know that they'd lose donations if they did that.
But they'd also say, Ronnie, that they would lose influence with the farmers. Now, I mean, the vegan community would say, well, what you're doing with the farmers is a load of crap. But what they would say is that if we weren't doing what we are doing, things would be worse than they are even now, right? That's the argument that they make on their website.
Yeah, they would make that argument. I mean, my counter argument to that would be that if all the resources were put into campaigning for veganism, and so more and more people became vegan, in its desperation to remain afloat, the industry would bring in welfare measures itself, and that's how you get welfare, even though we wouldn't be calling for welfare. The industry would desperately try to improve its image all the time, because it would know, that they'd be losing money, they'd be losing consumers. So the work that they bring in the welfare anyway. So in a sense, by campaigning for veganism, you get welfare as a kind of side issue anyway. And that's how I think.
But, I mean, are you saying we campaign for veganism, or the RSPCA do?
Well, I think if the RSPCA, suddenly became an organisation that campaigned for veganism, was no longer.
You just said that they can't. You just said they can't do that.
No, well, theoretically they can, but I think there's huge stumbling blocks in the way of that, and it would be hugely difficult to persuade them to do it. And of course, one of the reasons is what you said, that they themselves believe that they need to do what they're doing, and they also need the they need the funds coming in that they would lose if they advocate for veganism. So what I'm saying is it's such a difficult proposition. You know,
I mean, this is not an easy thing. I mean, let's go back to the thing about deceiving the public. I wonder whether this is true. Do you think that the RSPCA endorsement, I mean, what socially, economically, culturally, does that do, if anything?
Well, with regard to, with regard to deceiving the public,
that's the main thing that the activists are saying to us.
Yeah. I think it's kind of a question of how, you know, all these kind of instances of cruelty to animals that have been exposed on the RSPCA assured farms. Is it a situation? Have the RSPCA sort of created a situation for themselves that they can't cope with? In other words, they've given this assured label to loads of farms, and obviously all those farms would kind of need to be inspected and checked.
Yeah, I think that bit is true. Yeah,
and they haven't got the capacity to do it. So that
they can't monitor their own scheme.
Yeah, I've got a feeling that from a welfarist, position, that it was like a well-meaning, because I don't think when you kind of look at the sort of financial side of it, I don't think the RSPCA make any money from the assured scheme. It seems to me that
they say they don't. Yeah.
Well, it seems to me, but it's a very, very small. The money they get, the ins and outs of the money with regard to the assured scheme is only a tiny percentage of their budget. So I don't think they've done it as a money making thing. I don't think.
I agree with you on that, Ronnie. So that means that when vegans complain that they're part of the meat industry, that's not really true.
I think they've kind of wanted to do something about farms as part of their sort of welfarist mandate.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that they're part of the meat industry. They want to regulate it.
They want to regulate it, yeah. But they kind of regulate a lot of things. I mean, in terms of like dogs and cats, they're regulatory, aren't they? They don't say, right, we don't think anyone should deliberately or negligently breed dogs and cats. That shouldn't happen, because
they're not abolitionists about animal companions.
They're not abolitionists about. No, they're not abolitionists about. They regulate. They want the breeding. Yeah. Of those animals to be regulated, and people that
what they'd say is that they are the realists here. That they're not idealists. They haven't got their head in the cloud. They deal with what reality is, and the reality is that animal use is endemic, and it will continue for years and years and decades and decades. So therefore, they have to do it to lessen the cruelty.
That's their position.
Yeah, but is it wrong?
I think it's I don't think it's the best use of resources. I prefer to see all those resources put into vegan education, and I think we get further if they were.
But Ronnie, you've said already that they would have to close themselves down if they did that.
Well, yeah, you see, they'd become a lot smaller, wouldn't they? Because there would be people that wouldn't donate to that. You see. Yeah. And so that's something that.
So then, as far as they're concerned, as welfarists, they would think, well, that just means that we're going to lose all the influence that we've got.
Well, I think the thing is, I think the difficulties of you see, there's kind of two aspects to the campaign with regard to the RSPCA. The one aspect is for them to drop the assured label, and the other aspect of it is that they should advocate for like a plant-based future, so to speak, which isn't the same as advocating for veganism, of course. It isn't the same as advocating for veganism. With regard to the assured scheme, you see, I think we've got to ask ourselves, if the RSPCA dropped the assured scheme, what way would other animals be benefited? If we really think about it, in what way would other animals be benefited, right? Because if the RSPCA dropped the assured scheme, does that mean that suddenly a load of members of the public that currently purchase animal products would become vegan.
Well, that's what activists have said to me.
But how is that going to? You see, what is a psychology? Somebody goes into a supermarket to purchase animal products, and they kind of have got a bit of a conscience about them. They kind of want, they think they want to be ethical, and so they say, right, I'm going to purchase an RSPCA assured a product. Now, if that product suddenly becomes no longer RSPCA assured, what is that person going to do? Are they going to say, right, that product there, that piece of meat is no longer RSPCA assured, so therefore I'm going to become vegan? Is that what they're going to do? Or are they going to look for, like, the next best? Because the RSPCA scheme isn't the only one that promotes animal products as high welfare. There are other schemes, and I think a lot of the supermarkets have their own schemes. So if the person has it in their mind that they're going to purchase animal products, aren't they just going to buy one of those other products?
Yeah,
unless they're educated about veganism.
Yeah, that's Andy Atkinson's thing, because it's gonna take a while, and it's taken a while already. So if the RSPCA do abandon it, by the time those RSPCA labels are not there, there's going to be other ones. There are other ones already, isn't there?
Unless you educate people about the fundamental wrong, unless you educate people that it's fundamentally wrong to exploit, oppress, and kill other animals.
But this is the important point here, is the fact that if you did a survey, I'm convinced about this, if you did a survey, I don't think the public would probably differentiate between red tractor, the RSPCA sign. But that's what the campaign is based on, Ronnie.
They wouldn't. So in fact, so getting rid of the RSPCA assured label would actually make no difference in terms of other animals being spared from exploitation.
So what's the point of having a campaign to get the RSPCA to drop that label that won't do any good then?
Well, there is no point, but it's just that because the RSPCA is seen as an organisation that opposes cruelty, and they've been exposed as endorsing products that involve cruelty. That's made people angry, and people want them to stop. And I can kind of understand that. But when you look at it, the trouble is people never look at things, or very rarely look at things at a deep enough level. They don't look deeply enough into things. When you look more deeply into it and say, yes, but what actual difference will that make for animals? It won't make any. It won't make any difference, them dropping that scheme. So all that energy and effort and money that's been poured into that campaign would be far better to be put into vegan education, to put into getting out there and educating people to understand the fundamental wrong of exploiting other animals.
How do you know that? How do you know that, Ronnie? It won't make any difference.
Well, because from what I've just said, what will be the actual effect on consumers of those products no longer being RSPCA assured?
Yeah, you see, nobody's got any data on this, because the activists say that them dropping that label would be very significant, and we're saying no, it won't.
If you look at if someone's going into a supermarket to buy an animal product, and that person hasn't been educated about the fundamental wrong of oppressing and exploiting other animals for food, right, and killing them for food, then that person isn't going to become vegan if there's no RSPCA assured product.
But the activists are saying yes, they will.
But how's that? Isn't it much more likely, especially in an environment where you've got other products that are labelled as so-called high welfare? Isn't it much more likely that those people will switch to those products? Isn't that the likely outcome? Yeah,
maybe what we need here is a bit of research. That's what I'm saying. If you had a focus group, I'm convinced that people wouldn't know the difference between all these different labels,
I
and
don't
that if
think-
one of
no, they
them
don't.
went and the other ones remained and another one added to it, I think they'd just go for that instead.
Yeah,
now that's what I think.
No,
but I don't know. I don't
think
know
that.
that.
Yeah, I think that, you know, unless you educate people that it's fundamentally wrong to consume animal products, they're just going to look for another so-called high welfare animal product to consume, aren't they?
Yeah, well, that's
seems
right.
to be
But
the
the
biggest
point
thing
is,
to
you see,
me.
that's completely out of the remit of the RSPCA as we know it. So
Hmm.
the activists are saying that if the labels went, that would be a significant driver for people to go, right, that's it. I'm not going.
It depends. You see, it depends what was said in conjunction with the labels going. You know, are the RSPCA going to say, right, we're removing these labels because we think that we're opposed to the exploitation of other animals for food, and we think that we want people to adopt a
No,
vegan
they
diet.
say we're removing them because it hasn't worked. That's what they say.
Yeah, so that doesn't educate people in any way to become vegan or to stop consuming animal products, does it? See,
but you see, the thing is, Ronnie, the activists seem to think that it would be automatic, that the absence of the RSPCA label will automatically make vegans.
But that doesn't make sense, especially in an environment where you've got other.
Well, that's what they keep saying, Ronnie.
But it doesn't. But it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It really doesn't make sense to me. I mean, you know, in a way, a campaign to get the RSA, we want the RSPCA to advocate for a plant-based future. To me, that makes more sense because, in my view, if they drop the assured scheme, it makes no difference to other animals. If they advocate for a plant-based future, then that could make a difference to other animals. If that persuades members of the public to stop consuming animal products. But how likely is it that the RSPCA are going to do that? And how much effort is going to be poured into trying to persuade the RSPCA to do that with a very slim chance of it succeeding? Isn't it better to put that energy into vegan outreach, where you know that if you educate someone to become vegan, or at least to not consume animal products, that will have a knock-on effect of less demand for other animals to be exploited and killed.
What do you make of this from Deb? I think making bigger cages, free-range labels, even if they're a myth, gives people permission. Well, I'm not sure if they need permission, and makes them feel better about consuming our fellow animals. I think that is true.
Yeah, I think it's true.
Yeah, but the argument is, okay, well, it's not as though nobody's going to supply a label. The argument is that the RSPCA shouldn't, but the other people, Red Tractor, will continue to.
Yeah,
So
they'll continue, and people will just switch, because you see, what's probably happened at the moment is that people have been put off buying stuff that's RSPCA assured. If now the link is RSPCA assured equals cruelty, because people have heard about all these exposés of RSPCA assured farms, and people go, oh, I'm not going to buy RSPCA assured because what's assured about those products? There's cruelty involved. So what I'm going to do is go buy Red Tractor, or go buy the supermarket's own high welfare thing, because they're okay. They're not tainted with the RSPCA. To me, that's probably what's happening in many cases now.
This can't be sorted out without some research, because we're all speculating, but none of us.
No, we're all speculating, but you know, we kind of speculate all the time about different things, and we kind of, in doing that, we kind of think things through rationally, and sort of, you know, I'd put myself in the position of a person who go, for instance, you know, I try and buy organic products, you know, when I can, because they're kind of more ethical. And so I went into the supermarket and I wanted to buy some organic peanut butter, and I wanted to buy peanut butter, and I thought, well, I'm going to go into the supermarket, I'm going to buy organic peanut butter. If there was no organic peanut butter, I wouldn't say, right, I'm not going to buy any peanut butter. I look for the next best thing. I'd look for the fair trade, or look for the next best thing, and I'd buy that.
Yeah.
And I think the psychology of people that can, go in supermarkets to purchase animal products.
That's just the psychology of consumerism. You look for the next best thing.
Yeah. And I think that's what they do. And unless they're kind of sort of educated that kind of consuming any of these things is problematic ethically, then they are just going to look for the next best thing, or look for the equivalent, look for another animal product that's got a so-called high welfare label on it, which there are. That's the reality of that, and that's why I say that as far as I'm concerned, I can't see it making any difference. Whether or not the RSPCA keep the assured scheme, I can't see that making any difference at all to other animals. So.
No, but the point is, Ronnie, you've got a hell of a lot of experienced, some of them well-paid, advocates saying exactly that will be what the.
I don't see. Well, but yeah, I'd like to have a conversation with them and say, explain to me how you see that. Explain to me what your reasoning is on that.
You know what I'm going to say. The real problem is that the movement's analysis has been completely fecked up because of the word cruelty, and the vegan mind has been scrambled by the fact that they see the word cruelty in the title of the RSPCA, and this means that their analysis now is just completely off the wall, because they're not understanding that the word cruelty for a vegan and the word cruelty for the RSPCA are different things. The word cruelty for a vegan and the word cruelty for the general population who are cultural speciesists are different things. They don't mean the thing. The word cruelty or anti-cruelty for vegans means vegan. The only people who think that are vegans.
Oh yes, no, I agree with you, and it's a problem. I mean, just leave the RSPCA alone. Just unless you're going to make a huge effort. The only way I could see that the RSPCA would ever become like pro-vegan is for them to be taken over, is to get vegans elected onto their ruling board, which is what happened when the RSPCA.
And then they would have to put forward. They would have to put forward proposals which effectively would financially cripple them.
Well, it would financially considerably reduce the amount they receive. They'd have to cut their staff and stuff like that. If that was to happen, and so that's it'd be a lot of hard work to actually do that. To sort of get those people there, because you have to persuade a load of vegans to join the RSPCA, and there'd be reluctance.
Yeah, it'd be years and years and years.
It would be. It would take years, and it's just a question of like whether it's worth it. What is the best use of our resources? And to me, the best what we need is a widespread campaign of vegan outreach. We need everyone on board with it. We need all the organisations on board with it. The priorities. We need this massive, like offensive, I suppose. Offensive probably might not be the right word. Massive mobilisation everywhere to spread vegan education, and we need all organisations to be on board with it, and all influencers to be on board with it.
I agree with you. Now, Ronnie, I hate to do this to you, but I've got about 3, if not 4 clips. So if we can have just a little intermission and then come back to it, because
I need to go for a wee anyway.
Oh well, you go and do that while this is playing. Then that's grand. That
great.
Well.
All right, mate. Yeah. I'll see you in a minute.
I wish a very happy holiday time to every vegan on earth, and my message to you is always to know that we are on the right side of history. And during this holiday period, we have our own holy trinity that give us the strength and determination to create that vegan world that we desire so much. On our left, we have compassion that allows us to reach out to every life on earth and to recognize their irreplaceable value. On our right, we have justice that drives us to action and to demand radical fundamental change. And in the center, in our hearts, we have love, with which we embrace all of our fellow earthlings. We include everyone, we exclude none. So what I want you to understand is that even when times are tough, and I know that Christmas time in particular can be challenging, we are not alone. Not only do we have one another, we have compassion on our side, we have justice on our side, we have love on our side, we have history on our side. We are how humanity and life on earth has a future. We are tomorrow's promise made real today.
Oh, that was timed. That was timed to perfection. I think you're mute, Roger. I can't hear you.
Oh, right. Yeah, sorry.
That's it. Yeah.
Well, yeah, so that was Richie Rich, Richard Deboo.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. And so his another thoughtful message from him, which was pretty good. Yeah, so I don't know if you can try and get the track back, because we're going to do another one of those in about 10 minutes. We were talking about the labels again, weren't we?
The so-called high welfare labels, yes, on things. That's what you mean? Yeah.
That's the one, because I'm with you. I'm not quite sure where the expectation is of either large change in the RSPCA or the absence of the labels going to mean anything to many people.
No, I don't think it will. But then people aren't putting themselves in the shoes of the person who goes in the shop or the supermarket to purchase animal products. They're not putting them in there. They're not thinking as that person would think. That's the problem. And I think it's anger. The RSPCA is, against cruelty. So why are they promoting cruelty? And that makes people angry, and they want to do something about it. And I can understand that. I can understand that. But when you think deeper about it and think, well, what difference to other animals is this campaign going to really make? You think at that level, then I think the conclusion is it's not going to make any.
Also, I think in practical terms, that when they say prevention of cruelty, they actually mean reduction of it. So they're going to try their damnedest to try and reduce it, right? That's what they're hoping to do.
Yeah, I mean, you can't, in practical terms, you kind of can't prevent it, because you'd have to be omniscient, wouldn't you, in order to kind of do that. So it will always be reduction. And I just think, I would imagine they're now regretting that they ever went down the road of the assured scheme, because it's they're
I think that was fairly possible. But the thing is, they would still argue that the non-assured farms will be even worse. That's what they'll argue. Now, whether that's true or not,
probably overall they would be. Because
but looking at the footage, it's almost like, how could you get worse than this?
Well, yes, but the point is that those farms that were exposed are only a percentage of the farms that are RSPCA assured. So some of the other farms that weren't exposed, they haven't. There isn't footage from every single farm that's RSPCA assured, is there? So maybe on some of the other farms that you don't get these extremes of ill treatment of other animals.
Yeah, I inquired into that.
Yeah,
I inquired into that, and I think they're suggesting that when they did their 45 farms, that they released footage from all of them, every single one. I think that's what they said.
Well, then you see that. Then I would say that then that would be the case on all farms, whether they're RSPCA assured or not. The RSPCA assured aren't going to be worse than other farms that aren't, are they?
Maybe the argument is a few things, like the RSPCA assured are just as bad as everybody else. The RSPCA going, the assured ones are a bit better than everybody else, and that's why we're in there in the first place. Because if we don't talk to the farmers, we can't influence them at all. So that's got to be their argument. The counter argument is, you're doing a shit job.
Well, it obviously does seem that they're not doing a great job, but is that because they've bitten off more than they can chew?
Yeah, I think that's true. Yeah,
I think that's more like, I don't think that they're deliberately deceiving.
Yeah, I mean,
people
ironically, rather than see, some activists have said that the RSPCA are making a fortune out of this. I think the truth is that they can't afford to run it.
They're not. When you look at the amount of money involved in it, in terms of the RSPCA's overall, incomings and outgoings, it's very small. It's a very small part of their kind of income flow, so to speak. So I think they're, I mean, I think they've taken on something that's too big for them to handle.
But okay, so abandoning it would be good on that grounds.
Well, I think it in terms of, you see, because the RSPCA has been sort of portrayed as promoting cruelty, then they're going to be losing donations through that, aren't they? They're going to be losing donations through that, because people go, I'm not going to support the RSPCA. They support these farms where there's all these atrocious conditions and all that. I'm not going to give my money to them. That's going to be happening. They're going to be losing donations.
Yeah, but the language is problematic there. That they're not promoting them. They're trying.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's how people will perceive it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
you see, and so they'll be losing funds. So that is probably going to be their main concern more than anything else.
See, I think obviously a language problem is this word assured. You see, they can't just have said to the farmers, well, we'll give a nod in your direction kind of thing. They've got to say, well, look, we're going to say to the public. See, they're playing on their own status. We'll say to the public that we assure you, and that will have an effect, right? So even the RSPCA are trying to play on the fact that they are an influential body in this argument, whereas we're actually skeptical about that.
Well, I think that they're getting the farmers to think, well, that they'll be able to more easily sell their products at a higher price. Yeah, because the RSPCA have given them the assured label. That will be the motivation for the farmers, and the RSPCA are hoping that the farmers will be motivated to improve the welfare conditions by the promise of more sales or sales at a higher price.
Well, it's kind of not motivated. It's kind of, that's part of the deal.
Yeah, well, yes, but that's why farmers will go for the deal, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. Because so the assured thing works both ways. Says to the farmers, this is going to be meaningful, and it says, according to the activists, that the assured scheme is meaningful, which then cons the public. So I'm not totally sure that the construction here. I don't think all the elements definitely.
Yeah, and it's the whole thing is kind of complicated because there have been some instances of campaigners, carrying out anti-RSP, actions against the RSPCA's assured scheme, while promoting veganism at the same time. They've had stalls that are kind of, where they've got the anti-RSPCA stuff, and they've been educating people about veganism at the same time. So that's been going on, but that's not been coming from Animal Rising, because Animal Rising wouldn't do that. They're ideologically opposed to promoting veganism. But I think other organisations, maybe like Animal Justice Project or another organisation involved in this, I think,
so they're different.
Yeah.
So, Ronnie, I have my last special guest. So, if you don't mind, I'll bring him on.
Yes.
So, are you ready, Philip? There we go. Brilliant. Hello, young man.
Hello. Greetings from the Northeast U.S.
Hi,
Merry
Philip.
Christmas.
We're talking about, I don't know whether you're following this debate or this campaign. We're talking about the RSPCA assured thing.
Yes.
You see, I mean, we're saying that we think it's quite complicated because there's lots of claims being made that none of which seem to be verifiable.
Yeah, I'm following it from afar, but yeah, I would agree with that assessment. It doesn't seem like it's having the impact that we would want to see as animal liberation activists. Certainly, I mean, stating the obvious.
Do you think there's anything, Philip, in my analysis that the vegan activists are a little bit confused because of the use in the title of the word cruelty? I think that's a significant thing, personally.
I agree fully. It's back to the treatment and use versus use, like getting to the heart of the matter being that it's morally indefensible to use another sentient being as a commodity, or as a means to an end, right? So that anytime I think that we veer off of that, we're losing ground. It seems like it's the softer, easier way, if you will, that feels like it might be, that's back to the foot in the door in the face, right? Foot in the door is an easier way to go. But it's not in the, and then you look at the intrinsic in that is time horizons, right? In the long term, it doesn't pay off. That's my experience.
Are there similar assured labels in the States?
Not quite to that degree. I don't follow that as closely as perhaps I should. I'm trying to think.
Well,
I mean, there's the vegan. There's a number of vegan, but assuring vegan labels. The American Vegan Society, where I'm an advisor, uses the vegan societies. They're kind of their agent in the North America. I'm vegan, but this is different.
Yeah, I'm more wondering whether something like the Humane Society would have a.
Yeah, they have. I mean, I don't know that it's as active anymore. Whole Foods, with John Mackey did the gradation, and I know Gary Francione used to rail against that. I don't think they do that anymore. I don't shop personally. More my wife shops
So you
for
can't
us.
choose the level of torture anymore, like Francis.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it's not quite as relevant or as an issue, I think, here in the States as in the UK. And I know Animal Rising, I think, just did a big report on this, right? Or a big.
Well, it's more like an investigation. Yeah. They went to farms. They went to farms where they were exploiting fishers. So they did the full thing. I think, was it Ronnie 45? I think it was.
I think it was. Yeah. There was an article I read about the USA where you've got the same corporations, I suppose, that own intensive farms and they own free range farms, and they'll market them under different names, and they'll put out advertising saying, buy these free range products because these intensive farms are horrible, and so don't support them and buy these free range products. Well, at the same time, they own the intensive farms as well as owning the free range farms.
Yeah. Well, it's the corporate consolidation of all aspects of life, is what I'm hearing you speak to, which is, horrific, obviously. But if I could jump in and just kind of, Roger and I had an exchange, and he asked me if I wanted to jump on and say hello. And I appreciate the opportunity to do so. And we'll take this opportunity to say thank you, Roger, for this commitment, annually to do this. It's really great. I look forward to being here. I've been listening as I've been doing my day-to-day here at the holiday. That includes taking care of now in the house.
I'll believe you, Philip. I'll believe you.
Yeah. 5 rescue greyhounds. One of whom is a foster who's incredibly active. So that's been, taking a lot of time and energy. But what I wanted to kind of just bring to the conversation is this idea of the work of some people I've been following in analytic idealism in philosophy, particularly a gentleman by the name of Bernardo Kastrup, who's a really interesting guy. He's got PhDs in computer science and philosophy. And he's really affirmed with this really unique kind of background, expertise in these two areas of endeavor, what Eastern philosophy has said for a long time, which is that it's consciousness, not material, that is primary. The primacy of consciousness. And I think that's incredibly important. Here in the States, we see really front and center how Silicon Valley, with the materialist, reductionist, materialist, mechanistic way of viewing the world, that we can just technology our way out of any issues, or technology is the answer to all of our problems, real and imagined or potential, right? And we saw that in the election, where an aspect of that presidential election, of that kind of ethos coming out of Silicon Valley, the so-called cryptocurrency industry, poured a tremendous amount of money in support of, reactionary right-wing candidates, including the president-elect, who shall remain nameless. So this is a counterbalance to that. And it's important in and of itself, I think, that we really are aware of the primacy of consciousness as we bring it to animal liberation activism. I lean heavily, as I know others do, on the Cambridge Declaration on Consciousness, right? Like the affirmation that other animals are demonstrably conscious, right? They are subject of a life, to use the Reagan, framing. They seek pleasure and avoid pain. All the things that we know that merits their being included in the moral community, and being, having the right, the moral right to bodily autonomy and to live according to their own inner light, right? So I think that's really important. I just want to bring in another piece around. I see, from my experience, and this kind of echoes this fact, that virtue ethics as being one of the 3 main, normative ethical stances, consequentialism, with the utilitarian piece, deontology, and virtue ethics, or ethics of care, that in order to really grasp and bring to my use I statements, right? Bring to my heart, mind, and the way that I show up in the world, I have to be living according to virtuous ideals, virtue ethics, in order to fully grasp this primacy of consciousness, and by extension, to be able to be the best advocate I can be. Now, that being said, I do believe there's a place for all it's not one of the 3 virtue ethics, in this case, being primary or exclusionary, I should say. There's a place for all of them, but what takes the lead? And I think we've kind of moved away as a culture and as an animal liberation movement from the elevating the importance of and the primacy of virtue ethics as first among equals, if you will, because it's hard. It's asking people to change, not their patterns, not their way of thinking, patterns of action, not their way of thinking, but who they are as people. And it requires a lot of work, but it's really, without it, we end up in this, utilitarian mess that we have. And just to kind of bring it back to the piece around the influence from here in the imperial core, we see firsthand the impact of Silicon Valley. It really cannot be overstated, right? And you've got this tech utopian viewpoint that we see in the movement really strongly impacting an aspect of that being the effective altruism movement. And it's really rooted in this consequentialist utilitarian view. There's a lot of money behind it. This is not news to anyone in the movement who's really, particularly those who are trying to seek funding. And I guess to kind of put a bow around this, like, I really think we need to be incorporating in our activism, broadly conceived, virtue ethics, and inculcating kind of moral training, moral development, in order to be the best advocates we can be, because there's such profound limitations on particularly the consequentialists, and it's real. We're seeing it front and center. And again, forgive me if I'm kind of, telling people things they already know, in the audience being primarily in the UK. The impact of Silicon Valley around, like, we're concerned, so-called AI, which has always been a marketing term, machine learning, it's not intelligence, but that we have to worry about it becoming so sophisticated that it will be intelligent and conscious and a moral agent, right? And that's complete nonsense. It shows the extreme of the mechanist materialist view that is supported by this, valorization of consequentialism primarily, and it's really, really terrifying, frankly. And I think the counterweight that we can bring is this, virtue ethics, moral development.
Yeah, well, I mean, that would fit with the moral evolution of humanity from the vegan society. It would fit with the ahimsa, wouldn't it? And yes. So, but did I hear you say that you were counting utilitarianism, deontology, and virtual, and as all that they're all different types of virtual ethics?
They're generally regarded in my limited, as a layperson, in philosophical, circles, as kind of the three main branches of normative, what they refer to as normative ethics, right? So in our global culture driven by technology, and technology is a wonderful thing as a tool. I mean, what we're able to do right now is obviously over thousands of miles distance in real time, being in communication the way we are, but it becomes like it's elevated to the point where it's the universal solution, right? And it's like tech utopianism. Like, we'll just, whatever issues we encounter, we'll be able to use technology to get ourselves out of it. And that's really gone to a point where it's, the AI thing currently, so-called AI, is really a manifestation of this.
Yeah. Okay. And then are you overlapping, intertwining concepts like consciousness and morality?
Yes, absolutely. I think because that's a great point. In my experience and understanding, in the absence of the moral evolution that Leslie Cross talks about, we're limited in our ability to raise our consciousness, to have the awareness not only of animal sentience, for example, other animal sentience, but more just being able to grasp the nature of reality and how we can best navigate it without falling into the reactionary pitfalls that are at the core of the challenges that we're trying to address, right? Ultimately, it's an inability to grasp this, understanding that consciousness is primary, and we must become morally developed people in order to experience consciousness in a way that's going to position us for optimal success in creating a vegan world in our conception, peaceable kingdom.
But again, forgive me, is consciousness and morality intertwined, the same thing, or two separate things which develop from one another?
Morally is the enabling technology, if you will. Moral, that's why I think virtue ethics needs to be, centered with and used employed in combination with other normative ethical stances, including deontology, in order to be as effective as we can possibly be. Without that, so it's the moral conduct, moral being in the world is what positions us to experience that consciousness that in turn makes us as effective as we can possibly be.
Well, all I can say, Philip, is that I've been on the air for 10 hours now, and this is a great time for you to bring these slightly complicated issues.
It's actually not complicated at all. It's just be present. Be present and
well, you talk to Ronnie while I have a sleep then or something. But
well, the time difference and the responsibility on how I would have loved to have been on earlier, frankly. But I understand what you're saying. I'm kind of making fun here.
Well, I mean, when you proposed that, I was thinking this is really interesting. I was then thinking, at the end of the 10 hours is not.
No, I understand. We'll have to.
What we could do though, Philip, is why not do this in an animal rights show?
I think that would be great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to do that.
Yeah, that might be the solution to it, because I'll be awake, and
yes,
and Nella and Wendy be there as well.
Would be good.
No, I think that's great. And all that being said, I hope that as we kind of, I don't know exactly when you're going to wrap up, it's the top of the hour now, but to just really, particularly on Christmas, where this is about, I mean, to really, not to get too like woo-woo here, but like, if you think about the celebration of the birth of Christ and Christ consciousness, this is what we're talking about, right? It really is fundamental. And I think because it's more challenging than the other pathways, it's easy to, and people are less likely to go down this harder path. It's like, let's use our utilitarian calculus to get to where we want to be. And it's like, it's fundamentally limited if people aren't aware to the degree they need to be.
Yeah. Well, Linda is saying, Linda's one of the Dublin superstars of the movement, evolution of consciousness. And that, and so that's where the interesting interplay with, that's why I was trying to tease out whether you were saying morality is the same as this, or it's related to this, or it's intertwined with this. So it's an interesting.
Yeah, no, that's what it is the precursor or the ground on which consciousness can flourish and flower.
All right, yeah. So it's like negative rights with positive rights. Yeah, okay, yeah.
And I think just to wrap up here, I'm so appreciative of the way that you and your work have elevated Leslie Cross, particularly, like human moral evolution, focus and scope. Focus is always going to be on, animal liberation, but the scope, if we're going to achieve our goal of a vegan world, the scope of human moral evolution must be
I've got some bad news for you there, Philip, in the sense that Leslie Cross has become a bit of a political football at the moment.
Is that right?
Well, yeah,
How so?
because because people like the focus bit of it, and they don't like the scope bit of it.
Yeah.
And
Well,
so they're taking all the essays, including the 54 essay, which doesn't get as much mention as the 51 essays, and they're taking out individual sentences and say, right, that's it. Right.
cherry picking, essentially.
Yeah, that's right. But cherry picking in the most useless way in terms of cross, because
distortions, right? No, I mean, no, I sadly, I'm not surprised to hear that. Just knowing people go doctor shopping, conclusion shopping, you know, and they'll do what they need to do to try and cobble something together or extract something that's going to
and
support
so
their
the tragedy that
worldview.
I've seen, though, Philip, the last few days, in fact, is that Leslie Cross is becoming a bit of a laughing stock in some people because of the way that some activists are using Cross as almost like a battering ram. You know, this is veganism, there's nothing else, this is it, and all that. And that's based on this cherry picking. Whereas Cross is, I mean, he was a journalist. He writes he doesn't write in a particularly clear, that's probably the wrong way of putting it, clear way, but you've certainly got to read all of it to get all the fullness of it, right? So you can't cherry pick Cross. That is like a betrayal of Cross.
100% agree.
Yeah.
And this is what people do, you know, and it's, you know, one of the things when I talk about kind of trying raise consciousness, it's like functionally it's the ability to respond and not react, because reactivity, one of my Dharma teachers, I've been a long time Buddhist yogi, there's a Pali word called dukkha that frankly is one of the three characteristics of human existence. And it frequently gets translated into English as suffering. But one of my root teachers, who's brilliant, you know, brilliant teacher out of the Tibetan tradition, translates it into English as reactivity. So we want to move away from reactivity, and it's having a broader scope, right?
Yeah.
You know, and that's where consciousness comes in, right? Human moral evolution is really rooted in an expanded higher consciousness, right? To put it in Cross's context.
Yeah, and you're presumably thinking reactivity as in pretty thoughtless. You know, almost like a reflex or something.
Yeah, well, it's response is conscious, informed, measured. Reactivity is reflexive and unconscious,
kind of thing.
and fundamentally, there's a fundamental violence to it. You know, it's reactive. Meaning reflexive, rather, in a way that's reflects or fails to reflect a full understanding through a higher level of consciousness.
Yeah, well, there's an interesting word that's been impulsive. Would that fit in?
Impulsive, yeah, that's really good. That's right. I mean, they're all saying the same thing, where it lacks grounding in it's a lack of contextualization, I guess you could say it, if you want to zoom out on it, right?
Yeah. And a lack of kind of just taking a minute to consider.
Right. That's right. Respond, not react.
Yeah.
It's a major problem we have in the movement, isn't it? That people react rather than responding.
It's in the world though, Ronnie, now, isn't it?
In the world, yeah, but it kind of, you know, affects our movement.
I mean, look at all those riots in what was it, Southport, because people reacted to, you know, the news or something, and then you ended up with an assumption, oh, it must be something to do with immigration. You know, let's go riot. You know.
Now that's sadly, unfortunately, a wonderful example of the dynamic. It really, and it brings it back to the way we can get as human beings, you know, in Buddhism, they talk about the two truths, right? Relative and absolute truth, right? Relative truth is really rooted in the material world in which we navigate as embodied beings every day. But absolute truth, that higher consciousness, is that there is no separation, right? Not to, at the risk of sounding kind of woo-woo here, right? And that's where the elevated consciousness and be able to hold and operate skillfully in both of those worlds, meaning be in the material world, operating as an embodied being when necessary, but otherwise really being consciousness as much as we can, which is that unitive, reality of which we are a part in our essence.
Almost like level of being kind of thing.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it.
Yeah. And I've got a dad joke question for you, Philip.
Oh, here we go.
Is, before you get to be a yogi, do you have to be a boo-boo?
The eternal question.
Yeah. I bet you've heard that one before, right?
Yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, indeed. At this stage of the game, been very little new.
Well,
are you here all week, Roger?
Yeah, right. Rim shot.
Oh, not anymore. Not after
that. No, I appreciate Linda's chiming in on Bernardo Kastrup. Yeah. The person that Linda's referring to is a brilliant engineer by the name, physicist and engineer by the name of Federico Faggin, Faggin, who is one of the pioneers he invented the first microchip, like a titan of the information technology age. And he had an epiphany where he said, I've done all these things, I've accomplished this, made an impact in the world, fame, fortune, everything, and it wasn't enough. And he had an epiphany, and he's got a great new book. I think it's called Irreducible. I'll have to circle back on that. About, he had this insight, and he said he's been researching consciousness everywhere, and he's been a great champion, saying, like, I know as a literal pioneer of the information technology revolution that this is limited, that this is not the answer that people are seeking for when they're seeking to fulfillment and to be, effective and create a more, sane and compassionate world. Its consciousness is fundamental. Yeah, Federico Faggin. He's actually Italian, now living in the States, I believe.
On one level, isn't a chip just a machine or a part of a machine?
Well, the way I think about it is a mechanical process, right? And it's great to really think about this, in terms of these folks that are being funded by the effective altruists. And there's a center at New York University, which is not too far away from, relatively speaking, from where I am. And I'm between New York and Philadelphia, operate in both areas. The American Vegan Society is Metro Philadelphia based since 1960, actually. But New York, a tremendously active, in the States, the largest and most active animal rights cohort. But at NYU, they have an animal studies program. They confer master's degrees, but they've created some centers, including a center or work that conflates wild animal suffering, doing academic research on that, which I think is wonderful, and then kind of as a way to justify or validate this claim that we need to research material technologies in the form of computation, because we're concerned that, or there's a possibility that when it becomes sophisticated enough, that these computers will become conscious, which is complete and utter nonsense. And anyone tries to tell you on that,
Yeah, this is the far end of negative utilitarianism, isn't it?
Yeah, that's an interesting framing. Yes, but these people at NYU are like kind of giving intellectual cover for this nonsense around generating consciousness through computation by kind of wedding it with the real concern about animals, wild animal suffering. And it's just really, really disheartening. They've done some really, they were a really great convening body in New York prior to COVID. And, I think they want to do good work, and there is some good work being done there, but there's been a real shift around this, commitment and surprise, surprise, these centers are funded, the center around, I can't remember the language they use, the exact name of the center, but to research whether or not computation can generate consciousness. They got $6 million in grants to fund this center from Silicon Valley based foundations. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And that comes back to this reductive, materialist, mechanistic approach that is, and it's gaining sway, particularly given, the EA money that comes into the movement. And I don't know if you've read, there's a great book.
The last time I spoke to Francione online, I know he talked a lot about effective altruism, and it's something that I'm not that up on, to be honest.
I'll tell you, I'm not surprised, Roger, because it seems my anecdotal experience, personal experience in the UK, despite the fact that the one of the research centers for this is Oxford. It comes out of Oxford. And because the funding is based in the US, and particularly one of the Facebook founders, who's an EA, advocate, created this huge foundation that's one of the big funders in the movement. So I guess what I'm saying is, hey, Nella's here. Wonderful. Merry Christmas, Nella. It's really prominent in the movement here, which prompted Alice Creary and Laurie Gruen and Carol Adams to edit an anthology on of essays critiquing effective altruism that I highly, highly, highly recommend, and particularly essays by my friend John Senbonmatsu, who's an academic from Worcester Polytech, but it's really embodies the reductive and consequentially utilitarian view that so dominates the movement. So I'm going to shut up because I want to give Nella the platform here, and always interested in what Nella has to say.
Yeah, so Nella, tell us where you are and what you're all about.
Thank you for your kind words. First of all, Merry Christmas to everyone. I'm not where I was supposed to be for several reasons. I never got to the Vegan Life headquarters. So it's rainy. I was stuck in a cab. It was very difficult to find out. Anyway, a series of obstacles. I'm back at the veterinarian clinic where I was earlier today. We've spent almost all day here. There is this dog individual in need, and the doctor who owns the clinic decided to try and do the best for him. So we've been here all day, and there is a party going on at the Vegan Life headquarters, and I was supposed to be there because it happens for the first time. Vegans sharing space, an actual space, not only a virtual space, and celebrating Christmas together. I got some messages. They're having a brilliant time. It's fun and merry. I didn't go.
Yeah, so so they're having a brilliant time, but you're not. This is a real shame. We're supposed to be joining you at the party, weren't we?
I know. I've tried, Roger. I've tried really hard to be there in time.
Oh well, never mind. So what's the score? Are you there for longer, or is your business finished now, or what?
It is finished, but I tried to. It's raining all day today, and I tried almost 1 hour and a half, 2 hours ago to get. I got in a cab at some point, but it was very difficult to get there, and I wouldn't be there in time.
Okay, what's the problem? Do Greek people melt in the rain or something? What's going on?
No. There was a huge traffic, and I couldn't. I was calling for a cab, and it was impossible to find one. It's very busy today. I did not drive, as you know. And then I thought it was 9:45, and I thought that you are wrapping up. And I decided to come back. I've tried to message you. I don't know if you have seen my messages. Probably not. You were busy. And I thought that by the time I would be there, you would be off air.
Yeah, well, we would have been, except for Philip wanted to talk about computers and Silicon Valley, and
I'm really sorry I messed up your schedule again.
Oh no, it's okay. I mean, like these things happen, but there's always next year, eh, Nella?
Yes, definitely. I've been watching the live today, or not all day long, but whenever I had a free few minutes.
Good.
It was really interesting. It seemed really fun.
Well, we're still at it. I'm not sure about fun anymore, but we're still at it. So
again, I miscalculated my time, my planning, my everything today.
Honest, Nella, don't beat yourself up about it. Things happen. Don't worry about it.
It would be a nice thing, to join you from the vegan headquarters, and the fact that there are vegan headquarters.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I was looking forward to it. Although once we got past 10, I kind of thought, oh, it's not going to happen, and then you popped up, and I thought, oh, it's going to happen, and then it's not. So, off on.
Anyways, I'm at the vet clinic, and as vegans, you understand what this does mean. Priorities today.
Yeah. Well, that's understandable as well, isn't it? So, yeah. You are totally forgiven, as I said in that message to you on the chat.
Okay, that was the most moving message I have ever got. Thank you so much for that.
Oh, okay.
It was, the best Christmas present ever.
You exaggerate.
No, I do not. I was crying already. Thank you.
Well, you are an awesome activist, and you've proven it. We showed your films, the 2 films that were produced, the Greek rescue ones. We showed them earlier, and I mean, and I know it's taken a real emotional toll in the last 2 years on you, but you kept at it. That's very praiseworthy stuff.
Thank you. It was created through the animal rights. So we created this very vibrant community, and people that I do not meet personally, but I know and love, and this always gives me, strength when I need it. So thank you all for that. So
I'm not sure we're going to get back to RSPCA labels anymore, I'm afraid. So.
Probably I'll have to leave now and lock and everything. Thank you again, and I'm really, really sorry. And Philip, thank you for your kind words.
Right, so I'm going to have to do a bit of housekeeping in the sense that I need to play another clip. So you can all stay if you like, but
I'll have to go, Roger, because I'm being shouted for food.
Okay.
I'm going to have to step out as well.
Oh, I couldn't.
Okay, rightio. Well, look, Philip,
sorry.
Let's do an animal rights show on that subject, yeah?
Absolutely, I'd love to.
Ronnie, is that you? My screen is very small and I cannot see.
It is me here.
Oh
That's
my
me.
God. Greetings, Ronnie. Merry Christmas. My love
And
to
Merry
you.
Christmas to you. It's because of my Santa hat. You didn't
Yes,
recognize
I
me.
have one. I have one too. I didn't recognize. I
Yes.
apologize. My mistake.
But I'll have to say cheerio and Merry Christmas or the rest of Christmas to everyone. And I'm sure we'll all speak soon.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Well, thanks very much, Ronnie. Thanks very much, Philip. You take care.
Yeah,
Bye.
bye then.
Bye. Thank you.
We'll
Bye.
speak soon about arrangements for that show. Yeah.
Absolutely. Look forward to it. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye for now. Oh, we're still there. Oh, I'm on my own now. All right. Okay. So here's one then.
So hello all you lovely vegans. Hope you're all having a lovely Christmas today. Now I know Christmas can be very tough for all us vegans, especially lonely vegans, new vegans, or vegans who just don't really have any support from other people. So you're not alone. There are a lot of us in the same situation. I'll be having a Christmas dinner at a local cafe near me, where we are catering for vegans and non-vegans, but it's for lonely people in general, and they have vegan options, of course. But yeah, hope you're all gonna have a lovely Christmas today. And if you're lonely, just be with people who support you, and have some lovely vegan food. And yeah, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Let's hope 2025 is a good one for us all.
Yes, thanks for that, Terry. We all hope that, and well, the way the world is going. But you'll have to tell us about you. I think you sent me a message saying you made it to the calf, but then there was a delay or something. So that's the latest I heard in terms of the food. I haven't had anything yet today, so I'm way behind you. So now I've got another couple more before we go, because I had all these lovely people sending me messages, and I did actually think that I'd be able to play them all twice, but I've just not had time in the end. And so obviously I'd prepared as usual far too much. But here's one from Andy.
And a very Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you all. I just wanted to make a quick video for new vegans and old vegans, I suppose, on the subject of dystopia, which would be the idea of being a vegan in a non-vegan world. Now, obviously, this can be very sort of exhausting and demoralizing at the best of times, but especially around Christmas, whether maybe you're spending it by yourself because the people around you still continue to use and exploit animals and you don't want to contribute or participate in that. Or maybe it's the opposite and you've got no choice but to sit at a table or a function with people that continue to do these things that you fundamentally disagree with. And that can be both, you know, disillusioning and obviously very sad and very lonely for us. But I just wanted to remind everybody that you're not by yourself. We all potentially feel the same way. We're all having the same emotions. We're all going through the same thing. And it's why shows like Rogers Today, for example, or any of the other communities that exist on the internet are so vital now. So there are places that we can reach out to one another or have a conversation, and you can feel understood. You can be around people that get it, or the people that feel the same way, rather than having to explain yourself 100 times over and still get no compassion in return. But also I wanted to just, especially for the newer vegans, but also for anyone that's been vegan for a long time, just talk about what motivates me, I suppose, and that's our founders. That's the people that formed this movement that we've all joined once upon a time. If you can imagine even the idea of living during a world war and just existing during that time, let alone making such a stand that you're going to recognize these various injustices all around you, connect them and say, hey, we don't agree with any of this. we're going to oppose all of this collectively. This injustice that's happening to these human beings over there is no different than the injustice that's happening to these cows over here. And so we recognise that connection and we stand against all this oppression collectively. If they could do that then, with all of the obstacles and all of the problems and all of the things that were up against them, if they could be so selfless at a time when it would have been very easy to be selfish, then in 2024, with all the luxuries and amenities that we have, we absolutely can do it too. Just don't be by yourself, don't be alone, and make sure that you reach out. And I just want to wish everyone a really Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Take care all.
So this is a message for all of you new vegans out there at Christmas. Don't get overwhelmed by the enormity of what you've done. It's an amazing thing. It's an amazing leap of faith that you've done. You've joined an amazing social justice movement for animals and for people. Don't look at how far we've got to go. Look at how far we've come. Take the time to learn a bit about the history of the movement as well. Those people who came before us and how far they got with very, very limited resources. So how much more we can do with our amazing resources. I always say to my group as well that our members in our group are the vegan family that we would have chosen. So choose your people, choose your tribe, choose your people, and be happy with them and know that you all share this one fundamental value, which is really, really important, and it will change the world. We know that when we leave this world, we'll have changed the world into a better place. So, you know, be one of those individuals who make that change. Becoming vegan is hugely important to those animals that you will save from being bred, being raised, and being slaughtered in horrendous situations. So don't think that you're one individual who can't make a difference. All of us individuals can make a massive difference. And please don't feel alone. There's all of us, you know, in our region, in the UK, across the world, all of us that join hands together, invisibly across the world, we are part of a huge vegan family. So for those of you who are feeling isolated at Christmas or new vegans, please just know that you've done the right thing and you are on the right side of history.
Yeah, very well said. Actually, it's interesting, isn't it? I can't think of anything worse than you kind of becoming aware of the issues and your family just doesn't get it. That must be a terrible feeling.
Well, that's my family. My family.
Right.
I mean, you know what we've chosen now. We spend, my husband and I spend Christmas on the beach. We take our Christmas lunch down and sit on the beach and eat it because we've just given up now. The respectful conversations, the challenging conversations, the argumentative conversations. So we just give up now. So we just choose to have our couple of hours on our Christmas day on our own, having our own Christmas thing, and it's great. We love it, absolutely love it. Far better that than sitting with dead body smells all around you, you know. And we share with our group as well. So, you know, our group, we all put our food pictures on. We all kind of, everybody who feels down, we kind of like have a little safe space for them. So, you know, they're the family that I would choose.
Well, thanks very much to Andy, and thanks very much to Anna there, Northeast Animal Rights. Now there's just one to go, and it's in a weird place. So give me a minute, and hopefully I can find it. Odd place. Let's see. No, it's not there. Oh, here we go. Right, brilliant. Okay, so it looks, folks, like our marathon is over. Thanks so much for being here, there, and everywhere. And I imagine you've had a busy day. You've probably had a busier day than I have, because I've just sat here showing clips and talking. So, you know, it's pretty good. So I'm going to play the last one and then say a last goodbye, and that will be us for 2024. So here we go.
My name is Benjamin. I'm an activist based in New York City. I've been vegan almost 10 years, and it was the best choice I ever made. I've been an animal rights activist for about 6 years, and that was the second best choice I've ever made. So I just want to say, if you're feeling lonely or isolated this holiday season or anytime, I just want to send you some love. You're not alone. We do live in a fucking dystopia, and I appreciate your integrity and your empathy. And my only advice to get connected would just be to join an activist community or two. Even if it's online, it makes all the difference connecting with other activists and vegans. I also recommend setting boundaries with friends and family. It took me a long time as a vegan before I felt emboldened enough to tell people that I wasn't going to eat with them or feel comfortable saying goodbye to relationships, old relationships where just was a lack of empathy. And then I also want to say self-care is crucial because the animals need us, and we should find activism that nourishes us also on some level, like creatively, intellectually, or socially, because we need to be fighting for life. So it has to be sustainable. And then lastly, I was going to say the Organization in Defense of Animals has a 24-hour support line for vegan activists, 1-800-705-0425. Thank you, Roger, for providing this Christmas special and all of your activism. Blessings. I look forward to standing up and fighting with you soon.
Well, thank you, Benjamin. Keep it real and say it as it is. That's what we like. Love the direct approach. So that's everybody done now. Let me just check my list just in case. But I think we're done. There's Benjamin. Right, Andy. Right, we're all done. So we've all been done once. So I'll have to think what to do with all those clips. So thanks again, everyone, for sticking with it. And what should I say? I'll see you next year. Something like that. Bye for now.